So they got fucked.
That's pretty gangsta.
And then
Well,
then there was a second conflict around this. Uh, let's see. The British tried levering the Qing dynasty into even more concessions, including the legislation, the legalization of opium. And then there was another war, which the Qing dynasty suffered a humiliating defeat. And they were forced into another one-sided treaty. Because the first one, they were forced into a treaty where they had to give Britain the most favored nation status so that the British could basically dictate trade to be whatever they wanted it to be. And then when that was contested, they were put into an even more embarrassing treaty.
And where did you learn this from?
This is from alphahistory.com, section on China.
Yeah, actually, I'm familiar with that, with the history you just went over. But I'm not an expert in it. I've only read like 2 or 3 books on China.
I was just looking
I'd
for some
also like
sources.
to welcome Simon Stack and SS Trust. Go ahead.
Howdy, y'all. Yeah, I'm not an expert in China by any means. I read, well, I mean, the other one wasn't on really the details of China. It was on the invasion of Temujin, Genghis Khan, but it talks a lot about China and how he basically unified the country. It was kind of like India. Yeah, Temujin, with Genghis Khan, yeah.
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about.
Didn't the Emperor Qin unify the country?
China was
So-
basically like the way India was until the Mughal Empire, which is like a bunch of small kingdoms.
Until the Mughal. God, the Mughals.
Yeah.
No, go on.
And then the Mongols kind of unified the entire subcontinent. He kind of did the same thing for China, where it was like a bunch of related but differing city-states or civilizations or kingdoms or whatever the hell, and he brought them together by force.
Are you thinking of Temujin or the Emperor Qin?
Temujin, who was Genghis Khan.
Yeah, that sounds very late and
Am I mistaken?
I think you are.
well,
There's still emperors of China. Okay, you're half right. There were still emperors of China and before that point,
Right.
but when it came right down to it, the feudal lords had a lot of local power in China.
I think that's because there were like
It was a
several
consolidation,
kingdoms before him,
centralization of
but
power.
I think what I'm saying is like local, regional, autonomous areas, you could say.
They were autonomous, but they still had fealty to the emperor.
Okay, maybe I just didn't know what the hell I was reading.
Yeah, I don't know if Italian might not be quite the right phrasing, but yeah, I understand the kind of like centralization, consolidation of power, whatever it is, and I guess central authority, grand emperor, etc. and so on. Yeah.
Are you familiar?
Okay, I'll grant that, like just like off the bat, but as far as like carrying out what would be called the unification itself, I wouldn't say it. I kind of
No, I would definitely disagree with that. I would think that the Wei dynasty would be credited with doing that, which was in 200 AD, and then there's the Qin dynasty also did that, which was in 300 BC.
I think I've been super proven.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you saying between the Qin or Qin or whatever dynasty, and I guess the fall in 1949 or 50? Are you saying that there was a point where it disunified again, and then it was reunified after that?
It's been disunified and reunified several times.
Oh, I know what I'm thinking.
Oh,
He
I am
unified
not aware.
Mongolia.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
here's a kind of brief history. Like there was the Qin dynasty, then the Qin dynasty fell. Then there's like each dynasty. Between the dynasties, there's sometimes a period of strife where there's a transition from one dynasty to another. One example is when the Han dynasty fell. It's a very famous period of time in history, in Chinese history, called the period of Great Confusion, which eventually became the period of Three Kingdoms.
I know that, yeah.
And the So the Han Dynasty fell, and there were factions trying to reunify and bring back the Han Dynasty, and there were other factions trying to reunify and with different political aims and goals and so on. And it went on for more than 100 years of just Chinese warlords just bashing the shit out of each other the entire fucking time. And there's a lot of really cool stories that came out of that period.
I need to learn all this.
Well, this is a story. This is a period that's been like super romanticized, and there's a book about it which I have like 6 different versions of, called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And if you've ever played the Dynasty Warriors video games, that's a hack and slash game made out of those books. And it's that game is all the characters in those books given weapons, and you just beat the shit out of a bunch of Chinese people with them. And all the way down to concubines and wives that did like 3 things in the books are given weapons like flutes and maces and fans, and you can just beat the shit out of hundreds of soldiers with these things. So it's a great game. It's a fantastic game. I played the shit out of it way too long, but after playing that, I was just into it, and then I started going, oh, this is like based on a whole fucking period of history, and there's a book written by Lo Quan Chung in the 1500s that is basically a compilation of the stories that came out of that period.
Okay, so yeah, it's kind of a legitimate source in a way. As opposed to,
And you're breaking up quite a bit. So if I could completely change the topic, I think Nadia is having microphone issues.
Your mom is having microphone issues.
No, they're not microphone issues. They're
She's having Bluetooth.
just from the I guess base station, right?
Oh,
so,
okay. Yeah, I haven't been coming in for a lot of reasons. But I kind of briefly mentioned this to Ludic earlier. The number one reason is because I've been doing stuff. But closely related is like I feel like the room has gotten a lot more hostile. And a lot of new people, which is fine, but people who just kind of went at each other, the type of conversations kind of eroded in quality, and I don't know.
I'm not sure I'd quite share that assessment, but on the other hand, sorry, what's that?
I said fair enough. I could be wrong.
Oh, maybe the primary distinction or something like that is in terms of, I think, well, perhaps the question is really silly as such. I mean, it's kind of always been kind of a Jerry Springer show, whatever. I mean, despite my best intentions of there's something more enlightened and rational and all that.
Maybe I just never noticed it, or I think also.
Well, if you sorry, what's that?
You first. Go ahead.
Oh, well, if you get the timing right, you can, I guess, dodge the periods where people really get worked up. But yeah, they've always been getting worked up.
Let me give an example of what I'm talking about. Just now, I said I think China was colonized, and what's his name? Ocean said, "Am I going to get a paradigm shift on history?" Meaning, like, he's willing to say I could be wrong about that. And I said, "Yeah, I have a book on the Boxer Rebellion." And he goes into it and he says, "No, actually, China wasn't colonized." He at that point now is willing to say I might be wrong here, and then goes in and does his research and comes back and gives factual information, and that's interesting. But what I noticed was a lot more like, I'm right, you're wrong, shut up, you're stupid, that kind of stuff. And it happens from time to time, but I like that kind of discussion.
Yeah.
I can
I
actually
might
agree.
be the wrong one to... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I can agree with that. Like I kind of been ashamed of myself the way that I've been acting to some people, but it seems like sometimes like I don't even want to talk about a subject, but somebody will like bring it up, and like they'll know like it's an emotional button for me, and it's like they just want to fight. They just come into this room and they just want to argue with you. So
I was going to say that I might be the wrong one to speak to the topic, given
I'm guilty of that.
my notoriously, I don't know, equanimous or, I guess, oh, whatever kind of composure or attitude or something like that. Go ahead. I mean, it's like, oh, well, here I am in the middle of some kind of chaos or storm, and I'm like, just blowing it off.
but I do agree that I think the below the belt has been a lot lower than they have, since I first started coming in here. Like I was talking to Drag earlier today, and I don't even know the guy. I've only spoken to him like once. He was just saying pretty horrible stuff for a person that I have no idea who he is. So I think everybody's, not everybody, but the people who tend to get into arguments, I think the bar is starting to
Yeah,
lower a little bit.
if things were as I prefer the rest of the, I'm not sure we would necessarily be speaking a language you can understand.
I also came to this realization that everyone almost has like their shtick, I guess is how you pronounce it, on this. So like
Oh,
the
for sure.
Christian
Yeah.
the Christian guy comes in and will always talk about Christianity and will try to spread Christianity. And then there's different groups of them. There's different types. So Seamus is quite different than say a G-man. And Nadia, you have your own personal style. I have my own personal, and it gets a little like.
Absolutely.
And I think it's what's interesting. I find are people who are everyone has their own style, obviously, but if you're willing to grow and hear the other person out, as opposed to just continuously saying your point of view, that also got to me.
What are you talking about, Mac?
I'm trying to think of who he is again.
No, there's quite a number.
Mac does this, but so does a lot of other people. He's not the only one that's
Yeah.
guilty.
Maybe I
Well,
do too. Maybe I do too.
it varies, with the topic. So different people are attached to different topics, and the kind of way where they go around, proclaiming their kind of viewpoint on that. That's kind of their, gospel to preach or some such, right? So I mean, um, with that kind of variation, you kind of see the the general pattern of behavior is centering around, well, different centers and all that. So,
What and all that?
different centers and all that. Oh, and let me say hi to someone in person. Go ahead.
I certainly do it. I know that for sure. I mean, I shouldn't say I certainly do, but I'm pretty sure I do. And I'm trying to be humble here. What I'm trying to say is I see it in other people. I'm sure other people see it in me.
When did you first start coming in hangouts, Farhan?
A year ago.
Okay.
Usually I'm doing something else on the side. Like right now I'm programming.
Yeah, I've only been here for maybe 4 months, and it's always been pretty hostile at times, but other times it's not at all. It's pretty chill.
Amy, was the first time you came in that morning when we were talking about Adderall and you popped in?
Yeah, yeah.
That was your first? Okay, I remember that.
Yeah, for me sometimes it can also become very hostile, you know. But that was not the reason why I took a break.
I recall when you took a break.
Oh yeah, I went away for a long time.
How long?
I don't even remember. I just had personal issues.
Sure. I hope everything's well now.
Well, I don't know. I've just learned to accept the situation. I think that's what happened.
It's one of the. I mean, you're not Muslim, but there's a statement that says one of the worships of God is to just sit back and wait. When you realize you can't do anything, is to wait for things to get better and expect it.
Well, I am making active changes right now, but you know
Right.
that's yeah. But certainly YouTube didn't help. You know the chaotic nature of this place, but it wasn't the reason I had to go away. You know, it doesn't help like if someone on the street like shouts at you. You know, it's not really a a nice experience.
Someone what's at you? Shots at you?
Shouts at you like your day is gonna be ruined. You know.
Did that
You're
happen?
gonna be
Oh,
thinking,
yes, yeah. I'm
you're
sorry.
gonna be thinking about that, and it's like, why the hell did that guy shout at me? What the hell did I do?
I think only once or twice did I ever have a conversation from this bother me for like a day or two. By the way, sorry, my keyboard is very loud.
Farhan, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, this is Mina. We talked for a very little bit last time you were in here, and I just wanted to apologize for what happened that time when you were here with
Oh,
Godless and everything else.
that's all good. Whatever, no worries. Yeah, I remember you're from Romania, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. How are you doing?
Very good, very good. And yourself?
Very good as well. Doing some coding. I'm. You got to teach me about Romania.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, but yeah, I'm glad that you came back and stuff because we felt like it went really like we didn't really behave properly when you were in here. So
Oh,
I'm
I
glad
don't
that you
know.
still came back.
I don't really get it. I mean, I just went on a rant about how I do. Whatever.
All right, I'm going to try to change subjects. I want to ask Ocean a question. When it comes to the Old Testament, and you're talking about and before the Old Testament, so when you're talking about the Sumerian um, polytheistic religion or religions, did that eventually get seeped into Judaism, or did that come somewhere else? Because I'm thinking about the Book of Gilgamesh and how that's kind of similar to the flood story.
Controversial. There's no way to prove it, but they're very similar to the point where you could say it.
But I was looking at Wikipedia earlier, and it was saying it was like word for word actually when it comes to the flood
It's
story.
not word for word. It's close though. if there's a lot of stuff that people will make the claim it's word for word, like the Babylonian creation myth is word for word the Judeo creation myth, when it's got like 6 characters and Marduk is like battling them to become the king of the gods, and then he creates the world. And it's like no, it's not word for word. There's always differences, but the story is really simple in both texts. It's a guy with a boat. Guy builds boat, gets on the boat, floats around for a little while, comes back down, and there's enough like civilizations with that history to think, oh, maybe there's something to this. Maybe it happened. It certainly would have been the whole world, but it would have been somewhere. The argument is that it's the Tigris and Euphrates that overflowed, and then somebody floated around in a boat, and then the Sumerians adopted this story, and eventually everybody else did. There's a lot of other people that do.
Well, I guess my real question, the one I really want to know the answer to is, and I'm sure I can find that if I spend another hour and a half reading through this stuff, but where did the God come from to the Judeo guy come from? Where are the roots in that?
Where'd the Judeo God come from?
Yeah.
Nadia knows a little bit, probably maybe more about this than I do, but in Semitic polytheism there is or Canaanite polytheism, there's the head god El, which was made reference to in the Bible, and the idea is that the Jews were polytheistic, and then eventually one god kind of won out as a cult, and people eventually started following that cult, and that cult got so extreme that it even denied the existence of anybody else, and that was the reigning cult. It became a religion unto itself.
So it's not tainted at all with Hinduism, though, right?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay, the reason why I was wondering because Hinduism is polytheistic and at the same time monotheistic, so that's why I was wondering.
No, not in the same way. Like, Hinduism thinks that there is an ultimate God that is everything and everyone, and that we are all playing the part, or we are all Brahma playing the part of ourselves. It's not a scientific view of the universe, and it's not a organic or ceramic or anything else like that view of the universe. It's very dramatic, that we're all actors playing the part, and we're all fooling ourselves into thinking that we're not God. Which is neat. It's something that you can use solipsism as a tool to demonstrate that it's plausible.
I think even their greeting.
But it's not. It doesn't do. It's not even similar to monotheism in the Judaic sense, because the monotheism in the Judaic sense is there's a creator deity, and he's lording over us. We're not him. We're subservient.
Even when their greeting, I think literally means like, I worship the divinity that's in you. Namaste.
Namaste, yeah. I remember my buddy who was super hippie that would run around saying namaste to everybody. He was like, "Hey man, this is what it means." It's like, all right, dude. I get you.
I wonder if I was in the caste system, although we're not originally from India, but what would I be?
My brother is marrying into a Brahmin family, so.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Do they eat meat? Probably not.
So what?
Do they eat meat?
Yeah, but not beef.
Because the higher you are in the caste system, the less meat you're supposed to eat.
Yeah, and like, okay.
There's probably less.
Her father is like really religious, but she's not.
Okay.
If that makes
That makes complete sense.
Yeah, but she's part of the caste.
So like one thing, Hinduism is almost like, it's like take from it what you want, and if you don't believe in any of it, that's cool too. That's the impression I get from Hinduism.
She identifies as Hindu, but
So,
culturally,
like
she doesn't identify as Hindu religiously. She was actually talking to me that she doesn't like Hinduism because of its views on women, and she's like, well, I have the option of whether or not to be Hindu, so I'm like, no.
No, but like
its views on women are so harsh.
Okay, so like in Islam, for example, or Judaism, Christianity, like if you reject a certain belief in that faith, like you are not of that faith. Like even in the Quran, it says like you have to take the whole thing. You can't just take parts of it, right?
But like Hinduism, like Judaism, there's a cultural aspect as well as a religious aspect.
Right. Exactly.
She's culturally Hindu.
What I'm saying is that
she's.
I understand that. What I'm saying is in Hinduism, though, you can literally reject a part of the scripture and still claim to be Hindu. You can be like, I don't believe in the Gita, but I'm still a Hindu. And not even just culturally, religiously, too. It's almost like what you make of it. Like, that's the impression that I get.
Hey, real quick, is anybody all right with dropping out? Seth is trying to get in.
Yeah, I can drop out.
Cool.
Night.
Cool. See ya.
One of my coworkers is Hindu, and he has a Ganesh statue in his car. And so I asked him about it, and he's like, he's like, I believe in it, but I don't really at the same time. And it's just something nice to have. It might be real, it might not be, but it's kind of like he kind of believes in it and doesn't at the same time. I don't know. It's very different than like Abrahamic faiths. I shall voice Seth.
There's Seth.
Man, that was a pain in my ass.
Sorry,
Thank
man.
you, by the way.
Sure thing. What have you been itching?
What have I been itching?
Yeah, like why did you like so desperately want to jump in? So you're like, man, that's annoying. Fuck.
No, it was annoying just trying to get in here because of it's complicated, but I have like applications that like show me notifications in the corner of my screen, like push bullet, and I clicked it and it opened up the Facebook page, so I could go open up the link to here, and for some reason the window closed while I was trying to get into the room. What the? Yeah.
That's funny.
I liked the conversation you guys were having, and I wanted to come in. You guys were saying something I wanted to speak about, and then I don't remember what that is because you guys moved on, and I was just enjoying the
We were
conversation.
talking about Chinese history. We were talking about Hinduism. And then Dionysus said something.
What's his name?
Dionysus tends to do that.
Oh, his name is slipping my mind. How could I forget this guy's name? He's like the founder of India.
Oh, fuck. God damn it.
I'm Pakistani, so I'm allowed to forget his name.
Well, I guess that works, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure my...
Oh my god, what the hell?
So, something interesting that my brother's fiance was telling me, though, is she was like, I looked into Celtic paganism, and I really liked its views on women. And also Norse paganism. I was like, well, cool.
Gandhi.
And she said, but I couldn't join it because, like, I'm not white.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, what? But, you know, she just says that she feels that it's not really religion for her. It's
Does it connect to her heritage?
it's for white people. Yeah, it has no connection to her heritage whatsoever. It just has a lot of ideas that she likes.
Yeah.
You can incorporate those and just apply them to their gods. Like that's something you can do in their faith.
Well, yeah, and you know she might be up for that, but Hinduism has been so tainted in her mind. She just doesn't like. It's like her father's really religious, and her father had like certain expectations of her as a woman, and she was just like, stop. So.
That's one thing I've thought about. Like, what defines religion? Let's suppose, for example, like there's some. Like, let's say there's Christianity. Like, is it the same religion if just because they call it Christianity? Someone who's like a Southern Baptist versus like a lefty church.
A what?
Like a lefty, like a hippie church.
There's
versus-
differences in what they expect, like.
I don't think there's a concrete way you can do that. I think it's going to always be down to what you value in a religion, the kinds of things that you think are part of this. It seems pretty clear to me, for example, that Christianity, if it's a religion is called Christianity, its founding tenets have to be around Christ or Jesus. Or am I misunderstanding your question?
Yeah, I think that's not quite related. Like, let's suppose they are both founded around Jesus, but their interpretation of it is very different. So, like, for example, I'll give you an example. There's the Syrian crisis. One church will be opening arms and say, we have to help the poor, the weak, the sick, the needy, so on. Another one will say, we have to defend ourselves. And so their actions are totally different, despite using the same religion to come to their conclusions. So it's almost as if there's two different religions. By the way, sorry, we totally cut off Mina, SS Rest, excuse me.
Yeah, no, you can call me Mina, it's fine. So what was, sorry, I think I said something before, but I was trying to say that there's a difference when you come with those, like, churches on the opposite ends of the spectrum. It's a lot of what they expect of their people. I mean, there's there's churches that accept gay people, for example, and that's fine. But then there's churches that would never even, like, if they even had any kind of positive type of feeling towards that, they would, like, completely let you go, you know?
I guess what I'm saying is, like, it's almost as if, like, they're two different faiths. So in that sense, like, your religion is what you do. Every religion, everyone has their iconic sense of what that faith is that they all agree on in theory, but then their actual religion is what they do on any given day.
But the rules are what's different, I think, because even in those other churches that are very acceptant, they still have those kind of rules. I mean, they still have the same basic beliefs, but it's just more willing to be open to other kind of life.
Good point, yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
that
they do have
makes
different
sense,
beliefs too.
yeah.
Or same beliefs. That's true.
But that's true also of atheism, in my opinion. Like, you have some atheists who are also in both those categories. In my opinion, just people pick and choose, whatever, fits their own perception of the world the best. Geert Wilders, I mean, the guy is an atheist. He's not a Christian. And
Like,
he's like against Islam and whatever.
so a lot of the what are they called? Sorry, my brain's drawing a blank. Atheists, that's the word. A lot of the atheists identify like hook, line, and sink with the radical right Christians. They're completely the same. And
Your mom is completely the same.
Pardon? Yeah. And if you actually analyze like their views of the world and stuff like that, they're identical. They're just looking at it from a different angle, but they're exactly the same. So, like the new atheists, which are different than the old atheists, which are particularly violent, they were okay with these wars and whatever, and they had these kind of like a neocon view. All four of the four horsemen, pretty much, and at least three of them, I should say, and they were totally okay with it and whatever. And same with the radical right, same exact view. So, like, in a sense, like, I mean, their beliefs are different, but their actions are like completely the same. So it's almost as if like they have the same. If you were to ignore their beliefs, it's almost like, I don't know. If your religion is what informs your actions, then they have the same religion.
But Farhan, have you ever noticed, like, being among Muslims, for example, if, like, for me in Toronto out here, like, we have tons of Muslims who go out partying all the time, and like one of my good friends who's a Muslim says that he loves every single vice. Like, he'll do pretty much anything and just have fun. He gambles, he drinks, he does all this stuff, but then he still goes to mosque. So don't you find that there's like a kind of a spectrum with Islam as well?
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt.
That sounds like a Baptist, actually.
So you think that most atheists are like right-wingers?
No, I think
That's not my experience.
only a certain crop of them. They're like socially very left, but like, by the way, I'm not smearing like all atheists or just giving them like a.
I know, I'm just talking about generally.
Yeah, what I've noticed is that a lot of them are, their foreign policy in particular is 100% in alignment with the Christian right.
That's weird. I haven't spoken to a lot of interventionists when I'm talking about politics on the internet, but as far as like the atheist side of things.
There's even a book on it. It was by Chris Hedges. I forgot the name of it.
Yeah, I actually really like that guy, Chris Hedges. He makes a lot of sense. I don't know if you were agreeing with him, but
I do almost everything. He's actually taking me from a libertarian position to like more of a Bernie Sanders type position.
Wait, who did this? What?
Chris Hedges.
Christopher Hitchens?
Chris
Chris-
Hedges.
Chris Hedges? Oh.
He's got some.
I thought you were talking about Christopher Hitchens for a second. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Christopher Hitchens made him more left. That's gonna happen.
No, see,
I've heard of that kind of thing happening before. Trump makes me more left. Santorum makes me more left.
But Mina, to answer your question, yeah, that's true. We have that as well. Everyone has that. I personally also do.
Santorum doesn't make me more left. Santorum just makes me want to get a towel.
You're talking about the slang.
So, is anyone else like actually a little scared about the way the rest of the world might look at the United States if we actually were to nominate Trump for president?
I'm more worried about he actually having a chance at the presidency.
Do you really think he's scared? I mean, honestly, do you think his policies are that much scarier than Ted Cruz?
I don't think
Cruz is going to win. I'm telling you right now.
No, he's not going to win. Rubio is.
I hope it's Rubio. Rubio is one of the more sane ones.
Yeah.
Actually,
I mean, Rubio came in a very close third, so
They're all insane.
If you look at McCain came in fourth in the Iowa caucus when he was running for president, so there's plenty of time to decide yet.
they all have crazy ideas. It's just I think Rubio is going to implement the least number of them if he becomes president, or sign the least number of them into law.
I think the most radical out of all of them is probably Ted Cruz, followed closely by Trump.
I would agree with that.
No, I think the most radical out of them is Fiorina. Or Santorum. Santorum's probably the most radical.
Santorum dropped out, did he not?
Oh, he did just drop out, didn't he? So he doesn't count
I think it
anymore.
was tonight, wasn't it?
So what?
Didn't he drop out tonight, or was it last night?
Last night. He dropped out last night. Huckabee and Santorum both dropped out last night.
Yeah, hell, Huckabee won.
Pretty sure Rand Paul did too.
Both of them have won the Iowa caucus before. And so when they both got like severely defeated this time, because they were hedging their bets on Iowa. So when Iowa dropped out from under them, they were just both like, all right, well, I guess it's fucking over for us.
Is Bernie still so far ahead in New Hampshire?
Yeah,
He's 30
like 30
points ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought I heard 30 points, and it just sounds
It's
insane.
like a neighbor state though, so he's gonna have a lot more support by default.
Yeah. It's like, is Bernie going to win Vermont? Yeah.
Well, obviously.
I feel like Nadia would win Vermont.
What would happen in Vermont with me?
Because you'd just be like, I'm a communist, and then people from Vermont would vote for you.
I don't think it's quite that easy, but still.
I'm being funny.
Okay.
You're trying.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, well, what can I say? I think my kinds of ideas are perhaps not sufficiently well understood in terms of the kinds of terminology used to, I guess, serve as a heading for them. Go ahead.
You should be happy, though. I just told everyone that I went from being a libertarian-ish type person to being more right-wing. Should make you happy.
I'd rather that the position change than just a realization that a different label applies to the same thing. Go ahead.
I just think we should have Glass-Steagall back, and I think Hillary Clinton will bring it. Was one of the engineers that got rid of it.
It's a very liberal position, but I think it takes something perhaps a bit more fundamental. Go ahead.
Got nothing to add to that.
Sorry? Oh.
Got nothing to add.
Well, it takes something more fundamental than just kind of that regulation. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not a communist or nothing. I believe in the free market. I just think that there's certain things that should be regulated.
I think that distribution should be on the basis of exchange.
On the basis of what?
Exchange.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Well, but basically that the way that people have things distributed to them or otherwise contribute to things is, in effect, I guess offering one thing in exchange for another, and so, some kind of negotiation there regarding some kind of equivalency between the subjective valuations such of the things offered and the things provided. Go ahead.
I didn't. That sounds like just regular capitalism. What you just said.
Well, it's strictly speaking not capitalism per se, but there is, I think, a potential for something on the order of mutualism and such that.
That's capitalism.
Sorry?
If people are trading goods and services based on just desire to trade, that's exactly what capitalism is.
Not exactly. Generally, capitalism involves things like, I guess, recompense by dint of ownership rights.
That's exactly what you said. Trading implies ownership. Ownership is part of capitalism.
No, it's not that it implies ownership. It's that the income, etc., is accumulated just by the fact someone owns something, right? So
Is based on what? I'm sorry.
the fact that someone owns something, right? So
I can't. I'm sorry. I didn't understand what you just said.
By the fact someone owns something. So, for instance, they'll have so many shares of stock, and those shares of stock will each pay a dividend, right?
Right. So in other words, this is one thing I think a lot of people don't quite get. Like, I'm not saying you don't. That came off rude. But like, when somebody does work and they get money for that work, that money in itself is almost like a reserve of the work that they did. And so that money represents the work that they did. And so when they make money, when they buy a stock, they've purchased something with the work that they did, and now they're using that work to direct it in a certain place, and they're getting more and more money on a passive basis. And I have no problem with that. I think that's great.
Yeah, the passive basis is, I think, incompatible with some kinds of variations of these exchange-based systems of distribution.
Okay, then I would disagree with that. Yeah, definitely. I would disagree with. I think there's nothing wrong with passive income. I think it's great actually, because if you think about it, like if you have right now, like some people are just sitting around doing nothing, right? So they could, in theory, turn their work take their free time and turn it into work, and then get money, which would be like a reserve of that labor that they just did. And if they want to direct it in the most efficient possible way, that money, they can go direct it in a very efficient way. Like, so investing in the stock market, for example, and picking the best options of stocks or whatever. And
what do you mean by efficiency?
What makes them the most returns, most money back?
That's an interesting concept of that. Sorry, go ahead.
Otherwise, people just will choose not to work, and then they won't get that money that they'll invest in the stock market. If there's no such thing as passive income, then they will choose not to do work that can in the future help them passively. So I do agree with capitalism. I just think it should be regulated.
Yeah, there's some ideas about passive income that are a little bit interesting there, but I've seen similar positions before. There are ones I don't hold.
I'll tell you, Nadia, I remember distinctly where I was, what class I was taking. I was taking industrial organizations. The moment that my very socialist views broke, it was when we were learning about like how math you can like determine like the number of companies of a certain product that'll actually be in the market.
Can you tell more about that while I run off and do some things?
You want me to say it
I
right
can
now?
hear over my headset.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So, like, the idea is that, let's suppose, um, uh, it's hard for me to draw this curve, but there's a curve or a graph that you can draw where when you have a company that produces like a good or service, usually really a good, let's talk about goods right now. Of course, this is very simplistic, but if it produces a certain number of like mousetraps, as it makes more and more mousetraps, the price will actually get cheaper and cheaper because they'll get more efficient at it, or their economies of scale will help them out. But then it gets to a point where when they make more and more, it actually the price starts to go up and up. And so they'll produce goods and services up to a point where the product is the absolute cheapest. And I forgot the name of this. It has a term. But
Thank God, for a second, a minute ago you said good or service. I thought you, for a second, you said good or service.
goods or services.
I know, I realize that. I thought you said for a second good.
That's pretty funny.
I was like,
Like
what?
good
Farhan's not an idiot. Like, oh, good or service.
Okay, sorry, I misspoke. No, I'm an idiot.
No, you didn't. I misheard you.
But think of it like this. Think of like the letter U, that graph. Like the graph is the shape of a U. Like things get cheaper and cheaper up to a point, and then they start to get more and more expensive. And so a company will produce goods up to that lowest point at the U. And let's suppose that's 1,000 of a unit, just to make the number simple. And there's 5,000 units that are demanded by the market at that price. Therefore, there will be 5 companies in the market. Because 5 of them can produce, there won't be 4, because if there were 4 and there's 5,000 demanded, then those companies are going to go up above their maximum price, I guess, and then another 5th company will jump in and say, I can do it better. And that was the actual concept that made my like really left-wing views break. And I was like, okay, well, I can see how the market makes sense. There was that, and then there was also the idea of dead weight, which is like how inefficiencies can be created in the government. I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
Your mom's rambling.
No one else is talking, so that's what happens.
Well,
So you said you believe in a free market? I thought, how regulated would this market be?
he doesn't believe in a free market. He believes in a
Yeah,
flea
I know.
market.
He believes in a free-ish market, is what I said in chat.
It's a flea market.
Flea market, yeah.
He believes in a flea market.
I think you should do whatever the hell you want to do with maybe some financial regulations and some like worker safety stuff and that sort of stuff, and then beyond that, the government should get the hell out of the market. I think the government should not be all that spendy. I think monetary policy should be near to zero.
Damn, you're worse than I am.
How so?
Well, I mean, I think capitalism is really nice and everything, but I think there should be much heavier regulation than you're saying.
Yeah, I think there should be like things that ensure competition and not like alliances between these companies to screw people over. And
Yeah.
I think there needs to be serious protection of workers' rights,
agree.
workers' safety.
I agree.
Well, I mean, this is all stuff where government gets in the way of everything.
Oh no, I agree with that. I agree with all of that. I think if there's factories where people are getting their hands cut off, I think there should be protection for them.
there should be anti-price gouging laws.
There
So
should be environmental agencies that keep an eye on things
that
that
too.
that also have the power to expand regulation. Like that's something there should be an organization, an environmental organization that has the ability to arbitrate regulation rather than
Politicians.
enforcing it, like purely enforcing it. There needs to be something that needs to be informed by science.
That you're getting into specifics that I can't comment on, but if you talk about, for example, just generally speaking, that there should be environmental regulation, I would agree with you.
I think that the EPA should have way more power than it does, but it doesn't. So, it's popular among the Republicans to say, "Let's get rid of the EPA. It's worthless." I'm like,
Power
no, terrible plan. Stop.
I have a book called A Legal Analysis of Economics or something like that. It's right there, actually. I see it. Economic Analysis of Law. And it talks about like situations. I remember this very distinctly in class. We were talking about this one particular scenario, and in the end of it, we were trying to like it was like shocking to like everyone in the class that this situation is efficient in a way, like it produces the maximum output, yet it was like clearly an injustice. And someone joked in class, was like, "Oh, okay, so this is just an injustice. Okay, well, as long as we get that understood, that this is wrong, but we're going with it because we're crazy economists." So like that kind of stuff, I don't think should be allowed. And I think the market will, even if it's efficient, should still be regulated.
Sure. That isn't a very free market, to be honest.
I mean, there's still rules. Like,
Yeah. When someone on the far right, like a far right libertarian, says that they believe in the free market, it's something very different than what we were discussing here.
okay, well,
That's
maybe
my
it's just
only
a
point.
question of terminology.
Yeah.
But I think it's undeniable that markets have taken more people out of poverty than like anything else in the world.
I wouldn't dispute that.
Really?
Why would I?
Would you say it's the government?
No.
So
I
who
think
has taken?
incentive structures that ensure people do a lot of work and get something out of it is what, ensures people like make it. I think
Isn't
incentive
that
structures are at the like core of a lot of the issues surrounding a lot of things like uh,
that sounds like capitalism to me?
yeah,
Incentive structures.
yeah, yeah. Incentive structures are great, except if they're backwards. Within like one example would be healthcare. The incentive structure is to deny people care as much as you can if you're a health insurance company, because that gets more profit and more money for your company. So the
Oh
incentive structure
yeah,
is
yeah.
backwards there, right?
Perverse incentives.
Yeah. So we need the incentive structure to be the correct direction, basically,
Yeah.
and then
So those
have
types of things, I think there's
capitalism works.
certain. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I think there's certain things like healthcare, which like okay, let's say I have a pencil on my desk. Not everyone needs a pencil, so it's almost okay if people don't have pencils. Some people like okay, no big deal. Someone doesn't have a pencil, or I have freaking creatine on my desk. Who cares if not everyone has creatine? So the market will decide who gets it, who doesn't, and some people just won't. And I don't. I mean, I would prefer that everyone has it, but it's okay. With something like healthcare, I think we need to like combat the market
I
because
think we should
people.
nationalize healthcare, to be entirely honest, and make it government controlled. Rid the country of these private health insurance corporations. They don't add anything to the system. They have perverse incentives, as you said.
Hmm. I work with a lot of people who work on healthcare policy, but I don't really have views on it.
A number that I heard recently that I didn't know is that 2/3 of all bankruptcies are due to health expenses in the U.S.
Wow, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's a staggering number.
What do you think about the military? Do you think we should cut military spending?
I think we should have a strong military, but yeah, I think at this point it's bloated.
That our military, a lot of it is just like wasted money.
Yeah, it's waste, abuse. We shouldn't be building base $100 million, $200 million bases that we're not going to use in Afghanistan or something. You know, that's just an example. If we cut the waste and abuse, I mean, that's a lot of money saved already.
You guys just hate the troops. Just be honest.
Yeah, I hate the troops, right? I mean, anti-war is pro-military, in my opinion.
Oh my God, I had to think about that for a second. Yes, I agree with that 110%.
I mean, it's not pro-military to put troops on
People
the
will
ground in
die.
Syria where no one likes us. We're bombing both sides of the conflict already.
We are bombing both sides, really?
Yeah, I mean, it's the rebels, which is basically ISIS and al-Nusra, versus the Assad regime, and we're bombing them both. I mean,
Nusra is not ISIS. They fight each other, don't they?
who? Al-Nusra is the Al-Qaeda affiliate in the region,
But they fight
and
against ISIS, don't
they do fight each other, but there are like alliances here and there where they
Hmm.
don't fight each other and they just fight Assad. It's pretty complicated, but ISIS is a bit too extreme for Al-Qaeda.
That's almost funny.
It is. It's a little bit humorous. But the non-ISIS rebels, the FSA, there's like 11 of them, 11 human beings that are non-ISIS in the Syrian conflict. Honestly, it's not I don't like either sides of the conflict, and even bombing them at the moment, I don't know. Unless they attack America, and we can fight them in self-defense, but it's not our problem at the moment.
Yeah.
We need an international effort, and not
I
just
think
America.
I think
Which-
it should be like the Muslim countries locally need to unify and do something
Yeah.
about it.
Jordan can do some shit. They're doing plenty.
But
Even let
there's a
Iran get in on that, right? They'd be happy to do it.
Free Syrian, a Jaysh al-Suri al-Hur.
I would dispute that. Well, a system of distribution can itself lift people out of poverty. I mean, okay. Assume that there are like more people who, I don't know, have some kind of, I don't know, baseline level of resources, whatever. Well, is it the distribution per se that did so, or something else? I mean, ultimately, what ends up happening is that grand total balance sheet of the resources being committed to the well-being of the various people, either, well, it basically has numerical trichotomy and such, right? And also like to welcome incorporated, and so it's either greater than, less than, or equal to, right? So if it were made to say that the system of distribution itself does so, would hold that with the grand total of resources available to devote to the well-being of various people, right, held constant, that the system of distribution itself would uplift people out of poverty, right? Well, hang on. Do you see the problem, right?
I had a lot of trouble understanding you there.
Is it my audio or?
No, it's
You're muttering.
weak.
It's a
Okay.
combination. Like you're just muttering and being and difficult to understand right now. That's all it is.
Okay. There are two aspects of, I guess, status of people in poverty, right? So one is, given some particular pool of resources held fixed, right? How that is distributed.
So what did you say there? Helifix?
second-
Given
sorry?
some particular pool of resources, helifix?
Held fixed.
Oh, held fixed. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, then how is that? Constant sum of grand total of resources, distributed and committed and all that. The other is, of course, well, how many grand total resources are there to be invested in various people's well-being and all that, right? I would maintain that the larger factor in terms of uplifting people from poverty is the capture increase of the grand total quantity of available resources. Available in some particular sense. I mean, clearly, like what is it? Say our energy resources, petroleum, whatever, and iron, and whatever else we dig out of the ground. That's kind of always been there in some way. But on the other hand, of course, whatever kind of know-how and so on goes to extraction and so on. So once this is extracted, deployed, and put to useful work, it's in the sense that I'm discussing the resources. It's once it's available in that sense, right? So I would.
So something like gas, for example, has almost no value. I do think there's a limited number of resources, obviously, on planet Earth. I mean, the sun's obviously regenerating it every day, but there's a limited number of resources. But like something like gas, for example, had no value until people figured out that it had a value. So it's not like we know what everything is and we can assign it a value. And then that value itself is really ultimately based on demand of that thing, not like it just being in its mere existence. So like if there's like a tree bark, right, which I see it and I throw it away, but it could be that in the future we discover something crazy about tree bark, and then the value goes up, and the value is based on the demand of that thing. That's the only way you can really measure it. Otherwise, it's either A, impossible to measure, or B, has no value.
I would dispute that your kind of one-dimensional.
It is one-dimensional.
At the very least, kind of notion of value is actually proper and appropriate and such, right?
How else would you define value then?
I would say that value as such is not an entirely well-conceived idea.
See, I have an issue with that, because I mean, how long have we known about the concept of value? For thousands of years, and it's pretty clear that things are based on what people want for them. Like, value is a subjective thing, so it has to be based on what people ask for it. Something might be valuable to me and not valuable to you, so it's based on what I'm willing to give up to get that thing.
There is a matter of like the extent to which I guess quote, desire to obtain some kind of resources and such is going to motivate some kind of action. What degree of action compels people to. But on the other hand, the trick that ends up getting played out here is substitutability and such, right?
Substitutability?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that can reduce the value of something. It can, certainly. Like, cubic zirconia probably reduce the value of diamonds to some degree.
No, it's the other way around, right? They can't really substitute for each other.
I mean, that was a bad example, but certain things, yeah, it's like if you have like an apple and then there's a banana, and apples might be really valuable, and then bananas get introduced into the market and they're not really good examples, but they're related enough. It's just an example. Yeah, one will substitute. It's called like a superior good. So like a motorcycle can substitute for a car, but it will reduce the price of cars.
No,
but,
well, let's see. Kind of opposite direction. Well, you're describing cases where substitutions can occur. My counterclaim is that it's not in all situations that substitutions can be made that way.
Right. What I said was just another factor, but ultimately it comes down to the demand that people have for it. Use the example
What is demand? What is demand?
The total number of people wanting that thing compared to the total availability of that thing. I'll give you an off-the-wall example. What is the value of a diamond?
I'm
It's a rock.
familiar. I minored in economics, right? So.
I mean, yeah, that was my major. But what I'm saying is like a rock. It's a rock. It's a pebble. Who the hell wants a pebble? But when you tell it it's a diamond, well, now this rock has value. But it has no intrinsic value. It's just a rock.
It's what someone's willing and able to pay, right? I mean, an aggregate demand is, of course,
Exactly.
that's summed across all the members of the population, right? So, I mean, the
Well, that's not the only theory of what determines the value of diamonds.
yeah.
I mean, there's also like De Beers and they're limiting the production of it. But all that's doing is tinkering with the idea of supply and demand. But supply and demand still exists.
But the point is that what the proponent of a labor theory of value will say is that when supply and demand are at equilibrium, they can't actually explain the price.
Supply and demand being in equilibrium does differ from the price.
Well, my counterclaim is just against institution altogether, right? And you know, it's what is it? Economic price calculation problem, or it comes up in one case, but there's generally just it's not even a perfect substitution. I mean, it's just total failure of substitutability, right? I mean, someone throws a I don't know, it buries you in who knows how many tons of diamonds, and well, water, not a drop of water to drink.
Right.
You can't substitute diamonds for water. You need water to drink to stay alive. Right?
And then so for you as an individual, the value of water exceeds, in that situation, will destroy the value of diamonds.
I mean, the whole thing just doesn't work. I mean, you don't get water from diamonds.
I know. What I'm saying, though, is that you would then at that moment demand water more than you would demand diamonds. And your value of diamonds will go to zero, and your value of water will go to
But that won't explain what the prices are at equilibrium.
No, it does. Equilibrium is determined by the supply and demand.
No, the point is that if supply and demand are at equilibrium, they cancel each other out. And so you need to appeal to another factor to explain what the value is at equilibrium.
I don't know what you mean by they cancel each other out. When supply and demand are equal, the quantity supplied equals the quantity demanded, and that is equilibrium. And so there's no conflict, and so that price is the price.
You're not understanding, right?
Maybe I'm
so what economists noticed, right, in the 18th century, for example, was that supply and demand seemed to oscillate around a basic axis of prices that endured over time, right? And so the idea was that when supply and demand are at equilibrium, right, the price will be equivalent to that axis of prices, which was called the natural price, or later was called the equilibrium price.
Okay.
And so the idea was that something other than supply and demand would have to explain what the equilibrium price was, because supply and demand would be canceling each other out. And that's why the labor theory of value was developed by Adam Smith, right? It was precisely in order to answer that question, what actually determines the equilibrium price, since it appears that supply and demand act on the equilibrium price by pushing the market price above or below the equilibrium price. Right? The supply and demand only explain deviations from equilibrium. Question is, what explains equilibrium?
I still think I still think that equilibrium is determined by supply and demand.
Well, I don't see how, but even if it were the case, in order for you to disprove the labor theory of value, you'd have to do more than beg the question against it, right? You'd have to actually show that it was a better scientific theory than labor theory of value is. And I don't think you're going to be able to do that. I don't think any economist is going to be able to do that.
I don't have like an experiment on ready for this, but like in small scale experiments, I've seen conditions where people say I value this at this amount, and that determines the supply, and then I'm willing to pay this much. I've seen it like in a group of like
But
100.
that doesn't contradict the idea that what determines the equilibrium price is going to be average quantities of unskilled labor time. That's just to say that you can increase the price, right, in conditions in which there's high demand and low supply, right? That wouldn't be an argument against the labor theory of value, since the labor theory of value acknowledges that supply and demand cause deviations from the equilibrium price to the market price.
But they also cause, supply and demand also cause the equilibrium price.
Well, I don't see how.
Because
But even if it did, you'd still need to show, right? Even if you could offer an explanation of equilibrium prices that subjective value theorists could provide, and I don't know of one, right? Even if you could provide one, that wouldn't be enough to show that it was a better theory than the labor theory of value.
I'm really confused what you mean by they cancel each other out and therefore they don't explain the equilibrium price. Like literally, they canceling each other out is the equilibrium price.
When you have an equilibrium price, right, you can increase the supply and cause the market price to fall below equilibrium, right?
Right.
Similarly, you can increase the demand, right, while holding the supply constant, and you can cause the market price to rise above the equilibrium price.
Right.
Right. So the point is that supply and demand act as opposite forces on a basic axis of values. Right.
Right.
And so the problem for Adam Smith and for subsequent theorists was when supply and demand are at equilibrium, right, they cancel each other out. So they don't actually explain what the basic axis of prices are.
Wait, I feel like I'm not trying to be difficult, but I feel like you said that several times, and I keep on asking the same question. What do you mean by they cancel each other out? When they meet each other?
Equal, yeah, they're equal to each other. So supply is equal to demand, right?
Right, and that determines.
Well, aren't we talking about a graph? I mean,
we're talking about a graph, and so the point is, if you look
so if they cancel each
commodity-
other out, is the what is if they cancel each other out, then is the equal is the price basically at zero?
No, the price is at some value which supply and demand can't explain, because supply and demand cancel each other out. So
that doesn't make any sense.
If it cancels each other out, is there still a value being attributed to the product?
Yes.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Wait, hold on. I really got to say something. There's no such thing as they cancel each other out. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you're in disagreement with the entire history of economics when you say that.
May I show something? This is kind of like that very common supply and demand graph. And what they're saying is that this is demand here, and so obviously as something, and this is the price axis, and this is the quantity. So obviously, as the price increases, people demand less, and as the price decreases, people demand more. Right? That's kind of an obvious thing, and vice versa for supply. When they quote unquote cancel each other out, is this point here, and we have a fixed price and a fixed quantity. And so I don't know what you mean by when you say they cancel each other out. I literally have no idea what that means, other than to say that that's the point where they meet each other.
Well, again, right? If you want
they're not
to
equal and opposite forces.
You grant that supply can be equal to demand, right?
Yeah, and that's this point.
Now, when supply decreases, that explains why the price goes up, right? And when supply increases, that explains why the price goes down.
Right.
Right. When demand increases, that explains why the price goes up. When demand decreases, that explains why the price goes down.
Right.
The problem is that when supply and demand are equal to each other, something else other than supply and demand have to be appealed to explain what that basic level of prices is, which is known as the equilibrium price. And it was precisely this problem that
Things, right?
caused Adam Smith to formulate the labor theory of value, right, which was the dominant theory of value throughout the 19th century until 1870, right? So it's clearly the case that in the history of economics that it's widely recognized that there's a problem for subjective value theories, right, in that supply and demand can't actually, at least ostensibly, at prima facie, that is to say, explain what determines equilibrium prices, right? And labor theory of value is an attempt to do precisely just that, which is to say that what determines the equilibrium price, which is to say the price of the good when supply and demand are at equilibrium, is going to be determined by quantities of labor time, the labor time that it takes to reproduce the good, right?
So the cost, in other words, the cost of the good.
Well, it's not. Well, the cost is ultimately divisible entirely into quantities of labor time. So it's going to be measured in hours, right?
So you're
and
saying
hours
that-
of average unskilled labor.
But you could also include other factors as well, right?
Like for example, the cost
Not
of iron.
not
for
according to
example.
the labor theory of value.
Well, are we talking about like a consumer product?
Yes.
Like so, let's say a car, right? A
There was
car
more
takes some time for people to.
The material cost of like excluding labor cost, there would be a material cost, and you could add that into your.
Materials are determined by the quantity of labor time that it takes to reproduce them. So ultimately, you can decompose all factors of production, right, into quantities of labor time, according to the labor theory of value.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying if we make a car, well, that car requires goods, but then to extract or like metal, for example, but to extract that metal requires labor.
That's
okay,
right.
and then ultimately it breaks down to the amount of time that people are giving to get this good of their life they're spending. Okay, all right. I didn't mean. By the way, I did not mean to be difficult earlier.
That's all right. I didn't think you were being difficult.
Yeah.
So that is an alternative theory, right? That's an alternative explanation of the nature of market prices than subjective value theories propose, right? They want to say that subjective valuations provide a condition. Labor theorists of value want to say that subjective valuations provide a condition for the possibility of something's having a value. If nobody at all wanted the good, it wouldn't have any value at all, right? But that doesn't actually tell you what the value is going to be, right? The value is going to be determined by quantities of labor time, right? But that will only be equivalent to the equilibrium price. When you take the good to market, there are going to be other forces like that supply and demand that are going to cause deviations from the equilibrium price, right? So that's an alternative explanation for value than the one that you were proposing.
I don't think that's really any different than what I was saying. I think that's just digging a little deeper. I would still, by the way, also say
that's not the way that proponents of the subjective value theory of value understand their own view, right? They say that in fact labor is just one factor of production, right? And there are other factors of production, such as contribution of land and the contribution of capital, right?
Well, take a truly
which all figure into the price of the good. And that's precisely what the labor theorist of value denies. They deny that land or capital contribute to value. They want to say that all value is decomposable into quantities of labor time.
But
so they're actually opposed theories.
Here's my issue with that. I think I would say that what you're saying makes a lot of sense up to a point. And the point that I would distinguish is saying like there's not an infinite amount of land. There's not an infinite amount of like metal, for example. And so at some point, metal becomes a limiting factor, in which case the price of it goes up.
But that isn't in contradiction to the theory. The theory acknowledges that there are other forces besides supply and demand that can cause deviations of market price from equilibrium price. One of those factors is going to be things like monopoly elements, right? So if you have a patent or a copyright, right, or a trademark, or you have certain types of goods where there isn't free access to equal ranges of productivity of labor, right? Because there's going to be land that's highly productive versus land that's not highly productive. And same is going to be true in the case of precious metals, for example. You're going to have places where you can cheaply extract an ore and places where it's going to be very expensive, which is to say requiring a lot more labor to extract an ore. So all those kinds of differentials are going to involve deviations from the value, right? But the point is, what the labor theorist of value wants to say is that under conditions where those forces are not actually operative, which is to say conditions of equilibrium, right, those forces will not actually explain the price at equilibrium. And that has to be explained in terms of quantities of average unskilled labor time. So they're two opposed theories as to what the nature of value is, what actually determines what value is, right? And that is a question that has to be, well, unless you can, I mean, there might be logical objections. In fact, there are some logical objections against subjective theories of value, but then if you were to get around the logical objections, it would then become an empirical question, right? Which theory actually better explains capitalist, the way capitalist economies function?
I could say one thing to that. From my reading of the labor theory of value, is basically that graph that I earlier presented, supply and demand. It's not more, instead of having it be like a widget, like a mousetrap, as I always say, or a car, it's labor. So the price, the thing we're talking about is labor.
Well, that's not how the labor theory of value explains the, you're talking about the price of labor, which is to say the wage? Did you say yes?
And yeah, and
well,
the
labor
wage is the
theorist
value.
of value doesn't think that the value of goods is explained in terms of the wage. It's explained in terms of quantities of labor time. Right? So they want to say that the wage is determined the same way other commodities are determined, which is to say the quantity of labor time that it takes to reproduce that commodity, which in this case is labor power, right, will determine the value, which is to say the equilibrium price of that good. And so it's going to be measured in terms of quantities of labor time rather than measured in terms of the wage. So again, you're dealing with two different theories there.
Yeah, I don't know if I accept that.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying you should accept it. I'm saying that you can't dismiss the view by merely begging the question against it. So you'd need to have an argument to show that an alternative theory was a better theory of the economy than the labor theory of value. That's all that I'm saying.
Fair enough, yeah.
Are you making a historical argument, or are you saying it is the best theory to explain capitalism as we see it in the present day?
I think it's a theory that explains all economies that are capitalist. So that includes economies of the past and economies of the present and capitalist economies of the future.
There's clearly more that goes into the decision-making process when you're a business owner than just what you are describing here.
Well, I'm not describing what I'm not describe. The theory doesn't describe what I'm just talking about with respect to the theory isn't a description of what is going on in the mind or in the practice of a business owner, right? It's explaining what determines the equilibrium price of the good in the market. So it doesn't matter what business owners do, right? It's just saying that this is what is going to be, it is going to be this factor, right, which determines what the equilibrium price is, regardless of what business owners do.
Well, markets are not markets aren't a pure science, are they? I mean,
Well,
they're
like any
impacting.
science, the labor theory of value, in order for it to meet the test of being a science, it has to do things like make predictions which are testable, right, and which are not ad hoc, and which are empirically confirmed for it to be considered a good theory.
So what inspires you to speak of this theory? I know you've spoken about it in the past a couple times. Do you feel that it's a better explained theory than what we have right now?
I don't think there's any question about that.
Fair enough. I have to look into it. I don't know much about it, I'll be honest.
That's fine. I just wanted to let you know that
something is out
there
there.
was an alternative.
There's an alternative
on the table.
I really will watch videos and think about it and compare it to my own understanding.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll try to be open-minded.
Were you referring to the minimum efficient scale in your notion of where you end up getting more firms instead of firms that produce more or whatever?
I don't remember the terminology, but that sounds about right.
Long run average cost.
That's right. Yeah, there we go. Minimum efficient scale. I haven't studied microeconomics in a billion years, so I don't know the details.
Wow, it's something of a attempt to predict market structure, which is not entirely micro, but still.
It's both is micro and macro.
Well, I think it's more of a kind of gray area in between. Sorry, go ahead.
I would say it's more micro.
Yeah, you could, but yeah.
I enjoyed macro a lot more. I had a lot more fun with it. Everyone else is the opposite.
I was basically the whole exposure to it was a byproduct of basically trying to get prerequisites for game theory, so I didn't do a whole lot of macro.
Mina, rather, you're also studied economics in undergrad or whatever?
Yeah, I did, and I had a really, really good professor. I mean, I liked both. I liked microeconomics because there was a lot of math, but I loved macroeconomics. I was better at it.
Be nice, Mina.
Yeah.
Be quiet, Jack. No, I'm kidding, Jack. You've been actually very civil, so I have to appreciate that.
I probably would have gotten into it more if they had gone more into phrasing in terms of stochastic processes and so and such.
What was your undergrad degree in? You said you did your undergrad in. Was it in micro or macro or economics? Sorry, I'm getting really tired. I'm stuttering.
Are you asking Nadia or?
Yourself.
Oh, no, I actually started with business, but it was accounting. But we had to actually do all of the economics courses and a bunch of commerce and there was just all sorts of courses. But then I ended up switching to English, so I kind of went in a whole other direction. But I think out of all the business courses, I like macroeconomics the most.
Why did you switch to English?
Because it was more for me, I figured if I'm gonna go through this program and as much as it costing, I better, do something that I'm actually interested in, and I really liked literature, so to me it seemed like a luxury to study it and actually earn a degree for it.
You work in it?
Yeah, I do actually. I get to use that as, because I'm an editor, and it's it's something that always comes back to me. But it's so behind me at this point because I kind of I don't really have the same mind that I did when I was in university in some ways, but I feel that it was definitely a valuable program.
As long as you got something out of it, as long as you enjoyed it and you came out with something.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, like when I first switched to it, one of my English professors said to me that, once you switch to English, your earning capacity is going to diminish by over 70%, something like that. And I was like, you know what, I don't even care because I just want to study something that I enjoy. So I definitely got something out of it. But
It flat out told you that.
yeah, he did, and he was so cynical, and I think that's probably because that's how a lot of the people that work, like especially professors, they know that basically besides their earnings as professors, they're not really doing much else. It's very hard to be employed with that degree.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not employed right now, but I can tell you, if I had gone to college though, and I had like a degree in business instead of one in science, I think that I would felt so disappointed in myself. Like I would felt like ashamed that I wasted like 4 or 5 years learning how to make money, versus that period where you're trying to find yourself, either through literature or through the sciences and the arts, right? So I don't think it's a waste at all. Even when people say that you need to go there because you need to make a living, I think it's perfectly go there to get away and spend 5 or 6 years to find yourself. So I think that's valuable.
Isn't that something we should be doing all the time?
No, but you don't ever have that type. You don't ever have that type of concentration, especially at that age period. Because your neurons are really firing at that age. You're really excited, and so it's an important time for you to meet friends, and also to do very intense self exploration.
So I'm saying, like, would you think that people should be doing that kind of self exploration all the time?
Oh, I'm sorry. You said shouldn't they be doing that all the time?
Yeah.
No, I mean I'm not working because of that. Right now, I'm working because I'm on Social Security, which is no fault of my own. But and I want to go back to work, and I will as soon as I can. But
what I'm saying is, like in terms of self exploration, isn't that a constant life thing that never ends?
it is. But I agree with what Esra said. It's a luxury, and if you have the opportunity to, then you should. I would love to be able to give that to my kids if I had kids. But yeah, it is. It doesn't stop, but it's never that intense and that focused.
Yeah, it certainly seems very concentrated, like in your early 20s and your college years.
It's intense in those years.
Yeah, I can see that. That's true. And then you get a little more stubborn in your views and a little more arrogant.
Yeah, but I think you also, I mean, if you're going to treat it as a lifelong endeavor, I think you have to kind of shed your stubbornness, and perhaps even shed a bit of your idealism, get rid of your naivety.
Makes sense.
And then, and for some, that's like a real struggle, or for others, it's a little more natural.
Yeah, like right now for me, I'm really cynical, and that's like becoming a bigger problem because I'm kind of to the point where I'm like, what's the point in learning this? Like what's the? I already think that I've learned everything I need to know about what's important. So now it's just kind of whatever I'm interested in, I'll go and learn. So right now I'm actually interested in letters, like how the alphabet came about. So whereas like when I was in college, I was more interested in philosophy.
I've already told you that I think philosophy is useless and should be abandoned.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you completely. But there was one philosopher that I'm glad I read.
Within what field does that, I guess, position fall?
I'm sorry?
Within what field does that position fall?
My own personal.
Well, Is it biology or physics or?
Wait, I'm sorry. This isn't a discipline. It's just I just don't think philosophy is really worth
Yeah,
studying.
but well, that position would belong to some kind of exercise or practice of what discipline? Then?
And none of the above.
I'm not so sure.
I think the answer.
Aaron Ra, I believe, has said that he finds philosophy kind of useless. And I guess he would rather focus on other pursuits, namely biology and hard sciences.
Good for him, I guess. I mean, he has an opinion.
It seems, yeah, it seems as though it's working out very well for him.
Well, he doesn't have to.
What is taxonomy, right?
Well, I know that he could tell you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think we have to go that far. Right? I mean, it's kind of laying out system categories, etc. of what is, right?
Yeah, pretty much, and I guess relations
there's,
as well.
Well, there's something else out there that's well, very strongly related, right? And in fact, within computer science, even discussed explicitly in that term, it's called ontology. It's a branch of metaphysics, and of course ethical or whatever position that philosophy is useless is, well, going back to some kind of ethics and whatever it is, right? Possibly also a theory of knowledge or epistemology too. I mean, if it doesn't actually get you any kind of new knowledge, information, whatever it is you esteem it, then that's an epistemological conclusion, right?
I've never seen anyone come out of philosophy either A, learning anything, and by that I mean like a new fact, or B, coming out a better person.
I've seen philosophy majors become rather expert computer programmers.
But that's computer programming though. That might help your brain, but like develop your brain, but that's not like you can learn computer programming.
Good, in my opinion.
Pardon?
I think we also need to realize that there is a Western school and an Eastern school.
Why do you think
could have more personal value to people?
What I'm saying is, you're not learning a fact. Like you're literally learning nothing. Like you're learning like figures and tropes and forms and whatever, and it's like this has nothing to do with reality.
Well,
the figures and tropes and forms are, in no small respects, models for, well, creating models of the world, right? In the case of something like simulations and various kinds of analyses of things going on in the world that are captured from whatever source, you actually do have.
I don't even agree with that.
Quite a bit of use for that thought process, and
yeah,
they actually deployed it to quite some effect.
Yeah, I don't even agree with that. I don't even think it helps you gives you like a framework for stuff. I don't know. I mean, it's like an arbitrary framework.
I think a lot of it. I think you're right that it's not the kind of thing where you're learning facts, but I think in a sense, you are learning how to think and how to think in a better way. Like in the very basic example of that is, if you take a Logic 101 class and you really get into it, you are going to come out of that knowing, how to think a little more, smoothly.
So logic and philosophy to me are, I mean, maybe it's my own personal terminology, but logic is very useful. Logic is extremely useful, but philosophy, I don't think so. Like I've read like for example, I read this thing on Descartes' taught philosophy, and he's like, what is the definition of a part, and what is the definition of a whole, or some crap like this. I'm like, this is completely like you're just making up nonsense to sound smart. Like
Yeah,
something isn't. I'm sorry.
I said I understand what you're saying. How it's like it's kind of making up stuff.
I'll say, let me defend philosophy for a second. I haven't read Descartes, but not every book that you read by every great philosopher you're going to come away feeling that way. Like there are really good philosophers that you will read and you'll feel like you really learned something. It's not. I think you probably just had a bad experience with one
So what did you
philosopher.
learn? What did you learn? Like, what did you come about that you did not know before?
I mean, I can't really. I'm really don't have the ability right now to communicate it with you. But I can. I didn't get a degree in philosophy, by the way.
Okay,
But
so
I did use that spare time to study philosophy.
So did anybody in this room who studied philosophy come out of it with new knowledge of something?
I did, but I don't want to talk about
kind
it.
of did, yeah. I mean, I took feminist thought, and I kind of had this moment where I realized that I was not. I'm not going to really explain this very well, but I never thought about body politics the same way, and 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 so and like in the example is if I were to swallow a condom full of heroin, and the state had an interest in getting that from me, would they have a right to basically like cut me open, and like and try to get it and stuff, and like I never thought about like bodily autonomy in that way before taking that class. Like, I mean, and that's a very basic and kind of simple example. But yeah, I mean, like I think there are branches of a philosophy that have like to do with politics and have like to do with things that are a little more grounded than like ontology and epistemology. And like you can actually come away having a different approach and being changed by the experience.
What you just described, I don't really see as philosophy.
No, I can do this. I can handle this one. So I have a metaphysical system which I needed to have. I think all men have a need for, or women as well, I guess, have a need for metaphysics. And you have your metaphysics, Farhan. You have the Quran. Well, I don't have that, but I have a metaphysics that allows me to be atheistic or agnostic, right? But that metaphysics was still very important to me.
So like, okay, so here's what I would say. I would say, let's suppose I believe there's an apple in front of me. I can believe that there's an apple in front of me and not have a developed metaphysics. Would you agree
Yeah,
with that?
I'm telling you, I have a developed metaphysics. So.
I know, but I'm saying someone could believe that there's an apple in front of them and not have a developed metaphysics. Would you agree with that? Like some farmer, for example, who has no knowledge of what the hell philosophy even is, doesn't even know the word.
I know, I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm not disagreeing with that statement. What I'm trying to say is that just me personally, I had this like nagging feeling it's like almost like something was pressing on my back or my shoulders. Like, I needed to find this out, right? So I was looking for something, and I needed a system because religion wasn't working anymore. So and then this new philosophy that came, it took the place.
Okay. Well, if it works for you, I can't argue with it.
I mean, it was something that I can't. It's not something I can. It's not something that has cash value, right? It's not something I can cash in for money, but it has emotional value.
Okay. If then I'll grant you that. That's fair.
Are you saying that the only thing that's valuable as far as knowledge goes is things that we can use? Or
Yeah, in some
understanding?
way, yeah. I would say that, yeah. I would actually, if I could go back to that, what you just said earlier, I would say that even with metaphysics, there's no such thing as an object. I don't believe there's any such thing as an objective metaphysics. It's just whatever the hell you choose to believe. So even then, like it will not conclude with anything objective. It'll just conclude with like presenting you with the different options. Pick whichever one appeals best to you.
Well, no, I'm saying like it's my metaphysics is just as valid as your metaphysics in the Quran.
True.
So,
True. I'll give you that.
and what you get from that, what you get from the Quran is the same thing I get from my metaphysical system. I just needed one because the Quran wasn't working, nor was Christianity.
So it's arbitrary. So basically, like your atheism is like arbitrary then.
No, it's not arbitrary. The metaphysics system. I truly believe. I truly believe it.
The metaphysics is arbitrary behind it. Like you choose it only because it feels better to you, but it's not necessarily that you believe it's ultimately true.
No, I believe that. I believe that it. That I understand that it's very possible, and I'm sure you would have to admit this as well, that it's very possible that my metaphysical system is just an ad hoc explanation.
Yeah, that's true. I accept that as well. Yeah.
Okay, but from my observations of the way I see the world and what I feel emotionally, it works out. So it was the best choice out of all the choices that I had. So maybe it's like a biological predisposition to pick one rather than the other.
So my metaphysics is clearly different than yours. I think people actually call me like an occasionalist, and it's pretty radically different, and it appeals to me. So at that point now, this is why I still think it's kind of an arbitrary thing, is because it's like whatever the hell we think feels best for us. With. Oh my
I'd
God,
also like to welcome Fresh Philip, is it? Fresh whole milk, whatever. I think I've tracked down a bit more of the case you might be referring to it in, is it Corno or Marshall Equilibria? Does those sound familiar? I think, let's see what I've got here. This gives you a little bit of something here where it discusses the number of firms. Well, here we go with, I guess, was it assuming the firms enter the market until the, what is it, their profit's zero, right? The
right.
Well, those end firms are where that ends up, right? So, yeah, corner equilibrium with endogenous entry or Marshall equilibrium, right? Okay.
I miss those days.
So I think, okay, that's what we're talking about then. I'll pick that apart momentarily. Go ahead.
So back to someone asked me, do I think the only thing that has value, or the only thing worth learning is what has value? Yeah, I would say so. Or it's just having fun, which I guess in itself has a value.
Well, I mean, given that you're having perhaps getting some kind of like almost a pragmatic theory of, I don't know if you want to call it, if it's truth or knowledge or some such, but still have some rather great suspicion of this kind of evaluation, right? I mean, you say it's useless. I mean, that kind of claim actually means something. I think it would refer to, well, in effect, that various kinds of whatever goals you might have, right? Cannot be served by analysis in terms of such, right?
That's a very good way of phrasing it. Yeah, there isn't a single goal that you have that can be accomplished by having that, except for what maybe Dionysus said.
Well,
literally
I think
not
there's
able to fix any goal. And if you have a goal that's good going through that, then you should probably reconsider. Is that a really harsh?
If you have a goal that's okay, just say it again. You have a goal that's what again?
If you have a goal that is only, aside from maybe what Dionysus said, if you have a goal that will be served through philosophy, you should probably change your goal.
Why?
Because it's probably not a good goal for a human being to live through.
I mean, keep going.
That's it. The man just said it right there.
No, another step of why. Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Sorry, I know it's a really almost arrogant thing to say, but it's like, okay, if your goal in life is accomplished by philosophy, then it's probably not a worthwhile goal.
Right, but what kind of goals are you thinking of that a person ought to be considering instead?
Helping people, helping their family, helping their community, being productive, building something.
Yeah, I don't think any of the I think you can basically pursue philosophy and do all of those things, right?
I don't think so.
You think
I think philosophy is a waste of time. I'm no expert in philosophy, but I've spent a reasonable amount of time reading about it.
I'm let me see if I understand you correctly. I mean, what I'm imagining is that a person goes to a small liberal arts college, they get a degree in philosophy, then they join the Peace Corps, or they join some volunteer organization, or they teach English in a foreign country for a year. They're able to pick up skills to do all the work that you would describe after graduating.
In Farhan's defense, if I spent all that money for my kid to go to college to get a philosophy degree, I'd beat him. I mean, you can do that on the side while you're in college, but if that was your degree, because you're not going to do nothing with that degree, you're not going to get a job. You're going to be like you didn't even go to college.
I do agree that it does not translate well into
beat him,
a variety of careers, but you can kind of say the same thing for a lot of other degrees. I mean, a psychology degree is so generic that, or a sociology degree, it's so kind of a generic. It doesn't really help you get very many specific jobs. But
maybe you could say that about them. Maybe. I don't really know much about this, so I can't really comment. But what I'm saying is, it has to give you some type of skill that's hard, in a sense, that has some value to it. I think people. I really do think people, by the way, should read the classics. I really think that. I read them. I love learning history. But
if I understand your position correctly, if I had two schools I could attend, and one of them is literally reading all the classic texts, in learning French and learning how to translate Greek and things like that, like a real classical education. And so that's institution A, and institution B is studying engineering, or something that's first of all really going to make you money, but also is really going to translate into eventually being involved in some sort of project that's really going to help a community, or at least it's really going to put food on your family's table.
Right.
I hear you valuing the principles of the classical education, but really wanting to steer people more towards a more practical degree.
Right. Yeah.
But beforehand, it sounds almost not. I don't know if it's hypocritical or if you're misspeaking, but even the Bible says in Proverbs that wisdom is more precious than gold, and I think that's what philosophy is. I would totally.
I guess I don't see that as wisdom. I think wisdom is something different.
People who have a lot of money and people who have no money are can figure that out. I mean, if some people are going to pretty much. Some people are going to spend their entire lives chasing money, and then they're going to be sick, or they're going to have a friend who is sick, and they're going to realize that they've totally wasted using their attention on this thing. But I guess that's a whole other topic of discussion.
Welcome, Godless.
Hi.
Oh God.
God is fair. Yeah.
Nadia,
Be
did you
nice, Farhan.
Well, I'm a mod, so you be nice.
I'm a mod too, but don't behave like a
Almost,
Muslim.
almost everyone is.
Yeah,
Really?
that's just the system here.
Uh,
Why don't
well, I
you
mean,
now just play
the main
God?
thing, the
Don't
main
go, Muhammad.
criterion, if I could explain, the main criterion is people seem to be on an even keel or whatever.
I would never abuse mod. I think even Farhan can control himself. He won't go crazy Muhammad on us.
See, like comments like that.
I'm sorry. Do you not think? What do you think Muhammad would do to me, Farhan?
God, let's start like at a safe pace. Like let's start like nice first.
Well, it just so happens that it's 2:30 in the morning, 2:40, and I do want to leave soon. It has nothing to do with God's coming in the room.
I'll just be quiet for a while.
I'm sure it's not even a contributing factor at all, man.
No. I am actually very sleepy right now. I have to do my laundry and go to sleep.
It's okay, Farhan. I'll be quiet.
Oh no, I swear it has nothing to do with I just want to finish this one bug in this code and then leave. But you should be quiet though, yeah.
I guess let's see. Maybe.
So Farhan, if we could continue our discussion,
Sure.
I've heard like I had a couple adults in my life as I was growing up who seemed to indicate that the way to kind of balance what we were discussing is like to kind of go to school for nuclear engineering, or something where you can only learn this like a particular thing at this institution, which has accepted you by that point. And then there's this whole area of other fields that you can teach yourself merely by reading books. Like you can teach yourself history by just reading it. Like you can teach yourself like a variety of other things where like if you just pour over text, you'll basically figure it out. Like other things really have to be taught to you. You have to have access like to laboratories and stuff like that. So like I guess like how to balance it is like to learn the really technical stuff at some technical institution, and in your spare time read Aristotle or like Shakespeare or whoever you want to read.
Right. Yeah, sure. If it gives you some type of solace, go ahead and do it. But don't do it for like because you think you're gonna come out of this with like an income generating endeavor that you think that like I don't know. I mean, it almost seems like criminal that people.
Yeah, I understand, and Dionysus I think also echoed that point that if you are expecting to get job offers with a philosophy undergrad, you need to kind of really think about that again.
Yeah.
I think job offers a lot of times I think being judged is not so much the specific thing one was educated to do is say one's I suppose I guess ability to complete the task of the study, the ability to study itself, and so on and so forth. I mean, it's less a matter of the sort of content of the field, the process of progressing through whatever kind of study of it.
Can I tell you what got me to this ridiculous view, which I'm sure is an extreme?
Which ridiculous view?
My view, which is probably a bit of a ridiculous view, but I can tell you what got me to the extreme.
He believes Muhammad was the perfect man.
Yeah.
Is I think just people talking about philosophy and never coming to any conclusion.
Well, Well,
Like,
what conclusion does actually so broadly share it? I mean, you got people that disagree with you and don't think the Earth is flat.
Well, yes, there are quite a lot of people who think the Earth is flat.
I mean, not that many, but still. I mean, there's, I don't know. I mean, you can always dredge up, some lunatic or whatever who's
No, but there are
disagree with
a
you,
lot
no
of
matter how. Oh, sorry, say it again.
because there's a thriving conspiracy theorist community online, and in last year, they basically started mass converting to believing that the Earth is flat, and there were like a couple of people who resisted that idea in that community, but the majority of them started believing that the Earth was flat, and so there's quite a large flat Earth community on YouTube now.
Oh, sure, but I think you can always stretch out some, no matter how banal a position or how, I guess you think necessary for functioning in real life or whatever it is you think it might be. You can always stretch out some lunatic who will contradict you, right? So, I mean, is it objective in that sense? I don't think so.
It's really frustrating.
Is it the programming issues? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know what the hell the issue is, and I'm really sleepy.
Well, I think, maybe less of a matter of having agreed upon conclusions as one of perhaps something more of providing various forms of guide to be. The fact you'll have to sort of posit some sort of goal in order to show how that goal is served, right?
Okay, so let me jump back to here's what I'm saying, is that if you study engineering, for example, and you study like, I don't know, F equals ma, right? So some basic force equals mass times acceleration or whatever the hell it is, I forgot. If you study that, you can take that and apply it to something, and there's a conclusion that comes out of that, right? If you have the force and you have the mass, you can conclude whatever. But if you take philosophy, no two philosophers agree on anything, and since there's a bazillion disagreements, and all of them can justify their position. Actually, I don't think anything can justify their position, but since there's that endless debate, and they cannot come to a conclusion, and they never have, and I don't think they ever will. At that point, there needs to be.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. They have, but it's not just a bunch of people that are scatterbrained. I mean, you have a it has a continuous line, for example.
Like, what are they doing?
I'll say, please.
It's a tradition.
Oh, okay, please finish. It started with Plato. Like, the philosophy that I have does come to a conclusion. It is complete. It is a system. It does work out. It starts with Plato and ended with him.
So, what does it agree with, though? What is his conclusion?
Well, it basically, I mean, I don't want to get into the philosophy right now because this would be ad nauseum. You haven't been here the last few months, but it would be ad nauseum for me to get into it right now. But
okay, fair enough. I mean, if there's something that I'm missing, I'm willing to.
Enough people in this room have heard me talk about it, so I don't want to go into it. But I'm just going to say that there is a system there. I promise you. It's not just arguing amongst one another. There are conclusions that are being made. But I agree with you that philosophy is dead now. I don't think you're going to make any more advances in philosophy. I think that's pretty much done with.
Yeah. I agree with you, Dionysus, that there is a tradition there. Um, but my response to Farhan is that um, there are people who go to school and learn a particular programming language because um, it's very in a demand at the time. And what you will find is that you always have to learn the newest language, and so you can learn like a particular skill, and like and you have to keep on updating it like in order to be relevant in your field. Um,
That's
uh,
not really different though. Like,
I agree with you again for that.
obviously,
I would go
learning
engineering
principles
great.
of
I'm just saying, but I was trying to correct you.
Programming
I was
languages.
trying to correct you. There are solutions to problems in philosophy. They have been made. That's all I wanted to say.
To object from the
give me one.
computer programming side, you know, the languages have, some particular kind of semantic structure and such, right? That
They do, yeah.
only comes in a small variety of classes, and the rest is basically syntactic dressing around such, and so that the computer languages are not analogous to the human languages or anything of the kind. They are you pretty much once you pick up like one data flow, one logic, one functional, one imperative. There's maybe a few of each. Then you pretty much have the entire class of programming languages.
Mm-hmm.
A little more than you're getting it nailing down the syntax, whatever, right? So that's
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the languages. I don't think have quite the kind of value. Say that again.
They're not analogous.
Yeah, you can't really sell them like that.
Well,
Like how many languages do I know? I mean, it's like some gaggle of like these. I don't know, quote unquote research languages or some such, right? Oh, well, what? Well, apart from nobody really caring about those things themselves because they aren't really industrially, very broadly deployed. Um, having like some like a substantial number of languages under your belt doesn't actually add up. Right?
yeah, and Farhan, I mean, if you do like a computer stuff like in the DC area, um, I live in the DC area. There is a culture here that is basically a rat race,
Right.
and I have seen people get totally sucked into it, and and they get kind of sucked into it in a way that is very different from the kinds of experiences they would have if they got their degree, and served in the Peace Corps or did something that was, focused on social work or, like or something that we were talking about earlier. And so I feel there's a little bit of a danger, like for kids in college, they get really focused on their own success in a way that just like perpetuates them, just running on this rat wheel, basically.
Where in the DC area do you live? I see. I agree with you, by the way. Where in the DC area do you live? Or I mean, if you don't, just generally, you don't specifically.
At the moment, I'm living kind of near Clifton in Manassas, but I grew up in like Falls Church and Fairfax, and I've lived all over northern Virginia, in Reston, Arlington, Alexandria, and I kind of.
That's not too far.
Yeah. I think we're very close, but like because I kind of grew up here, and because I'm not in this rat race, but like I see everyone who is, I feel like it's a normal state of existence. And there are many other parts like of the country and the world where the attitudes and the culture are just very different. And so I get like I get very confused at At the culture here, I guess. Like I feel like it affects me even if I'm not aware that it's affecting me, and sometimes it's in a negative way. But,
Yeah, I would. I mean, I see some pretty immediate issues with the Marshall equilibrium, or what is it, Cournot competition with what is it called again? Endogenous entry, and price inelasticity of demand is one. Also, what do they call it? Satisficing in behavioral economics. In effect, creating various kinds of, I guess, caps limits, whatever, disturbs the linearity in something of a discontinuous way. I'd also hold that there is a function of linearity in production that I think a linear cost function to not only cannot hold in terms of number of units produced, but also even over time, because of course whatever kind of resources you devote, will eventually deplete, and again increase the quote-unquote costs, right? So the linearity assumptions in both the demand and cost are rather dubious in my estimation. I would have to delve a little bit further to actually make a stronger case against, situations would occur realistically that would absolutely contradict the kind of, market entry, et cetera, kind of, equilibrium number of firms. But I mean, even in the classical context, never mind. Never mind. That's the kind of labor theory value case. I think the conclusions involved with this is somehow making things competitive is something to seriously question. I think also even beyond that, I mean, just to the idea that you would have something resolved to accomplish something beneficial through it and all that. The idea that this somehow is of benefit, somehow serving, what kind of ultimate goal, like human well-being or something like that. I think there's further questions regarding how useful competition is and somehow serving that. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people here are just kind of focused on things that that are kind of that sometimes are kind of superficial.
Yeah.
And that's a thing that other parts of the country are more down to earth and they're more I'm not sure if I can really describe it right now.
I've noticed that as well. Like they're willing to enjoy their life more.
Yeah, even if you go up to Baltimore, there's a lot more artists. There's a different atmosphere in the Inner Harbor and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And DC's also a very it's basically a city of transients, people who come from Chicago or Colorado or the West Coast or wherever. like, and they're here for like a little bit of time, and then they leave, or they get, kind of caught here, like, and they buy a house and live here for 10 years, and then maybe they move, or maybe they have kids, like, and they stick around until they die. Like, I mean, and again, we got the federal government that generates its own, economic, stuff, and so it's like it's just a weird area, culturally, that is.
I travel outside of the area. I see how different America is from this limited area.
Yeah, I mean, like, other cities are, came about in like in like an organic way. Like, and with DC, a lot of stuff, like, when you think about it, like, it's kind of artificial, and like it's kind of perpetuated, like, by all the government jobs, like, and like, as the size of the federal government, grew, the economy grew and stuff, and yeah. Anyways,
The federal government here grew because because we hollowed out the government and we went to a contractor-based system. So we have like less government employees and more contractors. It happened like in the 80s, I think. Something like that.
yeah, everyone I know who works IT, and has like a clearance and stuff, they're all contracted, and like, and they're trying to get like the direct jobs with the government, but it's tough. But
I work in IT and I work in this area, but I don't work for the government. Very rare.
Farhan is very westernized.
well, do you work for like there's like a bunch of like institutions that like, it's not the government, but it's kind of similar. Like, there's the National Geological Survey, I think, is based in Reston.
I work for like a company that just happens to be based in this area.
I'm sorry, can you say again?
I work for a company that just happens to be based in this area.
One of our social institutions, probably.
No, it's not a social. It's a private company.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say what it is, but it's a big company.
I do understand that. Yeah, you can keep your anonymity.
To some degree.
I would, I think, be able to, I guess, advance a bit of our discussion for Han in perhaps a bit more, I don't know if you want to call it a formal context of, well, examining perhaps how, say, raw materials, etc., are distributed, like the sort of quote-unquote real economy. You're aware of what that is, of course, and well, how about things regarding efficiency in terms of that? Because I think the well, some of the difficulties with efficiency and such are that people lose sight of that, sort of real, physical, tangible, etc. kinds of resources that are what attract in the context of the real economy, right? So, some of the trickiness, though, is what kinds of models and such you would deem admissible as characterizations of how the outcomes of capitalism would actually work, right? Maybe you're going to take the Cornell competition with the endogenous entry, or I mean, some of them I would myself dispute because, of course, in these cases, price elasticity, demand, and non-linearities in production and so on are obviously going to apply. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had a lot of trouble understanding you there.
My audio bad or?
No, it's just the way. Sometimes the way you speak is a little bit challenging for me to understand.
Okay.
I've never heard the term the real economy. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah. Well, this idea that the money, etc., is some kind of like basically kind of like social fiction, right? It's not it's not a kind of real piece of value. It's a symbol of value, right? So not the actual rights of property. They're a symbol of a token that's
Yes.
passed around, right? So the quote unquote real thing underlying it is the actual kind of substance, action, etc., ends up going around. So so many tons of steel or so many bushels of wheat or whatever it is. The real economy, what the real economy deals with instead of any kind of price, right? It always unravels any kind of monetary value into the actual resources underlying it, right? Yeah. Anytime you throw some money around, or whatever, it's kind of like it says, okay, what resources did you actually claim, or what physical, tangible things did you really claim? Or if you get money for something, then unravels the money you got to what you actually physically, tangibly gave up for it, and actually so on transitively, right? It was you got money from somebody else. Where did they get that in terms of things, physical, tangible, etc. Just unwinds that kind of symbolism and transmission and such, right?
Okay.
That's the real economy. For instance, just take a guy out of like world without money, whatever it is. You kind of make a decision on how to distribute things. So somebody needs so many widgets of who knows what, and somebody else needs something else, and so on and so forth, right? Well, okay, you got to build all those things, and it takes so many materials to build them, and so many people working to build it, and so on and so forth, and they got to do some bunch of things, and so on and so forth, right? Well, you can, in principle, any kind of like resource distribution outcome just do by quote unquote command, right? Oh, and congratulations, Farhan. It's kind of like the unlimited deity question, right? You can actualize any possible world, right? You can command any kind of distribution of goods and services, by some kind of fiat, right? Oh, yeah. Farhan dropped off quick, but anyway.
Bye.
He's gone to make more Muslim babies. That's probably what he's doing.
Nesting in our countries.
Well, the kind of notion I would have here is that, given some kinds of various, I don't know, societal goals, goods, whatever to serve, right? And, the real economic kinds of, services is, say, human actions to implement those, and of course the resources too as well. Well, you would want to minimize the amount of human action required, and of course, also material, physical, tangible resources required to implement that kind of outcome, right? So, okay, that's one idea of efficiency. Well, what's the economic one? Or the neoclassical economic one, the capitalistic one. The outcomes are actually at gross variance with what you would get from that kind of consideration procedure and all that. They do a lot worse. They waste a lot of labor, a lot of resources, and I mean, and it just gets worse the more accurately you model all these things and all that. I mean, Cornell equilibrium is already kind of with the Cornell competition with endogenous entry and such is already tremendous idealization, but you could pretty much start seeing almost immediately how the duplications of effort and all that are end up wasting material resources, right?
Wasting resources? Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can think of a couple examples.
Well, I'm not thinking of an example here. I'm like, do a little bit of calculus, right?
Yeah, like I just mean that like, my brain is working.
Say it again.
Never mind. It's not important. Go ahead, Nadia.
Oh, well. Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why when those resources get constrained, like in wartime affairs where, I guess foreign opponents and such are, cutting off supplies and you have to deal with actual stringent limits and such, that market economy goes out the window. You get a command economy because, well,
yeah,
this is actually done.
You get a lot more control over certain materials, like under emergency conditions. Yeah.
Well, and you also get the job done, right? You actually have to serve those goals in order to survive, instead of like whatever. And that relates to, I think, something from Karl Marx. He called the metabolic rift, right? So in that, I mean, there was in effect just resource depletion and such, right? Yeah, I'm sure everybody's like, tired of me being like a peak oil doomer, but anyway, not really a doomer, but still, the exhaustion or depletion or whatever it is of these resources and such is something that ends up constraining you in such a way that, well, something actually goes wrong when you don't distribute things in such a way that actually serve these goals. You can't just kind of waste willy-nilly.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible for markets to basically screw up the distribution of certain resources in such a way that harms like the social fabric of a country, and I mean markets are basically really good at certain things, so they're not good at everything. I'm sure I'm sure if Jeff was here, he could probably make arguments to try to convince me otherwise. But markets, are like markets are going to fail at like having certain outcomes. I mean, like having a privatized healthcare system, like and having all of that for profit, has a consequence.
Well,
And,
it's intrinsic to all insurance, really. Right? All insurance is in effect, denial of claim for profit, right? But I get a little bit further. I mean, is there not some kind of obligation to descendants, right? I mean, like parents have obligations to children, right?
Yes.
How about grandchildren?
Well, it's obviously very direct with parents and children. I think grandparents are gonna, like it's a different obligation. But yes.
What's that again? Okay, there's something for grandparents.
Yeah. There's something there. Yeah.
Great grandparents.
But yeah, I mean, like if you're lucky enough to have them, yeah.
In your own lifetime? What about after it, right?
How do you mean?
Well, just insert enough generations, you cannot plausibly live to see them. Yeah, whatever descendants you might have 1,000 years hence. Maybe. How about 10,000 years hence?
Well, when you say obligations, do you mean broadly speaking, or do you mean like economic obligations?
Broadly.
Broadly speaking, I would hope that they would feel obligations, and I think, I mean, the what I want to say about grandparents and great grandparents and et cetera, is that it's a little more like indirect, I guess, and it's like a little more like I'm when I think about what it must like to be a grandparent and stuff, like you've got a pretty short amount of time to influence like your grandkids, and they're so young that
insert enough generations you want live to see them.
Say again.
Well, keep inserting enough generations to where you will not live to meet them, right?
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, a common theme is that people really have a desire to leave the world a better place than they inherited it. And when you have, other generations that are coming down the pipe, then you have your incentive right there.
Well, within your own lineage, even, right?
Yeah. What's that again?
Well, within your own lineage, even, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, consideration of how various kinds of material resources are treated, and how well they are preserved, sort of disposability, or what do they call it, planned obsolescence, and so on and so forth. All that goes on. I mean, hey, wait, that's not playing well with those resources as they relate to the obligations to future generations, are they? Even within your own lineage, right? So, I think there's there are quite a bit of ways in which things be called into question. The tragedy that comes and such, for instance, that shows up too. And well, how can you fight that? I mean, it's an effect, basically of like Nash equilibrium or whatever it is playing out. And even as far as behavioral economics is concerned, the tendencies there fall to within this kind of neoclassical model enough that they, give you the kinds of game theoretic, I guess, pathological outcomes and such that you would, ultimately want to try to avoid. So I think it is quite a bit of distributive damage that can occur here, especially in terms of the management of the underlying, tangible material resources, and it also human efforts. I mean, the human efforts and all that are, directed toward things that are, waste or meaningless or whatever it is. That might even invoke Marxist terminology of alienation, right? This a kind of same kind of like throwing away the material, tangible, physical resources also applies to our human efforts. So I think capitalism has quite some number of problems. It's beyond just sort of neoclassical economic theory being an accurate model of how people actually behave, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the whole game theoretic affairs and what is it? Basically, like computer tactical gameplay and such are it's sort of the idea behind it is to defeat humans. So
The computers are defeating humans.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's interesting is that the computers are programmed and designed by humans to, basically play against humans and to ultimately defeat them. Yeah.
Yeah. And to some extent they're succeeding in carrying those kinds of things out. I mean, maybe chess is a bit too tricky or some such, but I mean, other kinds of I don't know, tic-tac-toe or something. I mean, you got pretty clear this is there. I think
That's a really good example.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean the kinds of human psychological drivers or methods go into all that kind of deal when you apply them to these collective or longer range and so on kinds of scenarios. They end up not quite turning out right. So I mean, I think that the neoclassical, etc., kind of game theoretic. I don't know if you want to call it like perhaps even decision theoretic kind of assumptions are it starts out they're like poor models for how people will interact, and to the extent that they would extract some kind of optimal outcome, they are not things that real people actually do. They have furthermore, the embedded assumptions, with the oppositional framework and short horizons and everything else, that
Yeah.
end up screwing it off. But the once you get a little bit longer in the tooth and say, okay, well, what do we try to get out of this entire sort of endeavor, a study of, well, what should we do with the resources? I don't think the question's answered by well, really all that much that comes out of the field. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can help us understand, it can help us understand our decision making. We can apply game theory to like matters of business. We can apply it to.
Well, it's not how we make decisions, though, right?
Mm-hmm,
we don't do calculus in our heads to, optimize some kind of model.
Yeah. There's been, like, I think there's like a significant amount of overlap between, like, I guess, traditional game theory and like kind of like the new burgeoning neuroscience, and like if you kind of look at the history of game theory, I think it kind of, I mean, like for all I know, it's been around for like a couple hundred years, but the kind of game theory that the Rand Corporation was doing in the Cold War era was really interesting. And I think out of that, the whole field, kind of got some traction, I guess. But it's interesting how much of game theory is telling us about like how we're thinking, excuse me, and making decisions, even if we're not like really aware of it. When you plug a lot of neuroscience into it, there's like a lot of brain activity, and like there's like a lot of ways to basically like manipulate like how you play the game as well, I guess.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting, like the kind of game theory done like in the Cold War, because the whole premise of it is that the Soviet Union was a rational actor, because if they were a rational actor, then you could actually kind of game theory like scenarios out. But if they're an irrational actor, or if like enough like of the leadership is merely irrational actors, then it's very tricky to figure out what they are going to do, like how they would respond like to certain scenarios. But nowadays we kind of have like a very different situation to deal with.
Yeah, I think there's some element here of, well, I don't know, ideology that ends up creeping into it, and a lot of it has to do with, the sort of like normative sorts of conclusions. I think, in terms of like, some people being kind of wed to a principle of exchange or whatever it is you want to deem it and such, right? I think the I mean, for instance, the passive income affair, right? I mean, for Ozzy says some kind of, recompense for, historically attributed labor or whatever it is. And a lot of other people see it as, hey, this guy's getting paid for doing no work, right? There's also a matter of, well, even just fundamentally challenging sort of principle, right? Like, okay, yeah. In terms of whatever kind of exchange of, even if you assume value, right, or that value is entirely coherent, one-dimensional, or quantifiable, and all that, you get, the fact that if this really held out, that there would never be any kind of redistribution, so no maldistribution could ever be redressed, right? At least not through that system. And that, of course, you see that redistributions that do happen must do so in some kind of way that, I guess, contravenes their system or model or some such that, well, I don't think they quite have the tools, whatever, to address, or at least I've never seen really adequate kinds of dealings with localization or I guess you might also call it market segmentation or whatever.
I think what this is kind of touching upon is the challenge of how to make capitalism compassionate, like how to encourage compassion, in the framework. I think there are ways to do it, and I think it's a very gradual thing. But it's a real challenge, and I think it's a generational one. I mean, like it's not like a thing that like it's going to be really addressed in a single generation or even like a single century, perhaps.
Well, that I think holds it sort of like fundamental premises of capitalism, the system, whatever it is, can be maintained while achieving those goals. And I think actually, in various respects, it can't. Right? I think. I mean, to the extent that there's like, what is it? Maybe other viewpoints on the subject. I mean, let's say things like capitalism is not reformable, right?
Yeah.
I think that's. I think what it ends up kind of representing in a way, I think, is the kind of fundamental principle of it is in effect, something that can't be maintained, right?
Yes, I think that is what would be put forth. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Well, I mean, it sounds to me like you're saying that the fundamental principle can't be maintained, but
I mean, I don't really. I don't know if I really have a position on it or not. I just I noticed that the kinds of like capitalism has worked differently in different eras historically, and um, there are like um, and I when I was younger, I basically had the impression that corporations were just like a monolith, and they were evil, and they were very profit driven, and that was it. Like, and they basically had no shame in degrading the environment, or no shame, in doing all these other almost demonstrably, bad or negative things. And I've noticed a change in the culture that is um, basically, I think there was a change in consumer.
Oh, was it him or me? It was him.
Yeah, he dropped.
There are a lot of pretzels.
How have you been feeling, Nadia, by the way? Have you been feeling better?
Well, the kind of issue went on is very transient. So, yeah, I mean, pretty much is not too long after I got some kind of carbohydrates in my mouth, I was, pretty much bounced back.
That's good. Yeah, you look a lot. You actually look a lot better, like today and even yesterday. You look great. So that's really good.
Yeah, Frank, I think you were saying something about
Yes.
corporations and.
Thank you. My computer's having a hard time. I may actually drop out again. So I'm gonna try to get through this. I noticed a change in the consumer culture, and I think there is more of a demand for corporations to basically be more environmentally conscious, have healthier products, healthier food, in the grocery store, and these are things that are working within the capitalist framework. And
Oh, was it him or me? I think I see Joe moving, so go ahead.
I think that's him.
Yeah. That's a shame.
Hi, Joe.
Hey, how's it going?
What about Islam do you think I'm wrong about?
Well, I think your tact is wrong. You never actually I'm not really sure what I mean. You think that it should be attacked very I can't say that word right now. Vehemently.
Vehemently?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Sometimes some
Well,
words I just won't be able to say.
It's not that I'm trying to save the world through Google Hangouts. I'm just ranting at the people that don't understand as a way of venting.
What is it? Yeah, the thing I most disagree about the way you're going about things is I don't even think it's a big deal if you do it in here. Because I mean, frankly, I mean, I would be lying if I didn't say sometimes it wasn't really, really funny. But just I don't know if people want to talk about this right now. But it all goes back to the way you treated those people at Starbucks. Like I just think that you should take down that video and restrict whatever you're doing now to I don't know, just dicking around on Google Hangouts instead.
Frank, are you back? Because you and Nadia were talking. We can't hear you.
Oh, just tell Frank, you're hoping to hear from you more.
Hey, Joe, can I ask you a question?
Changing consumer behavior as it relates to, I guess, corporate responsibility or some such, right? Go ahead.
No, I mean, you guys go ahead. I just want to, this is kind of way off topic. I just want to ask, because I've been reading all day yesterday, so I want to ask Joe a
Why
question.
don't you just ask it in the chat? How about that?
All right.
No, you can ask it.
Oh, God.
It's not that controversial. I just, after I don't know if you were here when I was getting into it with, it was Drag, and it was Hermine, and I don't know, I didn't bring up the issue, but it got brought up again. And I went and studied. They were saying that there were no races, that races do not exist. And I looked at it, the Wikipedia article on race, and there are two good arguments. One is that it's a social construct, and there are no clear demarcations when it comes to race. But then the other, so you got the social construction of race, and then you have the biological construction of race. And one of the interesting arguments for the biological definition of race is that every anthropologist can take the bones of the three races, for example, and they can tell what race it belongs to. That's one of the strongest arguments for that it's not just a social construct. The fact that an anthropologist can look at the bones and tell what race it came from.
You're talking about forensic anthropology, and someone recently, I think his name was Joe Carter, he brought to my attention, because one of my arguments against creation science is the racist views it propagates, but he brought it to my attention that forensic anthropology still use highly offensive and highly antiquated language and the concept of race in order to identify bones and stuff. Even in forensic anthropology textbooks from 10 years ago, we still find it. So I actually disagree with that, and I don't think any current I don't think any current forensic anthropology actually still holds to that, but it certainly was a case that there was a typography. Yeah. Is it typography or typological? Well, whatever. There was a type something something where it did refer to older concepts of race, and it attributed that to bones. But it seems like it was more just for categorization, whether or not it's like an official view in anthropology. It's clear that it's not. It seems like it's more like an antiquated categorization process, if you will, and it's not really speaking about the actual connections between race and our biology.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that I understand that they have it. They're trying to make it. I understand what you're saying, and that I understand that argument perfectly fine. But I have two worries. The first worry is that we call it just a social construct and saying there's no biological differences at all, and that's coming because we're trying to be PC and we're using pressure and political influence to do that, and we're trying to deny that there are no biological differences, in which they are. And so
the biological differences between us, our understanding and concepts of race they just don't cohere with the biological. It's more of a gradient or a spectrum. It doesn't make sense if we try to put it in the same typological framework that we.
Joe, can you explain the difference?
But no, that's the reason why I like three races. I like the fact whites, blacks, and Asians, and I think that's a very broad way of doing it. I understand it's informal, but I think it's the best. If you're going to have to do it, then that's the way I would separate it, because there's enough differences between the three that they're so great that it's okay to group those guys in that category and not the other.
But it doesn't sound very useful.
It is
It's
useful
so
medically.
broad that you just painted like almost 7 billion people into three categories. It doesn't sound useful, especially from like an anthropological perspective. I mean, where can I go? Why would it have to be that broad?
Medicine would be useful.
I'm sorry?
I think when you're doing medicine, if you're doing research, for example, like when Hermine was in here and she was telling me something wrong with her thyroid, I said, I bet you had hypothyroidism. Why do I know that? I just remembered in my book of someone black having hypothyroidism. Now
Is it something that has to do with remember she's from Cameroon, right?
It's from Africa.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. She's from Cameroon, right? But is it something black as in African American, or is it black as in someone who's from Africa?
No, it's just more statistically shown in Africans versus like stomach cancer, for example, is more so found in Asians and people who eat pickled food. It's just statistically more likely to have that, right? Like black people are statistically more likely to get diabetes.
Yeah, but Asian in what sense? Are we talking about Asians who go? I mean, there's Asians who are from the mainland, right? Like China and and everything. And then there's Asians that go all the way to the Polynesians. It's not. There's too much. Are you trying to say that this is a biological concept you want to push forward? Or are you? What's your view on the social construction of race? Because you said something about it, and I forget exactly, but I didn't really agree with what you said about it, or I think you might have said it a little bit fuzzy.
No, the only thing I have a problem with it, I completely understand the other side of the argument. The only problem I have with the idea is just saying it's a social construct. I mean, no, there are obviously observable differences that Asians and blacks and whites share. I mean,
are you? Well, hold on. Are you? Do you think that by saying it's socially constructed that it's devaluing those differences in any way?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
I can see how someone might think that. Like automatically, you think that something biological. It's more no BS. It's more grounded in something. But social construction, people. Go ahead.
If something's socially constructed, that means that it's dependent on what people think in the culture and not objective, right? So like hair texture wouldn't be socially constructed.
No, you're right in the sense that, yeah, if you can't socially construct that someone has red hair, you're right.
Like most of our perceptions are socially constructed, but there are objective facts, right?
But the other thing is, if something's socially constructed, doesn't mean that it's not also built on a foundation of objective things, like you said. Remember a couple months ago, there was that one woman who was pretending to be. She obviously has like mental issues or something, but she was pretending to be black.
What the fuck?
She like tanned her skin and she permed her hair, and she was like she was some officer in the NAACP, and if someone's looking it up, who is Nadia? She has like a white background, and I don't know everything about it.
She looks like she could pass as black, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, people do come up with ideas. Just because it's socially constructed doesn't necessarily mean that it's relative to culture. I think that I'm trying to think of someone who actually did say, well, I think she is black, or I think she is at least African American. I don't know if anyone substantial is actually saying that. So there are like objective qualities, I suppose, that can underline these socially constructed concepts, and it's a bit more concrete than the terminology implies. For example, you can say that nationality is socially constructed, but it's clear that one part of nationality is your geographic location, or at least that plays a vital role in how you can be identified through a certain nationality, right? So there are objective values that can be used to build a social construction, but
That's a good example.
yeah, but like when Obama was running for president the first time around, there were groups who were trying to say that he wasn't black. They were groups run by other like black people. They weren't very vocal, nor were they influential. But I'm always reminded with Obama is because he's half white. Someone said on Shower Thoughts on Reddit, if all of our presidents before Obama were black, he would be the first white president.
Right.
Because he's half white. So like,
well, no,
if
we
he
do
had
seem to call people that are half black, half white black, though, don't we?
usually that seems to be the what happens in a way. I think that's an interesting dynamic. But well, getting back, I kind of went on a tangent, but getting back on, yeah, Dionysus, I don't see why. Does it make sense that just because it's socially constructed doesn't necessarily mean it's some flimsy thing that's, I mean, it's clear that there are some biologically determined like requirements for you to be within a category. But
Yeah, I think that's the problem. I agree with you, but I think like when you're having a discussion, you're using racially, when you're using charged words like race, emotionally charged words, then it becomes a block, and you end up actually, you actually end up arguing about the term itself and not actually what you're talking about, right? And I think that's what happened. So I think it would be like in that situation, it would have been probably better if we could be like, okay. Could that question have been asked when we were talking about that? And I would be like, yeah, that's perfectly legit. And I think you could infer that's what I would have said that by listening to the conversation. I just don't want people growing up and thinking that has no biological significance. And I don't think you have to worry about that. I think people instinctively will know that. I don't think any amount of language will fool anybody.
Well, there is feminist theory that holds that gender is a social construct too, right?
I mean, I usually differentiate. I mean, you talk about biological sex, and then there's gender. Like, I think that, yeah, gender is also socially constructed.
Well, I mean,
not completely though.
What concept of humanities is not in effect socially constructed?
I mean,
private language, right? Well, private language, says okay, every kind of word to communicate with and such is in some kind of social context, right?
I mean, that is kind of a thing in it. We are in doing the practice of like soft sciences, and even to a certain extent the hard sciences. There's a social aspect to it, and whether or not we really try to follow some logical positive. I'm not able to pronounce any words tonight. Positivistic framework, or even something that's objective. There's social. If we want our research to be known by others, then some sort of social aspect is going to be taken into account. So I agree with you, and that's kind of the thing with it. I just don't. It's a bummer that it's seen that when you talk about something being socially constructed or culturally constructed, it's immediately thought of as being flimsier, and it's immediately thought of as being just like a polar opposite from
all that cold hard cash.
No, but it does lead to
your paycheck.
I just finished reading that. It does lead to a type of nihilism, though. No.
It's the substance of our concepts and language and such, right?
But see, if people are claiming that, then like when Dionysus, what did you say to her mean? Some objective medical fact, right? And then what did she say? Like she was offended? Is that what happened? I didn't see. I just heard you talking about it.
No, I'm just talking about normative epistemology. I think, it's normative. Does it have some social construction that's a part of it? I mean, is there leniency in sex? Probably, but it's not the average. It's not the mean. And so I think it's okay to say, for example, it's not normal to be gay, or it's not behaving and engaging in homosexuality. It's not immoral, but it's not normal.
I don't. But the thing is, like, where are you getting this normative perception from? I mean, if you were, I mean, your name is Dionysus. If you were around in the time of the Greeks, right? Would it be normal to be gay then?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't normal because even Plato wrote in the laws that even Plato made prohibitions against it.
Take the example that I'm trying to make. I mean, if I'm completely wrong about Greek fun stuff with gay stuff, forgive me. But do you know the point I'm trying to make?
I'm sorry. I think that was a little emotional button that you hit because we talked about this before with somebody else. You're saying like, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm saying you're saying it's normative. In what sense exactly? If it's like objective that it's wrong to be homosexual, then we're kind of gonna step into morality, right? That's a different topic. And
I said earlier that I don't believe that it's immoral.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was. Well, what do you mean?
It's not normal, but if you engage in it, it's not immoral.
What's your stand? Yeah, I guess my question. So, what's your standard of normal that you're utilizing? And can I preempt it by saying that it's probably going to be like informed by the Western canon in a first world point of view?
It would be hard for me to believe, Joe, that most people, after they hit puberty, are going to be attracted. I'm not saying some people are not, but it's hard for me that you would have more than an average. It would be hard for me to believe that. It would be hard for me to believe that more people would choose homosexuality over heterosexuality, and that would be making it normal or more than normal. Right?
It's not a choice. I don't know why you would think that. You sound like a theist.
Well, I think he's messing up his terminology. He's just trying to say that it's he's basing his concept of normativity on the average in the population, I suppose.
Yeah, like so if you so for example, if you give somebody a test, if you give a classroom a bunch of tests, like a Scantron test, your average score should, if you do the test right, should be around a C. Right? So we're talking about like what if you grab all the people together, what's going to happen most of the time? Most of the time they're going to engage in heterosexual behavior. So when people say it's normal, I don't like it because it makes people say, it's almost like nihilism to me. It's like saying, yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think you're the issue in general, Dionysus, and I know I sound like I'm being a jerk, but the issue in general with you is it's for lack of a better analogy, it's very black and white with you. Black, white, and Asian almost, but it's definitely black and white with you. And that if you do kind of point out the nuances, it seems like you're afraid it's going to slip into nihilism. And I mean, like I have a degree in trying to figure out how to properly explain the nuances without slipping into nihilism. So I mean, don't worry too much about that, I suppose, if you are worried. But the one thing I can say is to only think in terms of averages. You're still going to leave out people, and the averages, I think they actually change, and they change with respect to biologically or physically determined uh, uh, entities and processes, like geographical location and stuff.
Palm, can I just say something about what's being said in the text? Sorry, guys. You know what? It was was almost disturbing in a way yesterday. Palm, when she was in here and she was denying that she's constantly in the side chat talking shit about people on YouTube. And it's like, well, why bother to lie? Because everybody here knows you do it. They see you do it all the time. But she was like so firm that she's not there every day. And she's talking about how she's busy all the time and she doesn't have time to be here. It was like she really believed it. It was as if she deluded herself into believing that she's not here multiple hours every day, just attacking me and Dionysus and other people in the text like a loser.
I think there's a well, if I can address Joe Dionysus, kind of equivocation ongoing between norms and a normative ethical sense, like cultural mores and such, as opposed to norms in terms of I guess not being something on the order of statistical outliers or less predominant or minorities or whatever.
I didn't catch the first part of that, but I can hear like the popcorn. I kind of feel like I should be getting into a fight in order to complement the popcorn eating.
Oh, that was Nadia was eating popcorn during our fight yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
Did you watch it, Joe?
Yeah.
I've been getting muscle cramps, so I'm
you were laughing.
No, I didn't.
Joe.
It was very. I was recuperating after a very, very torturous debate with someone, so I didn't watch it. I'm sorry, you're getting muscle cramps, Nadia?
Yeah, so I got more sodium with heavily salted popcorn, right?
Oh wow.
And now I'm getting potassium too because I got some potassium salt at the store. That's why
the other night, yeah.
Oh, that's why
the other night I learned that
you
you need to.
9, so I could go to the store before it closed at 10. Go ahead.
You no longer. It's the store now on Staten Island.
Key Foods.
It's no longer the bodega.
It's it was a different store. Bodega, it's Bay Street and I think Victory or something like that.
Now I just want to see. Every time I come in, I just want to see you drinking milk because I heard that that's the best thing to.
For what?
To drink milk because that's good for, I guess, diabetics because it has fats, protein, and sugar, right? It's a triple threat.
Well, it's mostly most of its calories are from fat.
Yeah.
It's a slow release curve of the fat that is kind of being relied upon. Heavy protein actually works pretty well for that too. Go ahead.
Joe, did you see me versus Faithless?
Faithless? There's a Faithless. Are you sure it's not Faith? Is
What?
it the other girl?
Yeah, the other girl, Faithless.
No, I didn't. I thought it was just Faith because there is a guy named Faithless. No, like I said, last night apparently I don't know. I let people just beat me up too much. I need to stop going into other people's rooms. I don't. Okay. No, there's no theists in here. Never mind. I was gonna recommend. Look, if you have a debate and it's on your channel and you didn't do well or something wasn't, don't delete the video. Don't edit it or release a video uh, being weird about the video. Just post it. Just let it be published, and that's how it is. Because if you do any of those things, the Streisand effect will happen.
Right.
The
Who did you
debate,
debate?
I debated true empiricism on intelligent design, and he removed the video at first.
You should have
And
recorded it.
well, I have a recording of it. He eventually actually posted it, but because he removed it, it kind of like the Streisand effect occurred. A whole bunch of people were like, "Why'd you remove it, huh?" And it's not really that. I think I did. Upon a re-listen, I think I did a bit better. But social construction, yeah. Again, it's clear. Oh, Nadia, you made a point about outlier issues, but I only heard that part of your point. I wasn't really I couldn't hear
Oh,
the first part.
yeah. The first part was saying it was an equivocation between two senses, normal and all that, and one being in effect normative or
Oh, yeah,
relating
that's
to ethics, and the other one relating to basically statistics, right? Go ahead.
yeah. That's why I was a bit confused when he said normative. I was like, are we talking? Because he brought up homosexuality and then he brought up normative, and I was thinking of what you just said of ethics. But I think, yeah, he's just talking about the top of the bell curve, right? Like it,
Yeah,
Diane,
I saw him talking about
yeah,
Joe. Go ahead.
dude, did you ever check out Stephen Jay Gould's Mismeasure of Man? Really good book, and it's Stephen Jay Gould, so it's really well written. I highly suggest you check it out.
Mm. And also pretty explicitly ask about the relationship between the two senses of the word normal and such, right?
The word
You say okay, normal, right?
the relationship between the two senses of normal, the you felt were being equivocated. I mean, I don't know. That sounds like that's a difficult thing. Immediately when you talk about what's the average of like if you base normativity on what's at the top of a bell curve, you're gonna have people, especially in a moral scenario, you're gonna have people that aren't gonna. You're gonna have people on both ends of the curve who aren't going to be affected or aren't going to be able to take advantage of such a moral framework with respect to the people who the moral framework is catered towards, which are the people at the top of the bell curve, right? I mean, if the moral framework is, and this is almost like a political issue. It was like, they were concerned, like, look, yeah, we're a democracy, but something needs to, you need checks and balances to make sure that there aren't going to be minority groups that are that become, that become negatively affected by the decisions of the majority of the people who live in America, right?
Yeah, wasn't it? Was it Madison or Monroe who said the Senate was to protect the minority of the opulent against the leveling impulses of the masses, right?
I hope it's Madison. I like Madison a lot more. No. I don't. Do I have the Federalist Papers on here? No, I would have to go through my closet right now. It's really late.
I don't have the Federalist Papers anymore, but still, I think particularly in relation to things that could be regarded as a spectrum, you have something a continuum problem in terms of what you're even deeming outliers, right?
Well, the other issue is it? It's been a while since I've taken like a straight up stats class. Outlier sounds like that's actually something much less of a big group. Whereas I think the two tails of a bell curve, I think those, of course, they're smaller than the middle of the bell, but they're a lot larger than just outliers, are they not? Like outliers can skew the tails of the bell curve, depending on which way you're analyzing it. But I think when you talk about, oh, go ahead. You know more math than me, so.
Well, outliers are more a matter of samplings as opposed to say
right.
probability density functions or something, right?
Yeah, it will definitely skew it more if you have a small sample, right?
Well, guys, statistical estimators, the parameters of a distribution, whereas kind of, I guess, known from other factors or whatever it is that the things should be distributed in such a way. It can actually be. They'll have those estimates thrown off by outliers, but at the same time, I think the way they kind of ends up relating to the question is basically, let's say take a normal distribution. How many standard deviations, from the mean is deemed immoral, right?
Yeah. Like when you talk about that, that's where it becomes, it's like soulless, if you will. That's where it becomes like
soulless.
It's soulless in the sense that how many standard deviations from the mean do you have to be for you to, get away with, I don't know, stealing or something, or how many standard deviations from the mean do you have to be, or how many how many do you have to be in order to get away with drunk driving, or is it manslaughter or murder, like that kind of stuff. This is a bit applied to ethics actually, but it kind of, there's some sort of thing I can't think of, like I guess the qualitative aspect of it being left out of it makes me feel a little bit weird about it. And I think obviously we could still point to the fact that, we have a system set up in order to try and help those who are underrepresented by the decisions of the majority. But it's clear that there still are groups of people who are, getting, getting a crappy deal. So I don't think that means, therefore, no, I'll never join your anarcho-communist revolution. But we should probably change some things.
Oh, this question is, are these things being unpacked in such a way that you are I don't know, I guess maybe, rejecting them in earnest, or is it something of a misapprehension of what ends up being I guess, attempted to be conveyed by the terms. Another one is, of course, whether the, if there's something of a fundamental principle being adhered to by the system as it stands to be, revolutionized, changed in such a way that is, that sort of discontinuity required. I mean, I think the kinds of alternative principles underlying the, basic replacement systems proposed are ones I think you would probably end up granting, even if you may be averse to the terms. I think, though, maybe it's worth asking whether this might not be that it's something of a matter of I don't know, immorality per se, but rather a greater good, coming out from some kind of adherence to the statistical norm, right? Is that the kind of notion you're advancing, Dionysus, or?
I'm sorry, I'm sneezing really hard. What was it?
I don't know. Just like 20 minutes of sneezing off.
Is it more that you're saying that a greater ethical good arises from adherence to the statistical norm than that a matter of immorality per se arises from deviation from it? Is that right?
I agree with that. I'm not saying like I know that absolutely sure, but it seems to make sense.
To be fair, I think that we kind of just went with the idea of the equivocation, but I don't think Dionysus was meant for the equivocation to actually mean something. I think he just messed up his terms, or we might have heard him say normativity, and when he just said normal.
Well, I did say normal. I never said normativity.
Yeah. Oh, he never said normativity?
Yeah.
I mean, I went right for morality.
Or normative, right.
Yeah.
Oh.
So,
I think, though, well, we seem to have struck gold, though, right?
What do you mean by struck gold?
Well, when we actually pressed him on the question of, I guess the statistical kind of adherence for whatever it is, being a greater good than deviation from it. He actually acknowledged it.
Can I tell you why? When you asked that question, the first thing I was thinking about was me yesterday, reading on evolution and anthropology, and actually I was looking at human beauty. Like why do we find, what do we find when we find somebody attractive? What is it? And they said like what we find more often than not is if the face has an actual average face, and so they've done studies with this. And so when it doesn't deviate too much from the norm, it seems to actually work out really well when it comes to being physically attractive. Now, does that work out for everything? I don't know. But when you ask that question, it seems like that would be a good response to it.
Yeah. When especially when I was talking with Neff a while ago, it reminds me how much I'm just not interested in like the future or current concepts of especially biological anthropology. So I forget that those are really important questions for other people. Like, are we evolving now, or how is beauty, or how is the changes from the beginning of the 20th century to now? How are those like affected by our biological makeup? And I was never really all that. I'm more of a paleo guy when it comes to the biological anthro, and so I feel bad when people do ask those kinds of questions. I'm actually not really like up the. I think in the past, I think I sent you something on the on the biological role of a while ago. You were Dionysus. You were talking about what's it called? How whether or not beauty can be objective. Um,
Yeah, I think you sent me. I think you sent me two things. One was on meta ethics, which I still have, and then another thing I think you sent me, but I lost it. I wasn't able to save it.
I can't remember. I'm about to post something that's kind of it's a. It seems like it's the smarter, more. You know, I haven't really read what's his name, so maybe I should incognito jam. Just the most adorable baby picture, Palm. You can't. It's so adorable. Anyways, there's this. I'm not a big fan of Sam Harris, and I was about to crap on his moral, his moral arguments, but by saying that the link that I posted in the side chat seems like a better or a smarter version of it. But to be fair, I haven't explicitly read his moral framework, although it sounds like, which I guess I don't disagree with this, it sounds like he is just starting with an arbitrary assumption, but working from that arbitrary assumption, a lot of moral concepts can be derived from it. But this is a bit more nuanced. It's called Darwinian natural right, and I think it takes the concept of natural morality that started all the way back to what's his name? Yeah, like Aristotle, and just updates it to our understanding of human evolutionary history. But I don't know if I fully agree with it or not. But this is what I linked to is a nice little summary of it. And I guess you could say that's something that can be based on the average, if you will. It's saying there are 20 plus universal characteristics or traits that humans have, and our understanding of those 20 plus universal I don't know if traits was the most accurate word, but understanding that we have those, we can actually make a moral framework that's to some extent,
Well, I think when you talk about morality, I think the whole thing is vacuous, and I just think that if we're worried about, we can go back to normal again, and we have to ask ourselves what's in the interest of the state, what's in the interest for the majority of the people who live in the state, and their safety and their happiness is what's ultimately most important. But I think when we talk about beauty, we talk about aesthetics. I think that we'll be more likely, or we'll have a greater chance in finding an absolute judgment on beauty. Or aesthetics versus morality. I think morality is going to be vacuous.
I would question the idea of regression to the mean as the greater good to be pursued. For instance, the very idea of excellence entirely contradicts it, right?
The very idea of excellence contradicts the we're not striving to be average, we're striving to be excellent, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like usually I was immediately gonna go, could you elaborate on that? But it's like it's a rare occasion where immediately I'm like, oh, I get what she's meaning. So I feel pretty slick right now, is what I'm trying to say. Especially since I'm like, oh no, Nadia's talking, and I'm looking up something. I'm not going to be able to.
Don't give her too much credit. Hold on a second.
No, I'm giving myself credit. Don't worry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, what she was saying about do we strive to be better than just average, but everything that I've looked at when it comes to evolution, I read all day yesterday. I was reading about it, and it was actually saying that it doesn't try to go outside the average, because it's not cost effective. And so, like, if you do have people who are doing these things like philosophy, or who are taking a lot of energy and resources to do so, that's not normal, and it probably won't be selected for. So, because you're using all of us are using all our resources to answer questions that, for whatever reason, we want them to be answered, right? So,
I thought you were going to be.
Go ahead.
Why would
No, go ahead.
Why would say population genetics, evolution, or some such be some kind of indicator of morality? I mean, doesn't evolution select in some respects for the more ruthless and vicious and such?
Are you talking about what Dionysus just said, or the link that I posted earlier?
What Dionysus said, yeah. Okay.
It looks like a pretty sick thing to say that evolution doesn't like anything that expels. I mean, you can find these laws in chemistry. Like the electron doesn't like to be in a very excited state. It wants to go back to its natural place.
Are you?
So we see these. I know these are not perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, it's anthropomorphizing.
Are you?
Electrons are bigots or something, right? Oh, go ahead, Nadia.
Are you perhaps advocating the infamous Japanese proverb of the nail that stands out will be hammered down?
Yeah, basically.
Oh dear. Well, the trick is, though, I mean, who is Pablo Picasso? Who is Einstein?
Who is what? Sorry.
Who or what was Pablo Picasso? Einstein? I guess Vivaldi, Maria Callas. Are you going to tell me that all these people were, fundamentally immoral by dint of their, excellence, generally regarded to be, matters of, say, beauty and such, or otherwise aesthetic qualities for those within the arts, right?
Well, can't you have like a moral framework that's based off of was it? Oh, I forgot. Regression to the
mean.
Yeah, to the mean. Can't you have that, but still strive for excellence elsewhere? And I mean, you can have your meta ethics guided by that concept, but that doesn't mean you can't go and paint stuff really neatly.
But if you do excel at it, if you do, fail to regress to mean.
Well, think about it this way: Roman Polanski, right? He's a good film director, but he is he can't come to America because he did statutory rape. We can still maybe. I mean, I don't think we established that regression to a mean morality is something we can now hold, but if it is, we can hold to that and well, I think I was actually asking more of a question. I wasn't trying to I wasn't trying to declare something. I'm interested if we're holding to that, would that have made it the case that Roman Polanski didn't become a great filmmaker? If morality was such that we had such a concrete concept of it, would that have not only stopped him from committing the horrible act that he committed, but also stopped him from being excellent in other, in other things?
Well, I think the very idea of regression to me such is maybe not being entirely consistently applied there, and I think also, I mean,
it's not.
the kind of one-dimensional, the one-dimensionality and such is, something that's relatively often noted. For instance, the mafia hitman who's, a loving family man who gives charity, right?
Yeah.
Joe, you were talking about Roman Polanski just now? Yeah. Didn't he have also that horrible experience with Sharon Tate? Like with her dying by, so I mean, he was like traumatized from then on. It seemed like everything kind of just went horrible for him. His
He
life
survived the Holocaust. He was when he was a little kid, like under 10. He was in, I mean, he had like the ghetto he lived in was liquidated and everything. And then, Sharon Tate due to the Manson family. Really good true crime, by the way.
Yeah, and that was exactly, and his kid was inside her, right? Like her child, like it was her and her child that were killed.
There was that. Was it? Yeah, it probably was.
I think so. I'm pretty sure she was pregnant during it with his child.
Yeah, she was pregnant. Yeah.
Well, and so like, well, the notion of deviation from the mean itself is a kind of.
That's right. I was messing up.
Yeah, I think it ends up being something that's very difficult to defend. I mean, what would it mean then for someone to be exceptionally good?
I don't know. I think that ultimately what you would need to do is just look at my behavior and try to model your morality based on how morally awesome I am.
I mean, and of course, Diana says, can you address in the context of your advocacy of regression to mean is itself moral principle? Can you defend kind of consideration of someone being exceptionally good? Someone, I don't know, adhering particularly closely or well to whatever kind of physical norm you might propose, right? I mean, given that matters, given that can itself be an exception. I think you have a kind of internal contradiction within the moral framework you're actually proposing, right?
I didn't hear everything you said. I'm just going to say that. I mean, it's not a matter of free will. I'm just saying the facts. If something stands out, it gets taken out.
Well, I think there is a trick that, I mean, to the extent you might grant any kind of more realistic kind of approach and offer this as a potential characterization, you can, well, evaluate this characterization or model of the whatever moral ontology is being incoherent and so far, pretty much not possible, right? It can't be regression to the mean per se. It has to be something else.
I'm sorry, what was that last phrase?
It has to be something else. Something else.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I just threw that out there. I mean, I'm not making any knowledge claims right now.
Well,
I'm actually studying the philosophy of science.
Well, might suggest that the statistical average of behaviors or outcomes or scenarios need not itself be any kind of indicator or have barring additional information or causal interaction, really kind of indicator of what's moral, what's right, and so on or not. I mean, you can't have an entire society consumed with carrying out some action that's, I don't know, whatever kind of objective sense evil, right? I mean, barring this sort of thing where it, things are self-thwarting or mutually thwarting. I mean, there's not really a whole lot that stops, the whole from just being evil, right? Or good for that matter too. I mean, it's also something of a perhaps a relationship between states or actions that are not say necessarily be the case in contrast to what is, and they're guided by the kinds of I don't know. I guess you might say principles or virtues or duties or evaluations of consequences or whatever it is that render the actions or outcomes I guess valued in some kind of way relative to some other, right? I mean, strictly speaking, it's like there is like total not just determinism, but necessitarianism more specifically. I mean, you would have a kind of question there that there's not really an alternative to compare, right? Figuring out this comparison of alternatives, and maybe they're not even discrete, but they kind of have to be. So they could all flip one way or the other, given some element of independence, right? Well, they all flip one way, and the regression to the mean is, not really consistent with that either. Well, particularly in terms of like, uniform evil. With respect to, say, more conventional understandings of, what good and evil and all that means. like you could bring in some kind of horrific, I don't know, child sacrificers or cultures where some kind of child molestation was practiced or whatever it is, right? And pretty much have the whole thing. What? BRB for SRS. He may mean something different by SRS from sex reassignment surgery. You see what I mean, though, Dionysus?
Yeah, I mean, I was just throwing that out there. So I haven't really, I haven't really. I mean, I'm not really in the. I don't really have the ability right now to really think about that in too much depth. I just need some time to sleep on it, I guess.
I think conformity is itself a kind of good or obligation, and the obligation maybe have some kinds of mitigating factors or justifications or whatever you want to call it for infringement, or perhaps in terms of some kind of greater good that could be achieved. I mean, is that the sort of idea you might be proposing? That may be weighed against various competing values. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, you say wait, that they could be two things that are competing with one another? Is that what you said in the last statement?
That conformity could be weighed against competing values.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so for instance, the excellence of Newton, Einstein, Picasso, Vivaldi, or Beethoven, the good that they delivered by dint of art or science, whatever it is, a greater good that outweighs the, I don't know, quote-unquote evil of nonconformity, right? That was the question.
I know. I got sorry. I'm not lying. I gotta sneeze. Hold on a second.
Say it again.
I'm about to sneeze.
I very strongly suspect Joe meant something different by SRS from sex reassignment surgery.
Yeah, I think he didn't mean sex reassignment surgery. He probably meant for serious or something like that. Because he dropped out after that.
Did the vowels disappear or something? Well, O worked for 4, so anyway. Is there no value within diversity? I mean, you have actually argued for, what is it? I guess racial segregation for the sake of the maintenance of diversity, so that the.
One second.
Sorry.
I was going to say, I'm not making an argument what I like. All right, it's indifferent to what I like. I'm making observations and I'm putting them forth on your Hangout because I know other people are seeing them too. There's no way that I'm seeing these things and other people are not seeing the things that I'm seeing. There's no way.
But I thought you were characterizing the cultural, racial, etc. kinds of diversity as a kind of good that could be offered by, I don't know, the system you're proposing, right?
I'm not making any I'm not making any. I'm not trying to propose anything. I'm just stating biological facts or scientific facts that we know, or at least scientific theories. But I'm not trying to propose that we do anything differently. I mean, even de facto segregation is not doing anything differently. You basically, it's laissez faire. Just leave us alone.
Well, but none of it referred to fact per se. It was always a kind of ethical question, right? Yeah. Regarding actions not yet or otherwise not being taken, right? It was, if anything, a counterfactual question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Go ahead. You gotta go. I guess you gotta go. You gotta go up more to hear the question.
I said it was, in effect, a counterfactual question, as opposed to a factual question, right? I mean, there are a few ideas to throw around. I mean, it's all got a number of ideas. I mean, are you a moral realist in the first place? Or?
No, and by the way, when I bring up this stuff about race or homosexuality, it's not because I think a lot about them. I only do it because sometimes the topics dry up in the chat room, so I try to throw something else new in there. I'm not obsessed with it.
Yeah, if you're not a moral realist, then what kind of moral anti-realist are you? Are you a moral nihilist or kind of what flavor of denial of the sort of thesis of moral ontology are you carrying out here?
I don't know the system that well yet, but I just started reading the two fundamental problems of it's called the two fundamental problems of ethics. It's divided into two portions. The first portion is on the freedom of the will. So we have to, when we talk about morality, when we talk about ethics, there's going to be two things that we need to think about: the freedom of the will, if the will is free, and the second thing we have to think about is the basis of morality, or the basis of morals. And I think that philosophers have put metaphysical systems out there, and if those metaphysical systems are true, then you can have your own personal objective morality based on that system.
Are you aware of determinism compatible theories of moral responsibility?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Also, you don't think there are?
I'm a hard determinist.
So you don't think there are theories of moral responsibility that are compatible with determinism?
They are, I just don't agree with it. I'm a hard determinist.
Well, I'd say I'm a hard incompatibilist. Generally, follow something like Copenhagen interpretation, like hard determinism and hard indeterminism hybrids. But I think. Sorry, go ahead.
If I was able to kind of, if I were to allow any leeway in that, I would immediately become a Christian. I'd be become a Christian or force it to find some religion.
Not really. There are theological determinists, but even so, I think the question in this case is rather more on the lines of whether you think there is such a thing as moral responsibility.
At this moment in my knowledge, I think right now it's just controllability. I'm not worried about responsibility. I think that's to me it doesn't even make sense that you could be responsible for something you didn't choose. So I would say that you have you have the responsibility to a certain extent to set your environment and control your environment, but you're not ultimately responsible for it. no more than I'm ultimately responsible for my birth and my death.
Well, the sort of ultimate cause of everything is a Big Bang, right? So I propose, although you examine the character theory of moral responsibility, right? You know, simply statable as that, one is morally responsible for something if it is reflective of your character, right?
Yes, but it's one thing I don't get about Schopenhauer's philosophy. He actually agrees that a person is moral, is held responsible, and I'm still trying to figure out why he comes up with that. Doesn't make sense.
Well, character theory of moral responsibility doesn't rely upon anything like free will, right? And however your will might be determined, however your character might be determined, they don't actually end up really mattering, right? It's just if it is a product of basically the kind of person you are, reflects what kind of person you are, then you're deemed responsible for it in that way, right?
It sounds so Calvinistic though, doesn't it? Or fatalistic.
Well, it doesn't have any kind of statement to make about whether one is, I guess, helpless against one's fate, or whether there are such things as fate or similar. I mean, causal determinism and such isn't really address the question of fate per se, but still, I think the fact that it's kind of oblivious to the kind of, I don't know, I guess objections people raise against free will-based theories of moral responsibility. When I guess free will is yanked out from under them, don't really apply to it, and they necessarily couldn't. I mean, if it was a coherent theory at all, I mean, the free will notions of moral responsibility are just inapplicable to it, or it dodges them being having anything to do with it, right? So, I mean, this kind of thing is, it's possible to use in a number of ways that are more informative than those done in terms of free will. I mean, it's something I think can, I don't know, be extended to things like, collective responsibility, or responsibility for, I guess, unanticipated outcomes, or in the absence of some kind of information regarding, I guess, the nature of the outcome and such, right? So they do something unwittingly. To what extent is they responsible for it? I mean, even though unwitting, things can still reflect the character in such a manner as to go against the, I guess, obligation, constraint, whatever it is, right? I mean, are people like, what? I guess not prosecuted for things that he didn't know were crimes, right? Or otherwise, he said their actions were moral, even if they themselves, when they commit some kind of moral offense, contrary to whatever
Well,
ethical theory,
you
when
have to have mens
they
rea.
themselves are, ignorant of the ethical theory, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it works like this in practice, but in theory, it's supposed to. You can't be for most crimes. You cannot be charged with that particular crime if you don't show mens rea. I don't know if mens rea applies for all crimes, but I think it's a huge component in the majority of them. But I think for the most part, they just have somebody. They don't care. They don't even know what mens rea is in the courtroom for the most part. So, but if you were a good lawyer and you had time, you could win the case on that if you could show that the person did not have a mens rea.
Is all these ideas of intent and such really all that much better off than the whole idea of free will?
Well, they're just trying to see if you had if that was your goal. So it's a really interesting question, because if that is your will, like if we're talking about in metaphysics, if that is your will, your character, that's unalterable. But your character really actually wasn't trying to do that. Your will is Your will is what's being punished. So, you're being punished for your will.
Well,
So I think that's a very subtle point that the courts make when they don't charge somebody for a crime, no matter what the crime was. Or for the most part, most crimes they don't charge if he doesn't have mens rea. I think that's
question. Although I'd question retributive justice altogether, right?
That's actually a good point, and I think that's probably what's in the back of everyone's head, subconscious, right? They need to feel that they've lost power. You've taken a certain amount of power away from them, either because you were able to hurt them, or you did hurt them, or you killed somebody that they love, which is the same thing. So they have to hurt you in return to make it right.
In what sense does that make it right?
No, I mean Shupar made that exact point. It seems to us that it's like a card game. You did this to me, I do it to you. Whereas in reality, revenge doesn't have. It can't be. It can't be justified because it's already happened. When you put somebody in jail though for committing a crime, you're not punishing them. You're trying to prevent more crimes from happening. So it has nothing to do with punishment. The jails are not punishment. That's a very important distinguishment. I mean, thing to distinguish that.
I would actually question that that there is a consistent premise or a coherently, articulated and adhered to premise, right?
I'll show you something. One second.
I think the notion of restraint such itself has also some elements of, burden or obligation to, minimally deploy or carry out, right? I mean, in effect, as you said, you're going about whatever kind of caging or tying down and such. One regards it as something of a necessary evil, and furthermore, is often a kind of sense of obligation somewhere. You can find, I don't know, different ways of arriving at different sort of ethical bases, kind of obligation to minimize the amount of restraining force applied, right? I don't think that's properly considered in a system as they're not practiced. So at least most of them. I think our YouTube viewers are not actually fans of hearing me talk. They might like how I collect people into the room and, well, the others end up shouting to each other. But me joining on in ways I likely deem incomprehensible or some such, I think is maybe not that satisfying. So many people to watch. Go ahead.
It's not bad, Nadia. I mean, I like listening to you, and I'm sure that like some of them do as well. I've noticed a lot of the YouTube comments often don't have much to do with what's going on in here, though.
That's true, yeah. I just get like random turf saying that I'm, what is it? Oh, they have some kind of trick phrases or what catchphrases. And also, of course, committing some kind of gross violation or rape or whatever it is of the whole, I guess, every woman on earth and in history and maybe even the broader, I don't know, I think it's all across the universe kind of category of femininity and such by whatever it is being trans. Well, if and I know what I sound like, and it'd be really nice if I could get that friggin' voice surgery.
Do you think that that surgery would be like okay to do though? I mean, it seems like it's one of the hardest things for people to do since it can be kind of tough on your system, right?
No, it's not even really that invasive.
Really? Like, so it would, I mean, so you're talking about like a vocal cord type of surgery.
Yeah.
Right. I guess that's possible to do like in Thailand or something. I've heard that it's a lot cheaper to do out there.
No, they aren't really in Thailand. Korea is the big one.
All right, yeah. Actually, that
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, your vocal cord is just like sitting right out there, and basically all you have to do is be able to reach down someone's throat and shine lights, whatever, to be able to see what you're doing. So it's actually not that invasive.
Yeah, so then I'm wondering why, like, a lot of the trans women I know haven't really done that yet, and I'm wondering why. I don't know if it's like because they're worried that something might get damaged in their
Money.
Yeah, that could be what. Yeah.
Trying to transition and such, a lot of times costs you your career. I think like for the healthcare systems and all that cover anything, it's pretty much just hormones and surgery. Most people don't really have anything left over after paying rent and going grocery shopping. So when smoke clears, I mean, the I guess bottom surgery and hormones are basically all they get, right?
So you're saying that bottom surgery is more expensive than it would be for vocal cord surgery?
Well, it is, but it's not exactly the thing. It's not what the surgeons are charging. It's kind of what the a person who's trying to get it done or whatever it is has to pay, right? So the government's footing the bill for downstairs, but not for upstairs. So guess what? We're a lot of us are pretty broke, so if somebody else doesn't pay the bill, it doesn't happen, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess that's why a lot of them just kind of do vocal training, which I think you've been doing too. You've had that. I mean, it's like it's not your voice still sounds female. It's just I guess you want it to be more kind of higher still.
Amongst other issues, but all the surgery can really do is just higher. Tightening up your vocal cords doesn't change a lot of other things that go along. Like the variation of a pitch inside of a word. It's not kind of just the average pitch or whatever it is. And you're generally talking and all that. It's kind of a dynamic, moving, whatever it is kind of thing. And how do you deal with that? Well, even speech therapists are, what a little I've been hearing, have a tough time addressing it. Other things like, I actually have trouble moving my lips because I've been attacked. I mean, when they hit your lips with their fists and cut them up against your teeth, unfortunately, it cuts nerves too. So how will
That's
you
really
move all
sad.
that? So,
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that before. Did you like get your jaw damaged during that experience or something like that? Because that sounds like it was really brutal.
I never got very well diagnosed or whatever it is like that. There is some kind of weird popping stuff or whatever it is that goes on, but it's like X-rays for all 20 years on.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Yeah. Well, the weird thing is I never broke my nose.
Yeah, I was gonna say in the chat we were talking about your features earlier and how you have awesome skin and I wanted to mention you actually have a really nice nose as well. So yeah, it's good that because even I've had my nose broken before, but it's really good that you have that really nice kind of like straight nose. It looks great.
Well, they did beat my face enough to make me cockeyed. So for as much as I got off the hook on getting my nose broken and crooked, not sure it was that great a trade-off. Being cockeyed is probably worse.
But I don't think no one notices that. I mean, I've never seen that. Like your eyes seem very nice.
Yeah. Oh. I'm not cockeyed because I'm inbred. At least I can say that.
I'm sorry, your sense of humor is funny about it sometimes, but I mean, you seriously don't seem like that, you know. So it's probably it's probably still just more a matter of, you know, what they've done to your mouth, like if they punched you there, you know.
I got my eyes too. Yeah. Most of that I got orthodontia for in the 2000s. Unfortunately, if I don't find some kind of real income, the teeth I straightened out are not going to last. Enamel I lost, it's, those brown spots, etc. Because, of course, the hard shell goes, and, of course, what's stopping the color in these dyes from, say, bleaching in or staining? Not a whole lot. I don't get some kind of, like, real job somehow. That'll work. It's in trouble. Well, and of course my bodily integrity, like my teeth. So, of course, my bodily integrity is shit anyway. I'm like, bloated into a monster, and missing 3 major glands, and whatever kind of damage from my heart attack, and brain damage from my seizures, and who knows what. Yeah.
It's definitely been tough, it seems like. But, I mean, considering what you've been through, you look actually really amazing. Like, many people who would have gone through all of that would not look like you. So.
Yeah. I've seen people who have gotten hurt a lot worse by homelessness and all that, for sure.
Exactly, yeah. Like, even with your teeth, they're still good. They're not cracked or anything. They don't, like, it's not like to the point where you've had massive damage. But of course, I mean, eventually, hopefully, you'll have like the money to deal with things like that. But I think that you've been able to maintain yourself pretty well, actually.
Mm-hmm. Well, except of course for bloating into Jabba the Hutt. I'm supposed to go.
Not at all. Look at yourself. You're not Jabba the Hutt. You look great. Like, you look just fine.
Hey, I'm supposed to go from Luke Skywalker to Princess Leia, not to Jabba the Hutt, right?
But that's so not what it is. I mean, you look great, but it is. I understand, like, from your perspective, probably that's what you're saying. Like, you have a specific idea, and I saw the video you showed earlier, so.
I can show you a paper that shows. Unfortunately, it kind of pollutes the thing with clinical attractiveness or something, but the attractiveness. Here I'll choose various ranges or whatever it is that are deemed masculine or feminine, and actually not so much deemed such as the recognition process that's pretty much unconscious, etc., is or hardwired, pre-programmed, whatever it is. But basically tells people, okay, what this is male or female and all that. This is waist to hip ratio. Right, you see, okay. 0.8, it's like 65, 72, whatever. Well, unfortunately, goes to 0.8. It just falls off a cliff. It's 49. Or sorry, 77% say male, right? So, and then big drops in subsequent increases, and give you an idea of the shapes or the things they're kind of showing. They're basically showing like line drawings like that. But anyway. So My hips aren't getting any bigger. My waist sure as hell did.
But that can still be worked on, though I don't think your waist is necessarily that big. It's something that you can work on, and as for your hips,
My
like
waist was smaller than my hips before my thyroid died, right?
yeah, yeah. No, I mean I understand because I saw the video earlier though. I wanted to say that in the video you seemed like really, really malnourished kind of. Like I mean you look a lot healthier now. Like I'm not saying that you can't
What on earth?
in the sense that you seemed really, really thin for your height, you know?
All right. Which is sick, skinny or fat?
If they're on extremes, both can be. But for your weight, I mean, right now, like it's not great, but you're not. I wouldn't say that you're obese either. You know, it's not.
My BMI is over 29. Doesn't take too many more pounds before I actually do cross the line to obese. And then it has to be under 25 to qualify for surgeries. So, yeah. I think there is an extent to which, I mean, I don't know, there are some who don't like recognize that is sick, and at the very least, I certainly do. And there is, I think, some other affairs where I think it's like over half or something like that of cases of obesity and such are, you know, basically in tandem with endocrine disorders and perhaps even caused by them, right? Especially thyroid. Basically, a whole lot of untreated hypothyroidism going on, and your thyroid dies. That's why you blow up like a balloon, right?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, and I think probably I don't know. I mean, maybe even if you just did more walks or something, just to kind of make some of it. I mean, I don't see the way that I see it is that it's more just a psychological thing, but I get what you're saying too, that you know it's past like that point of, but
Not just psychological. The type 1 stuff, you know, dead pancreas, that does not work well with weight. You get double diabetes, right? Because the two things are totally independent phenomena. You know, type 1 and type 2. You know, type 1 is, well, your beta cells are gone, right? Type 2 is you get resistant to insulin, like some kind of, you know, I don't know, narcotic drug, right? In principle, they could happen together, and well, if you, I mean, one of the, I'm not sure what kind of factor it is that plays into it is, you know, the weight or, you know, lots of fatty tissue, and also the kind of process by which you know, expose yourself to more insulin and become resistant to it, is in order to tolerate the insulin, you'd have to be like overexposing yourself to or whatever it is to get resistant to it and all that. You would pack on a shitload of weight to process, right? Well, once you get like double diabetes, whatever it is, you are in a world of hurt. I mean, that's like just by dead to the two going together, it makes it like almost impossible to control and stuff, and also lines things up like kidney failure, amputation, and all that, blindness, and all that too, right? So that's one big nasty. But even before it gets to that point, I mean, it just destabilizes things a whole lot more. I mean, I never really had the kind of instability issues I've had since thyroid failure, like blew me up like a balloon, until it did. And I mean, even though like before mid 2012, I did get hit pretty hard with repetitive ketoacidosis and stuff. I wasn't like on a hair trigger like I have been ever since. Ever since mid 2012. Doesn't do good for your heart. Strains your heart more. I've had a heart attack before I gained it anyway. I've got a torn meniscus or right knee. It's made it. The more I weight it back on, the harder it is on the knee. And it goes on and on. Type 1 actually is supposed to keep you relatively slim. And one of the reasons, of course, is you're advised to avoid putting on too much. And part so you don't destabilize yourself or get double diabetes or whatever. And part because the disease itself usually, does things to you that prevent things from, packing on accidentally too. Seems that it lets the thyroid throw in the mix. It stopped working that way anymore. And it's ugly. Well, I mean, not just in the, I guess, literal sense where it actually, looks ugly, but also, in terms of the kinds of consequences it's had for me and my health.
Yeah, I can understand why it feels like it's very hard to kind of remedy this, because even if you were to, say, start being very active again, you would probably risk more problems with your health. Like, it's difficult. And you also need to nourish yourself, so you have to continue. It's not like you can go on a diet. Like, that's not that good either, so hard.
I can't really start like a normal human. I mean, I've got to have some amount of insulin, like pretty much daily and such to keep me out of ketoacidosis or whatever. And well, without some kind of intake to tolerate it, it's kind of pretty much guarantees fainting, seizures, whatever.
Yeah, the other day was really rough. Was that like a ketoacidosis thing, or was it something else? Like, what was happening the other day?
No, that's probably call it insulin reaction, hypoglycemia, whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure which one you're on about, but I guess
I'm referring to
the
the
one.
one where the paramedics came to see you guys, like to see you and.
That was twice. The one where like the roommates and such were around. That was.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. As far as like a kind of conventional colloquial way of describing it, yeah, basically I fainted or whatever. Yeah, I wasn't really, super serious. I mean, yeah, pretty much when they came to wake me up or some such, well, I woke up. I could at least talk to them.
Yeah.
I don't come out of it. Well, it shouldn't really happen. I just don't come out of it. It should be if it gets like substantially more severe, like it actually has seizures and like move around seizure characteristic ways, just thrashing. Like I said, it's high loss of license, high loss of car. Or at least, part of it. I mean, there are other contributing factors. Strictly speaking, if I, had a paycheck behind me or something, I could have gotten a car out of impound or whatever it is. But guess what? That wasn't coming at the time. So, anyway, yeah, actually running a calorie deficit in the first place is like almost impossible. Like, the whole thing where I gotta have like so much going through me to tolerate the insulin or whatever. That's like that pretty much sets like let's think about my BMR. If I actually burn the calories, right? Well, there goes my there go the calories that were going to go to help me tolerate the insulin, right? There's like no way to lose weight.
Yeah, that makes sense. I remember that I was there like just a little bit after the paramedics came and you were kind of like once you were kind of up on your feet, you were sort of shaking and you weren't really stable. So that's why it seemed like as though, it was kind of it took like it was a rough blunt hit to your system, but I don't know. I mean, you know better how you were feeling through that.
Nah, it's just being weak and shaky or whatever. I mean, it's no sugar in my blood, so apparently nothing for to power my muscles so they can have the strength to hold me up. I mean, not a big deal. Once I have a pixie stick or something, it goes back up and battery's charged. The one that actually hurts is the ketoacidosis one. That's the blood getting acidic and all that. That one really hurts. Apart, all the projectile vomiting and the small breathing, gasping like I'm drowning midair stuff. That's actually like no big deal compared to a tachycardia. Like, I mean, you think that like a quote unquote heart attack would be like the super painful thing, but it really just kind of like being out of breath and then I don't think it goes that much. The killer is when like your heart's like beating super fast, and that hurts like terribly. It's like, and it's not the fun stuff like some kind of whatever kind of flogger or some kind of needles or violent wand. It's like this thing is Probably, strictly speaking, is doing some kind of damage to you, because like, yeah, I've had like arrhythmias or whatever it is show up after ketoacidosis. Yeah, it's that's the part that hurts. Yeah, it's like when I'm like having it real bad and I'm like flailing around and stuff. I mean, they put me out with like morphine and stuff, and it's like, yeah, it's kind of an off chance you're gonna die, and they're bad enough pain that knocking them out is probably the easiest way to basically make them stop flailing around so we can get IVs in them and so on, right? So.
Yeah, so I guess you kind of get relieved of that pain, but the other one is kind of more, you have to endure it more.
Oh, Aman, are you do you say you're coming down with something, or? I
I've
don't know if
had
Aman's there.
yeah, I think he's been in the chat, but I don't know if he's been talking. But I've had situations where I woke up in the morning and like this is one of my worst things where it's like I guess it's anemia is what it is, and it just feels like I have to like I really can't stand up. I have to lay down, and my heart feels like it's pounding out of my chest, and then like I feel like I can't. I also can't eat or drink anything because I'll throw it up. Like it just right away comes back out if I try to drink some sort of something sweet or whatever, anything to kind of get me back. And it like I just kind of have to wait it out, and I can feel and hear my heart pounding, and and then like basically my best way to counter that is just to try to slowly go to bed again for an hour or something, and then hopefully it's better when I wake up.
Yeah. That is something that's serious, but I think anemia is something else. I kind of know what anemia. I don't know what you're describing is, but I have an idea of what anemia is, and I don't think that's what it is.
Yeah, it might not be anemia. It's just sort of like there's like a weakness in your body. You feel like you need some kind of like if I didn't have like enough nutrients in my body or something like that, and but I also don't have the energy to get myself any kind of nutrients. And if I try to just have a drink or like a juice or something to get, because I always feel like maybe it's because I'm lacking sugar, but I don't think that's what it is. Like because it doesn't seem to help when it happens, so I have to wait it out.
Yeah, that's one of the tricks, right? Like, if there's like malnourishment or something, it's like I don't think we have kind of really conscious ideas of exactly what we're malnourished in. So it's kind of to get on anything, kind of hope something that we're picking out on actually is not needed. So, yeah. I don't know if any of that came through.
I could hear you a little bit, but yeah, it was kind of fuzzy. I couldn't hear the whole thing that you're saying.
I was trying to suggest that malnourishment kind of. I'm probably still not close enough. Bear with me.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so I was trying to suggest. Okay, hang on while I turn off the light. I was trying to suggest that we don't really have precise enough instincts to tell us exactly what we're malnourished in, or what to do about it. Like exactly what food would solve our malnourishment issue. So I think the only kind of drive from instinct in terms of resolving malnourishment is basically not much more than to eat more. So yeah. It's like you do blood work on like someone who's like maybe getting overweight or something, and it's like, oh well, hey, it says they're actually malnourished, but how is that happening? If they're quote unquote eating so much, it's like, hey, wait a minute. Actually, if you do think about it a little bit, it makes sense. Quality, quantity, and not very precise indicators of how to resolve malnutrition.
Well, Nadia, you do remember, like when I went to the hospital, for me it was because it was a combination of bleeding internally and also iron deficiency. And so in my case, it was so severe that I had the exact same symptoms that Mina described, but in my case, it was I was like fading out of consciousness, like it was getting worse and worse. And like this stuff, like for women, is especially bad when they are pregnant. Like this stuff can kill women. Like I'm not even kidding. This is like how millions of women die each year, probably even more, just because of this low, during birth and things like that. I mean, this has to be like followed up and checked up on, because yeah, I don't know what, like, yeah, in my case it was just like the bleeding made it even worse because it was already bad in my case. Like they gave me, let's see, 14, 15, or even 16 bags it was of blood to get my blood back to my hemoglobin and everything back to normal. Like that was how bad it was.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's been like for me too. I've had to have transfusions in the past, and also like I think they said that I don't know what it is, but my blood like it moves very slowly, so it takes time for it to even have an effect on me.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always been, but I haven't really like followed up on it because it continues to keep happening, but it's just one of those things where I just learned how to deal with it. I just lay down and wait it out, basically.
Right. It's a pain every time to go to the hospital. Also, I can empathize. But yeah, but if you do ever like have a baby, you should really like get yourself thoroughly checked out, because that can really like either mess with the baby or mess with you. Like that's just a heads up I'm giving you, because this is just really out of concern.
I've got a low red blood cell count. Not sure exactly. They didn't like check elemental iron per se. I think technically speaking, it's some kind of anemia, but anyway.
I've had it actually, because like in my family we all have this issue. But my aunt, she died of this. She had the same exact thing as me and Mina, and she died during childbirth. She was the extra bleeding from the childbirth. It just was too much, and she didn't recover.
Is it like showing up in blood work, or what's going on there?
Well, no, the problem that sometimes during childbirth, the woman can bleed extra. She can bleed. She can bleed because of complications. Of course, that can happen. This is a traumatic. This is a traumatic experience for a woman. But I'm just saying, if you're a type of person that has these symptoms, you have to really like follow up with the doctor and like
internal bleeding.
Yeah, this extra bleeding is not good for someone who already has like a low hemoglobin. This will really, like, even if you recover, you may have permanent brain damage or your child may suffer these things.
I could probably find the paperwork, but
Yeah.
I don't recall like hemoglobin per se being so far off as like the red blood cell count, right?
Yeah. But like her child died also during childbirth. The child was, yeah, it's connected to the mother, you know. So it's getting everything the mother is getting, and they both died really. It was very sad. Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is why like I'm so warning people, especially women. This is very serious.
Yeah, well, I can say that for me, I actually had it affected my period. Like, I don't really have a regular period anymore. So it's to that point where I know it's like kind of graphic to even talk about this, but yeah, like I don't really like, and I know that it has something to do with it because I should be having a period. I'm only 30, so and I haven't really had that regular of a period for like the last 3 years. So I always feel like there must be something pretty wrong, obviously, but it, I've been trying to deal with it myself and just kind of not, overdoing it because I know that if I wait it out and kind of have my own little remedies for it, it will feel better by like 2-3 hours later. So I don't want to make it into a huge thing.
But my doctor, what my doctor is advising me is every 3 months I get a blood checkup. Like that's really what I do. Like every 3 months, because I have the same problem as you. Like my blood, like if I ignore this, I'm gonna like I can't move anymore because my blood it goes so low, and it's and yeah, every 3 months I get a checkup, and and we're fine, and I have peace of mind, and it's not like I'm doing it every month, but maybe that's something you can look into. Like just you can check all your stats and follow up on it. It doesn't take long. They just take a bit of a sample of blood and send it to the lab, and you talk to your doctor, and they tell you, hey, this is this and that, and it may take maybe an hour for you at the doctor in total. That's an hour per 3 months you spend there for a peace of mind, really.
Yeah, I mean that's good advice, absolutely.
You do have like social health care, right? It's not like you're not in America, right?
Yeah, no, we definitely do. We do.
All
It's
right.
I think it's just more like when you have to get taken in with the ambulance and things like that, they'll charge you. But generally, for most things, we can get things done without paying much.
All right, right, yeah. So I mean, it's so financially it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. Like last month, I almost had another episode of it. I was bleeding again. I was not looking forward to go to the hospital. Like internally I bleed. I don't know. Like Nadia, I've discussed this with Nadia. Like she knows. We were having hangouts from the hospital. This is a while ago, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last time I think I spent 5 days. Yeah, about 5 days in the hospital. Like 4 days in intensive care. It's like at times I was like I wanted like to go on my own to the toilet and stuff, and like I had like it took everything I had. Like it was like I was sprinting uphill. It felt like that, and I couldn't, and if I stopped I would fall. Like just walking, just slowly walking felt like that. My head was pounding, my heart was, I could hear it, really feel it, and yeah, like my whole family has this.
Internal
It's a
bleeding.
genetic
Yeah.
issue.
Yours is internal bleeding, right? So.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, the internal bleeding is not genetic. What is genetic is my blood. It's naturally it's like that. It's very low. Like I have a very low iron also. So my blood pressure also, and it's just bleeding makes it worse.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you now. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
you
pal,
say we
I've
need
heard
to
your
take.
story too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was near death. I'm not even joking. Like 2 times I was near death.
And go ahead.
No, it was funny. Like the first time it happened, it was not as bad, but I couldn't move my feet anymore. The second time, like the paralysis was moving up my body, so I couldn't move my feet, and like my hands also not anymore, or very slowly. Like your body shuts down piece by piece. It was very interesting. Like if you're like that low on blood, your brain goes on to protect the brain, to protect the more. It pulls the blood away from the less important parts and puts it to the more important parts. So and eventually it will also shut down entire organs, like even livers and kidneys and everything, and just keep the heart running and the brain get them oxygenated enough. And yeah, and if this like is long enough, you can already get necrosis, and this is some scary stuff. I mean, once necrosis sets in, that's they have to start cutting off your body,
Yeah,
body parts.
the skin tissue dies.
Oh yeah, and that
It
spreads
happened
it.
to my uncle, where
But
he went in the hospital, and by the time he died, they had cut like 100 pounds of flesh off of him.
oh my god. Yeah, see, that's why I say this stuff is dangerous.
Yeah.
That's why I get checked out.
Yeah, I'll take the nerve damage in my back and the other shit that's wrong with me. Thank you.
I mean, just imagine like you wake up in the hospital and your left foot or right foot, your dominant foot is black. It started to go black, and doctors come to you and, sorry, sir, we have to cut off your foot. Imagine how that feels. Oh my god.
Yeah, one of my roommates is having a foot that's starting to go black, so from an infection.
It may not be necrosis. That may be something else.
Yeah, it's a bad infection that's spreading, right? And it's bad. So
Yeah. I'm not sure how we got to necrosis or whatever, but anyway.
I like the way she said that. I'm not sure how we got to necrosis and all.
That's what I was saying. Nadia has a really good sense of humor sometimes.
You can be funny, Nadia. Would you like to talk about a necessitator creator?
Necessity or creator? What?
Yeah, I don't fucking know. It's the bullshit that um, evolution is false was trying to pull on me. And I'm like, look, man, I don't know philosophy, but I know you're selling me some bullshit.
Well, the impossibility equator is more like it, really. I was actually like showing my my therapist needles and stuff involved in all this garbage, and it's like, well, hey, I actually had a heart attack, so metabolizing the estrogen through my liver is a no-go proposition. And welcome back, Godless Kafir.
Thank you.
Yeah, apparently, like, whatever it is goes on with the hot flashes, has some kind of connection to just, like, throwing into ketoacidosis, right? So, at least before Obamacare kicked in, where New York was able to get the health insurance in line, it was like, well, pretty serious stuff as far as well, I guess the
Why? Where are you at now? You're no longer in New York?
I'm in New York now, yeah.
Well, at least you're not stuck up on top of a fucking mountain in the middle of nowhere like I am. I can't even walk anywhere.
If I were in the sticks, I'd be dead. Yeah.
And every fucking doctor I go to wants to treat me with fucking Reiki or fucking acupuncture.
Yeah.
Oh, the energy coming out of your body. Hi, Mr. Miyagi, I'll kill you. Yeah. And I tell them, you know that's not a real science. Get the fuck out of my face.
Isn't acupuncture alternative medicine?
It's bullshit. It doesn't work. I had some guy stick needles in my arm to check my the muscles in my arms, legs, back, and my muscles are fine. It's the fucking nerves that he stuck the needles in. Like 3 days afterwards, I had hip pain, I had fucking arm pain, I couldn't move my arm, and all from them, because one of the things when you mess up your spinal cord is you get nerve damage, and nerve damage it barely ever heals, and it's a pain that comes and goes depending on what I do.
If you believed it would work, maybe you'd get the placebo effect.
Yeah. I just have to believe hard enough, right?
Yeah, like alternative medicine by definition either has been proved not to work or not been proved to work.
Yeah, well, I'd rather the doctors give me real medication or something that really works.
Your health insurance pays for that shit?
No, I have to pay a certain amount, but that I really can afford. But yeah, they would pay for it.
They would pay for alternative medicine?
Yeah, chiropractic.
That's ridiculous. That's horrible.
Yeah. What's horrible is most of the doctors you go to don't know the fucking difference, right? That's what's horrible, is you have medical fucking doctors that are supposed to be treating primates, humans, and they know nothing about evolution. They know very little about fucking real medicine, and they won't give you real medicine because, you know, it might actually work.
Right, a doctor that doesn't believe in evolution is scary.
Yeah, almost everyone I've met doesn't know what the fuck it is.
You must be in a shit state. That's cute on Incognito.
Jersey
What is
too.
it?
Jersey too. I'm in
Is
Pennsylvania.
that a German?
Little hamsters. Oh my god, it's so cute.
It's a Muslim hamster. Watch out, Godless. Coming for you.
Holy
I
cow.
love hamsters. I used to have them
Silas
when I
is
was
the
a
only
kid.
cat that couldn't resist that hamster.
Okay.
Allow hamster.
That's really cute.
Is that Mina?
No, it's Incognito.
Okay, because I was gonna do impression of you if it was Mina.
My sister used to have a little white mouse that was trained. It would sit on her shoulder as she rode her bicycle,
It's sniffing the camera.
and his
She
name
what?
was. She had a little white mouse that was trained. I shit you not.
I'm sorry, I just.
She would put this mouse up on her knee on the bed, and then pat the bed, and the mouse would know to jump off. And the mouse would ride around with her on her bicycle when she was like 7 years old, and just sit on her shoulder and know not to jump off.
They shit everywhere. I used to have pet mice, so
Yeah,
they shit
yeah.
everywhere.
she used to be like, "Give me a paper towel." The mouse just pissed down my neck.
Ew.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
had
they
a
pissed
friend
me
who had a
too.
pet white rat, and those things are clever because I was trying to play with it. I was trying to see, because I used to have a hamster, right? And hamsters are dumb as fuck. So there's this pet rat. So I poked it with my car keys.
Hamsters aren't dumb. What the fuck?
They're fucking dumb compared to rats. Rats are fucking right. I was poking this rat in the cage with my car key, and it initially it went for my car key, but then it stopped and it was looking at me and it was moving its mouth so that it was closer to the finger which was nearer the cage. I think, God, this thing's clever. This
I know
thing is
what
waiting
happened,
for
right?
an opportunity to, to bite my finger. It's trying to make me think that I'm not. It's that stupid. God, those things are clever. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I think one of the first mice I bought was a pregnant mother.
I got that before. I asked for 2 males, and they gave me a fucking pregnant female.
Yeah, and I on the box on the way home, I remember that fucking thing. It latched onto my finger, and here I am, like shaking my finger, and the fucking thing would not let go. I had to wait for it to let go, and then when I got home, I found out after I put it in the habit trail that it gave birth to 2 babies.
Yeah.
One black and white, and the other one was gray and white. So
Did
I
you
gave
give
my
them away
sister the
for
gray and white one.
scientific experiments now?
I think hamsters. Being smart is not necessarily what makes you loved. And I think also there's a little bit of a question of I don't know. When I might be needing to change my dosage scales because there's something that's like my graph is like showing up low, like right now.
I never named my pet mice, so I would just call them the gray one and the white one.
When I was a kid, I used to have a dog that used to follow me to school every single morning and sit out in front of the school until I got out of school and then follow me home.
You weren't afraid like the dog catcher would come get it or something?
No, no. I used to let it sleep in the hallway, whereas the landlord wouldn't allow dogs in the house, so I'd bring it in and feed it and give it water and all. And I named it Dog.
Dogs are so faithful.
Yeah, that's a cute little hamster there, Palm.
Yeah, that was really sweet, Palm. Thank you for sharing that.
We just had a cat that we caught from outside, and it jumped out the window after being in the house a month.
Jumped out a top window?
It knocked the screen out and everything. And the thing is
Wait,
missing.
on the first floor?
Yeah, this whole house is like a ranch. It has a basement, but it's full of stuff from her last roommate and stuff after her mother passed away and all, and her father passed away. And some of my stuff is down there, my drums.
Your fridge with the dead bodies.
Yeah, my
freezer. Sorry.
My computers, my speakers, my rims for my car. I brought them in the house. She was so pissed off.
Well, the cat wanted to escape?
Yeah, it was a feral cat.
Oh.
But it was really nice. It would let you pet. It would let you pet it. It had a torn knee ligament where it would drag its leg. That's why I felt bad. Is that obviously he jumped up, 4 feet off the ground. So I was going to bring him in here with me.
What did you give it that made it do that? Own up.
The person I live with. All you got to do is hear her voice, and you will run.
And here's me thinking it's because pussy runs away from you. Hey, how's it going, dude? Thumbs up to you, man.
Have you guys ever seen videos of UN fights? Like, our leaders, like the people fucking leading the world, ruling the world, are fucking fighting, screaming at each other at the UN. There was one where this Chinese bitch went up and slapped somebody from North Korea. Or no, the North Korean one slapped another woman from China. Like, they're behaving like children.
That's cool. Have you seen? I'm sure you've seen this. Like, have you seen the ones Arabic TV fights? Those are the best.
I think I've seen those. I don't remember specifically, though.
The one where they're wrestling with the table, for the table, and
Oh,
on the
yeah,
table
I
they
have
just
seen
smash
that,
it to
yeah.
bits. And the shoe one, where one of them chucks a shoe at another one.
Oh, no, I
And
didn't
there's
see
one-
that.
There's one where he pulls out a gun. There's one where he pulls out a fucking gun on the television, and the guy doesn't care. He's going for him. It's
Did you
fucking
see
awesome.
George Bush duck that shoe on TV?
No, I didn't see that. I've never seen that, actually.
Like I never knew he had that fast reflexes, right?
He must be used to it. So he's not very popular.
What happened to the person that chucked the shoe?
Oh, well, he chucked the shoe. I can't remember. One of them, the guy who chucked the shoe, or the other guy, came at the other guy with a gun. But the other guy who didn't have the gun didn't care. He was like still posturing. It was unbelievable. I thought he would run out of the studio, but he stood his ground. It was crazy shit.
Nadia, you should get a
I'm
cat.
probably going to. There's a cat in the house, but what I don't know what you think a cat's gonna do for me. I can give you an idea, real quick, of how like the crap with all the glands that I'm missing is like really seriously fucking with
What
me.
that you're missing?
Glands, like hormones. Right?
You can do the math too, right? To keep a cat, it's about $3 to $7 grand a year in food and veterinary.
No, it's not.
Bullshit.
7 grand for a cat?
Yeah, for a cat.
He
You
treats
better
his
add it up.
cats well.
Do the math. And then
What kind of math are you
if it gets hurt, the vet shots every year, the deworming fucking shit.
Maybe when it gets older, but the food is less than $1,000.
What do you mean? You got to deworm your cat every fucking year. What are you telling me? You got a cat in your
Yeah,
house?
but
with
how
a bunch
much
of
does it
fucking worms?
cost? Wait, deworm it or just worm preventative medicine?
You give it preventative medicine, but that shit is like $60, $70.
A month?
No, once a year.
Yeah, $60 equals $7,000.
No, a jar of food every day, right?
Yeah, but the food, I've added up
That's
the food before
$1
and
a
it's
day.
less than $1,000.
Yeah, until it gets sick, until something happens to it. Or you go and pick up strays in the neighborhood and you got to cut everyone's balls off and everyone's ovaries out, to keep them from breeding.
Oh my God! Did you see that? He was about to eat the hamster. No wonder it's on a plate. He's gonna eat it.
What'd you name him, Palm? My mouse.
Munch. That's what
My
it's
mouse
called.
is called Socrates.
Mice shit in their food while they're eating. I never understood that.
No,
They've
it
got
would. It
no
wouldn't.
style.
No, they do. I've had pet mice. They really do.
Well, near it maybe, but not
No,
in
they
that little
they'll
bowl.
shit right in the bowl. Ask Palm.
Yeah, they'll shit in the water. They'll shit it everywhere.
Maybe that's
Yeah,
how they
they
get
do.
their B12. Do you know B12 bacteria produce B12 is in your anus? So if you want a free vegan source of B12, just eat your shit. There you go.
That's B12. Have you, what do they call it? Naked or something like that is like Blue Machine or stupid. What is it? I guess some kind of I guess berry mix or fruits thing. Anyway, that stuff has like a incredible amount of B12, and my crap just came back. My blood glucose just came back low. You know what the hell this is? Okay, so let me tell you how the hormones, or some of the ways the hormones they'll tie together. All right, so what is it? Estrogen, was too high. I think it binds or changes the form of the thyroxine binding globulin. Your thyroid hormones that, well, actually, they say affects your metabolism. Okay. Let's keep going. The thyroxine binding globulin and such. Actually, it's a nice little thing that makes your insulin, actually drop it. Makes the insulin drop out, right?
You got type 2, Nadia?
No, type 1.
Oh, I forgot the difference. I thought, isn't type 2 worse?
No, type 1 is.
Oh.
Yeah, type 2 is the one everybody wants to blame the victim on, but nobody knows the fucking difference because the same word pops up. I mean, you just like some kind of thing right there, right? I say, oh well, you you ate too much, you made yourself fat, and you gave yourself the D word, diabetes, and no idea what type 1 or type 2 is, so.
I knew a really
Oh, hey,
skinny
everybody
person with
blames the
type
victim for
2,
type
though.
2. Everybody blames the victim for type 2, so, hey, we have no idea that type 1 is different, so. Hey, you're gonna blame the victim on you too. But anyway, moving on. So, thyroxine binding globulin. Yeah, it's, I guess, some inactive form, or deactivated by estrogen and such, so the thyroid hormones don't actually make don't actually get activated or sorry, and also Malcolm Alexander. Now, then you get a funny little more knock-on effect too, which is, I guess, what estrogen, right? And then thyroid stuff, and then because insulin, right? Insulin's actually come out of this, I think. So then, now this stuff's like getting knocked out of your bloodstream, and it keeps dropping low, right? Hang on a minute. Somebody's like not actually keeping my thyroid hormone dosage up where it should be. I keep cutting it because my TSH. Yeah, I see my TSH is not quote unquote low, but on the other hand, the thyroid hormones are not coming out of my actual thyroid, right? The brain is actually what makes TSH, thyroid stimulating hormone. So say, oh well, hey, this quote unquote command is not happening to whatever it is. So we're gonna apparently put the cart before the horse and say, okay, all right, the amount of the thyroid hormone we're giving you is making the brain shut down the production of TSH. Totally fucking backward, right? The brain actually putting out TSH might actually be the what is it, hypothalamus, but anyway, where's the pituitary? Anyway, no, it's the GnRH or whatever. Anyway, the right, the insulin doesn't actually get quote unquote metabolized, right? Because these thyroid hormones are getting cut, right? And the thyroid hormones aren't getting activated by whatever it is, and blood glucose keeps dropping, and then guess what? What keeps blood glucose up? Oh, eating glucose. Only calories in, calories out, and weight shoots up. So, like slashing with thyroid hormones, and who knows what. These things are all tangled together. This stuff's apparently almost pure sugar, so. Oh. That's what keep me from fainting or having a seizure, I hope. Man, fainting and like, uh, you know, splitting the skin open or whatever it is when the back of my head hits the floor is not necessarily all that great idea. And of course, seizures outright are just, hey, brain damage. There you go. Not terribly convinced it's a great idea. Last time I checked, computer programming involves some brain activity and, well, at least back in the old days, is kind of what making money relied on, right? Which is how you get any, I don't know, resources out of anyone to survive, right? Okay, so what is raise what is it? Blood glucose like 20 milligrams per deciliter. Need 8 grams of carbs. Or it's a conversion factor I have going, right? All right. Or at least I take a unit of insulin for every 20 milligrams per deciliter above like 120, and well, that's also for every 8 grams of carbs of food, right? So okay, so 33 grams or 21 grams of carbs are be 5 units of insulin, and then raise things by about 100, I think. I have a bad feeling that whatever I said kind of didn't actually make it to the other end. A bad feeling about what? A bad feeling whatever I said didn't make it to the other end.
Sorry, could you repeat, Nadia? I was just looking in the YouTube chat.
I have a bad feeling whatever I said didn't make it to the other end.
But what were you saying?
Okay, so estrogen, I guess, converts forms of thyroxine binding globulin that actually allow the thyroid hormones to act or be neutralized, right? So, okay, well, obviously I'm taking estrogen. And then, of course, they're slashing my thyroid hormone dosage because, let me see, low thyroid stimulating hormone. But, of course, that goes down because I'm actually replacing it. And replacing it, of course, because the things don't actually get made when, even though the thyroid stimulating hormones are actually normal. And of course, when the thyroid hormones aren't actually, having the effects that they should, the insulin doesn't get, metabolized, taken out of the bloodstream, so that the sugar in the bloodstream keeps getting put into the cells instead of staying in the bloodstream. And so you see me like today with a blood glucose of 28. Right.
Have you ever thought about getting glucose tablets?
What's glucose tablet?
It's for people with diabetes when they have low sugars. It's only a temporary fix. Like, you need protein. If you eat sugar, it's not going to do anything.
They are a sugar pill. Anything with sugar works just as well.
Well, they're a little bit better than sugar pills because they have
They are sugar pills.
Yeah, they work temporary, but it's good for when you have low blood sugar. Yeah, my grandmother was diabetic. My uncle was diabetic. My mother was diabetic. My father was diabetic.
I have had type 1 for 20 years. That's a different beast anyway. So, tablet is a pill. Glucose is sugar. It's a sugar pill.
Yeah, she would take the glucose tablet, and then afterwards I'd have to fry her an egg at like 7 years old.
Is a pill. Liver is the sugar. And you get that by stuffing anything else with sugar into your face, right? Like, well, I guess this substitute for pixie sticks, since the store didn't actually have pixie sticks, right?
Yeah, but you still need protein after those pixie sticks because it's only temporary. It's only because it's boosting your sugar and then it goes away after about an hour. When you eat protein, right, it stabilizes it. Either an egg or shit, what else? I can't even remember, it was so long ago. They're all fucking dead now, right? So
yeah, slow carbs are just what they mean by slow is it releases over a longer period of time instead of all at once, right?
Yeah.
In other words, as a slow release curve.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about, is that they would take something sugary. My grandmother would always have like orange juice.
Slow down. Protein, right? it takes a while to digest and be released into the bloodstream, and so on, right? Slow carbs. Oh, it's the same thing we're saying about slow carbs, right? Take a while to digest and release in the bloodstream, right? So, same thing he's saying about slow carbs, you're saying about protein, right? And all we really have in mind there is that, okay, well, if you need this to effect to last or keep happening later on, well, you want to have a slow release curve so it keeps releasing more and more of that stuff in the bloodstream, right?
No, because it's not sugary. The sugar just brings it up to a point where you can function. I remember my grandmother being on a couch and being like, and this is what amazed me. She would be able to tell me if it was low or high blood sugar. And if it was high, I used to have to give her an injection, right? If it was low, then she'd eat something sugary, and then I'd have to go make her something with protein afterwards to stabilize it, because the sugar would wear off in an hour. And she had type 1, so.
Yeah. No. Then it acts a bit more like my own. So, well, okay.
I remember her being in coma a couple times.
Yeah, I've been in coma a few times too. Anyway, so main thing is, was it you wanted slow carbs or you wanted proteins or sugar pills? Oh, glucose and yeah, protein, right? Well, everything when it's getting digested and utilized as quote unquote energy. Energy is at least chemically adenosine triphosphate, and the precursor to that is well, some things like glucose, right? That's what all the digestion, whatever it is converting protein to. I guess it's like biology or what do they call it? Microbiology? Yeah, kind of. A fair amount of organic chemistry too. Yeah. Actually, Dionysus, weren't you into organic chemistry? It's probably not even there.
He's probably passed out. The other day he was asking us to figure out like live porn cam sites for him. So he probably passed out.
Yeah, you can Google it.
That's what I was saying too. He asked for escorts, and we were like, just Google it. he wanted to know if we could hook him up with escorts.
Yeah, what his deal is. think Camfor's what was it, Flash or whatever script or something. It doesn't actually work on Linux to access the webcam. Some probably before I bloated into well, disgusting horror or whatever I am now. Kind of. Well, I was desperate or something, and well, I mean, thyroid is damage, or thyroid failing is damage pretty fast. So I stopped being interested looking at that pretty fast.
It's interesting the amount of people that make a lot of money off doing stuff like that, and it's just like they're not even like, you know, they never really put much work into it, and it's just like it's kind of what they do for a living.
Well, palm feels better. I don't know. I mean, it was kind of a winner take all type thing. Yeah, it's like, yeah, whatever kind of model people are or some such, and then everybody else is kind of like, it's like, oh wow, look at well, so and so. It's kind of like, oh, it's actually basically a chat room with other people in similar scenarios. Basically just commiserating with each other, right? Like, I don't know. I couldn't get my camera to work with the flash script, but I showed up or did whatever. Basically, like, me and apparently a couple other trans women too, like all talking to one trans woman who actually was, I guess, running that show or some such, and going, yeah, she just lost her job, whatever it is. Yeah, that EEOC non-discrimination ruling still toothless, whatever, and oh yeah, it kind of sucks.
It's interesting the amount of money some of these people made though. Like I remember I used to be subscribed to, it was one of kink.com's subsites that they had that was mainly transsexual women, and there was so much action happening on there. Like people were crazy about it, and those girls were making a lot of money, and basically they had just kind of come in, like not really with that much experience, but the studio was putting so much money into it that it looked very professional. So they ended up making a lot of money and being able to pay for their surgeries. Even though it's interesting that, in a lot of the cases they kind of didn't even want their surgery because it was part of the, they wanted to kind of stay the way that they were. But it's it's odd, like when you think about it, how it works when you get into porn and all that stuff.
Mm. Yeah. I was desperate enough, but apparently they have physical standards that I did not meet. Yeah, not even 4 years, 100 pounds ago, right? Well, 3.5 years and whatever. Hmm.
When you think about it, though, if 4 years change so much, you never know how much is going to change in the next 4 years to come. Could always be quite different, right?
I saw pretty much where I am. I saw it coming 25 years ago. I am not surprised. I'm not very convinced there will be surprises. Yeah, I figured out. Yeah, cost me my career and home and all that, and yeah, there could be complications. I mean, not too tough to figure out. Obviously, there's kind of a chicken and egg problem with getting off the ground to where you get going and do all the things you need to do to actually, socially function or whatever. And well, if you get stopped before, you kind of, or stop in the middle, for that matter, you pretty much can't really make it out. You're stuck where you are forever. And that's where I am. And welcome, Pam.
Hey.
It's was it Thursday now? It's probably Friday in Australia.
No, it's 10 p.m. on Thursday.
Okay, well, it's not Thursday for much longer then.
I could be wrong, but I think I've had problems with this bitch in MK's side chat.
Who?
Pam. I might be wrong. I said I might be wrong, though.
Sorry, what?
I don't think so, Godless.
Do you go to MK's chats? Pam?
Oh, no, don't.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you were somebody else.
She's always looking for some shit, right?
It's an innocent mistake.
I've seen the other chats, but I don't really go into them because, like, I don't find them very happy half the time.
Yeah, I suppose it's was on a little bit of a downbeat theme, but still. Yeah, maybe the porn angle would spice it up or something.
I got a few that my enemies ringing me up and stuff, which is unusual.
Your enemies? What?
Yeah, Mac, he doesn't like me very much, and Rational Theist hates my guts, and things like that. So.
Oh. And they're ringing you up.
And Shamos too. And there was a couple of group chats about hating women, which I thought was a bit silly, and things like that.
Oh.
I don't believe they had a chat about hating women.
Oh, they did. Yeah, I saw it. Hey, I didn't go in there.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, they are.
What did they say that hates women?
I have no idea. I didn't go in there. I don't think anyone went because it was really like, you don't go to a thing like that.
Wouldn't be allowed to vote or drive. Be barefoot in the kitchen, pregnant, making sandwiches. For Jeebus.
Genesis 3:16. Yeah, they're never going to get me pregnant, no matter how many times I tried. Therefore,
You know what's I get so depressed over is my roommates actually agree with that shit, right? They're like, I don't care if women can't vote. I don't care if women can't drive. So what? They should have the right to work.
Probably willing to sacrifice that one too.
Yeah, what blows me away is when women say this shit, right? I don't know. We are very uneducated.
Well, I hate radical feminists.
Does that anyone like radical feminist? Right?
I'm a syncretic feminist, not radical.
What's the term, Nadia? Syncretic? What does that mean?
Syncretic. It means mixture, yeah.
Like Rebecca Watson and Anita Sarkeesian?
I have no idea who they are.
No. More like Nuclear Night. That wants to kill men. That thinks the world will be better off with all men fucking being led to the gallows.
Right.
I've only ever heard of them from basically various MRAs, MGTOWs, whatever it is here.
Well, Jeans say they were actually all women, actually, and then men is sort of like an extra part of woman, really, if you think about it.
What about tits?
Yeah, that's right. The genes say that. Well, man's basically we're all, in the womb. We all start female, and then testosterone's like antagonist
Oh, and
to.
the clitoris turns into a penis.
Yeah, I don't know. It happens in the womb, so I'm not sure exactly.
It'd be nice if I grew tits, but no, probably never gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't think we actually know as a species what happens with the gender when a baby gets born very well.
Oh, G
It
Whistler.
happens in the womb, right? So your testes start off in your body, and they descend when the baby's flooded with hormones.
They're called gonads,
testosterone.
actually. They're called gonads. There's a different,
Yeah, the clitoris does become the penis in a way. That's why when they give females testosterone, they grow this big old fucking 3-inch fucking clitoris.
This was what is it? Metodioplasty, I think. Kind of tries to capitalize on that a bit.
Which goes against what the Christians say, because they say that God made man first, and that's by the looks of things, God made female first, and then man from female, not the other way around.
See, I question this shit at like 7 years old. I remember like sitting on a desk and going, why the fuck do I have hair on my arm? Why would men have nipples? For what reason?
Mm. I don't remember what it was.
I mean, that's essentially why we should all be feminists, because we are all women. That's pretty much what we are. So.
And in fourth grade, I'd be like, why is that girl kicking my ass? Why is she hitting like a man?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have heard very little about the, I don't know, YouTube feminists. What do you want to call them? Basically, like Tumblr feminists on YouTube or whatever.
Right, Nadia. They're usually atheists too. They're crazy.
Sure.
They
Yeah.
just got Richard
Like,
Dawkins just invited from a CFI conference.
okay. I don't really. They're not really where I go to find anything feminist. I would probably go to something in writing.
Yeah, I could give a fuck about Richard Dawkins.
Oh, I'm not a Dawkins fan. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
There are other
Graham
interesting
Oppie,
parts about the gene as well. Like, for instance, when you know how women give birth, right? That's why their genes are particularly not dominant, is because they give birth, and men's genes are dominant because they don't give birth, and that's another feature of the genome as well.
Well, yeah. As far as atheism is such, I don't think people like bother with the question much anymore. But I mean, there's like Graham Oppie, Theodore Drange, so on and so forth. I mean, there's those kind of people. These could some kind of like peer review or something. Well, really more, editorial review or whatever you want to call it.
Another thing I learned about women was that they get a very big testosterone spike when they have their period, and that actually helps them become more feminine, apparently. So the bigger that spike is, apparently. And the thing is, you can't simulate it with injections, because I suppose you could if you use a different oil or something, but you inject that once a month of testosterone if you're a female, for instance, and that will you actually become more feminine that way. So it's like the estrogen is like rising throughout the month, and then it takes a sharp drop, and then testosterone spikes, and then it does that over and over again.
I don't know. I think, yeah, I kind of like, I was hoping to actually have like a discussion about feminist affairs, like, well, I titled the hangout Intersectionality and Standpoint, right? I think it kind of got derailed early on, and I never even got close to pushing the topic, right?
So why do they call it intersectionality?
Yeah, yeah, it's the idea of these, things like, the various classes or races or sexes or whatever it is, right? And, well, you can have things like, the intersection of, race, gender, and class or some such there. And, well, those intersections are what people think about intersectionality, right?
Am I reading Russian at the top of the screen?
Yes, it is Russian. Yeah. It's a quote by Joseph Stalin.
And what's that exactly?
Ideas are more powerful than guns. Right.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
Well, it kind of goes into a bit of a sequel there. Follow-up is, we wouldn't let our enemies have guns. Why should we let them have ideas?
Very good point. That's a good point. It sounds like what it's like now. Like you're not allowed to have a gun now in our country anyway. But it's almost like you can't have ideas as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. I was hoping to take on the subjects of feminism or some such godless kefir, but I don't know. Maybe my, I guess, extremism would be to a greater degree what she thinks she finds in the radical feminist position. Maybe not. And
There's a lot of big words in that sentence.
oh yeah, speaking of anti-feminism, welcome, Art.
Pamela, since you're here right now, I was actually in that hangout where Matt Bell came in here and started making like a lot of really rude comments towards Nadia and towards you as well eventually. Like did you guys feel offended by that? Like that was pretty messed up to watch.
To a certain degree. I mean, he's a fairly formidably angry person. That guy.
I'm not sure which hangout you mean. Matt Bell does that every time he's in here.
Yeah, I watched it from the outside, and it was I think he does it purposely, right? So.
Of course he does.
Yeah, I mean,
He would say he's a cunt. He's a fucking cunt.
Yeah, I mean, basically he just shows up to be like a transphobic troll against me or whatever. I mean, so, yeah, go ahead. YouTube looks like you're kind of discrediting your own cause. I don't have to worry about much.
It's just he came in here so rudely. Like Nadia, he was saying that like, oh, Nadia has the mind like she has the mind of a somebody that's a 15-year-old or something like that. And then to Pamela, oh, Pamela, she looks like she's 60. It was so stupid and so like he was coming up with insults. Like it was really really offensive to like watch by the sidelines.
I'm actually getting kind of used to it because I'm 42, I believe, and I think that actually does you good to face these kind of people because and then come through it without having to worry about it too much.
Yeah, mostly I'm kind of, I don't know, how do you even describe
Face the demons type thing, you know, like it's great. It's like walking through fire, I think, in a way.
Well, him insulting people's looks is the irony, right? I mean, come on.
Other point, but yeah, it's kind of perfect course, whatever. I mean, it's like.
I mean, that's another thing. I'm not big on looks either, because I think personality is very important. I think a lot of people realize that.
If anybody's big on looks, I am not getting anywhere off the ground. Oh, wait. It's happening, so there you go.
I think you look okay. Well, I don't see the problem.
Oh, I mean, I look like a
You're a worthy
fat.
person. You don't need to worry about what you look like too much.
I look like a fat, rapidly aging middle-aged man. So, I mean,
You look better
you're
than
a lot
me.
more than that, Nadia.
I mean, come on, Nadia.
a lot more than what again?
You look better than I do. I mean, come on. I'm the old man in here, so. Even though I have longer hair than yours.
Okay. Yeah.
You don't act. You don't act like. I've hung out with girls and guys growing up, and you do not act like the men do. All right, get a bunch of men in a room alone, and when off air, and fucking see how they talk and what they talk about. Right? You don't fit the profile.
Yeah.
You come off as having a female personality and female looks. Right? You have eyes that look like girls.
Yeah. I think I have heard guys talk about someone. They kind of are put off by, or have always been put off by, I guess, my kind of being really obviously queer. I mean, I guess
I've
maybe
seen a lot more
before.
queer people getting around now.
What's that?
There's a lot more queer people getting around. I've seen lots of people who are much more genderqueer than you. You actually are more feminine than a lot of people, and you don't dress weirdly either, so you don't look weird.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's
You don't have pink hair, for instance, so that might be an improvement.
yeah, there's that. But yeah, I mean, basically, it's still all passing privilege, right?
I mean, women have the same problem. I mean, the more feminine a girl is and looks, the more the more attention they get and stuff. So.
Gives a shit about attention. Where the hell's my fucking job? And paycheck.
And communism sort of does guarantee jobs for people too, doesn't it?
Yeah, what?
I think it's a human right to work. Is that right?
I don't think anyone acknowledges it.
In Queensland, we're actually thinking of bringing in a human rights charter because we actually don't have one, if you believe that. And one of the things under the charter is the right to work, and that's probably coming up in the next 10 years.
Yeah, in the States, it's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, it's just basically food, drink, and shelter. But I don't know about work, because that's a social construct.
Yeah, it's actually we're constructing a Human Rights Act. It's going their right to work is one of the. There's a lot of them there.
Or you mean you're going to put it in? You want to put it in there, or is it already in there?
No, it's proposed. It's a proposal.
Right. Oh, that's a good one too. Yeah, you need some sort of income because I don't see anybody, living in some piece of forest middle in the suburb. So.
Well, every sort of communicable, linguistic, mental, whatever it is, kind of construct is in effect a social construct, right? I mean, everything that every word we have stands for is a social
Well,
construct.
in Australia, I'm an employee of the government in a sense because we're all employees of the government. The Centrelink is like it gives you employment, an agency, and all this stuff. They basically employ you to look for work, and that's how the system runs here.
Yeah, it's mostly classist here. I'm in the middle of the Pocono fucking mountains, right, where people go to vacation, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of fucked up people up here, and they all carry guns.
You mean the people that live there?
People around, go to a bar.
Yeah, no, I don't mean the tourists that come over. I mean the actual locals, right?
Yes.
I remember when Gingrich.
Some guy just got shot in the face like a month ago in town at a bar.
I remember when Gingrich ended welfare and Clinton didn't veto it, right? And it's kind of like, okay, well, I'm in pretty deep shit here, and guess what? All my, sources have helped just, suddenly close the doors.
In Australia, like job agencies, you sign up to a job agency and they'll give you a small wage to look, and then they'll help you get a job and look and stuff like that. So it's actually they make money out of it somehow. It's a privatized thing.
Yeah, which of course is grossly inefficient. Just some kind of throwing whatever, how large a chunk of the treasury to whatever random rich people or stockholders that thing, right?
Yeah, it's a someone's making money always.
Yeah, I mean, in principle, you can't have like governments not being like corrupt. I don't know, stooges or whatever you want to call it, of ultra rich capitalists or whatever it is. Probably hasn't been around that many times. I am dead freaking tired.
Why don't you go to bed? Take a nap for a couple hours.
I gotta take a shot, and I gotta take medicine.
Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah. Take a shower, freshen yourself up a little bit, check your sugar, take the rest of your medication, your hormones, your enzymes, take a nap for a couple of hours. After a couple of hours, you feel a whole lot better. We'll manage.
I said take a shot, not take a shower.
Yeah.
Not all my most of my hormones don't come as pills.
Injectable, I know.
Yeah. Four out of
It's
6
around 7 a.m., right? You're on the East Coast too, so.
4 out of 6 of the hormones I'm on 6 different ones.
4 are injectables, 2 are oral?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I need to get in the bloodstream, because if you swallow them, they won't pass the stomach acid.
I Bloodstream, intramuscular.
Oh, intramuscular IM. Okay, yeah.
Well, okay. Well, estrogen, progesterone, intramuscular. Speaking the, I guess this last part and whatever the hell left mirror is, or subcutaneous, and it's like fat or
Insulin.
something.
Levemir is the slow acting insulin, right? Yeah.
Levemir? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's slow acting.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 3.5 years plus of estrogen and progesterone is, guess what? No tits. And I look more like a guy than before I started. Before I started estrogen, that is, right?
Taking estrogen that your body is fighting back by producing testosterone.
That was
Are you taking
Counterbalance.
too much estrogen?
Yeah, my levels came back pretty good. I think it was, what is it, 455 picomoles per liter or whatever. Last time I checked.
Do you
Not
take
100% sure.
progesterone at all?
Yeah, take progesterone too. Yeah.
How much of that?
2 milligrams a day.
Do you take
Yeah.
Androcur as well?
Why would I?
Well, that can help as well. You should take all those. Really, yeah.
I've had an orchiectomy. Why would I need Androcur?
Sorry, I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm castrated. I don't need antiandrogens.
Yeah. As the older you get, the less your body remetabolizes, if you know what I mean. And so, if you take hormones when you're very young, you're going to get a good response. But when you take them when you're over 30, or 40 even, it's going to be a lot slower. And it depends on the genes of some people, like exactly how much that affects your body as well. So I've seen some people at 40 react really quickly to it, and then I've seen mainly the opposite happen.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Usually, it's to some people actually have a set of these laying dormant inside them, and when they start taking the hormones, it kickstarts their ovaries, and that produces estrogen as well. So they're taking estrogen and producing estrogen naturally as well. So that's probably what happens in those cases.
That's a bit too much.
Delta? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Nadi, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I mean, there's nothing for me. It's pretty much just culture working, euthanize me time or something.
Yeah, those kind of people are intersex people. Their genes are more mixed around than our kind of one.
Yeah.
What do you mean mixed around?
There's a lot of intersex genes, and they're kind of semi-rare. And there's like heaps of them apparently, and that's what I mean by there's a big mix of them, sort of thing. There's a book out if you want to read it. New book out on the study of intersex people. Just released this year. So if you just go intersex, and there's a book there if you want to look at it. I don't know.
Can you put it in the side chat, the name, so I can look at it?
Yeah. Okay.
Strictly speaking, if you go ahead.
Because I was saying, I'm always interested in the human body to see what's going on. Because, like you said, Pam, before, some people do respond very well to hormone treatment, and for some other people, it's the opposite. It's a total contrary. And I also know that for example, if for the what was it again? Uh, to get a female more girly like they balance between estrogen and testosterone injections, so the body just keeps producing more estrogen, I believe.
Nah, they'll inject testosterone. I've seen people like not do anti-androgens, but basically just kind of get an anti-androgenic effect from the estrogen itself.
Yeah, and what I wanted to say was Michael Ann was saying in the side chat that she wants you to eat first, then go to sleep.
I'm not a man. I'm not supposed to have large body mass, right?
Yeah, well, take care of yourself, Nadia. All right, and everyone else. Nice
Yeah,
talking.
take care, man. Take care.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and sleep. I don't know if I am. I'll listen from the outside. Let someone else in.
Have a good rest, Simon.
Yeah, have a good sleep.
And Nadia, stop being so hard on yourself, please. Right?
How am I being hard on myself?
Well, I don't know what to say. If it'll make you feel any better, when I'm ready to do it, I'll come get you, okay? And we'll do it together on cam.
Okay.
Do what on cam?
Nothing. I was joking around.
All right. Okay.
What is it? I think some kind of what is it? Testosterone injections, maybe? Yeah, the anti-androgen effect or whatever it is, estrogen has an anti-androgen effect of its own. I mean, basically, once it levels are high enough, whatever, I mean, that pretty much does a fair amount of the job of anti-androgens itself. One of the tricks is it doesn't quite bring it down quite all the way that one could with the real anti-androgens. So yeah, people complain about having things like hair growth and such still occur. Yeah, go ahead.
But you do need to realize too, Nadia, this because you're taking insulin, as I do, that insulin is also an activator to store all the energy in fat, And I notice myself too that if I eject a lot of units per day or whatever per week, I also notice a change in weight. I also notice a bit around the belly. You have a little bit more fat. And then, for example, the week after that, when I have more time to take care of better take care of myself, I notice that the less insulin I use, the less fat accumulation I have. But you always need to find a delicate balance between those two.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty ugly. Yeah. A lot of the metrics is basically run off no carbs. I used to live off of I guess the liquid egg whites and all that, and I guess from there also basically kind of the minimum dosage I could get away with without
Needed to inject. Yeah.
ketoacidosis or what's that?
Yeah, I said for example, protein and fat, you need the least amount of insulin for that. Yeah. Well, there are a lot of people that advise that cutting down on the carbs and increasing your protein intake and your fat intake. It is a pretty okay thing to
Egg
do
whites.
as a yeah, yeah. But
Egg whites
yeah,
have zero fat. It's all protein. Egg white omelets, right? That's one of the things I do. I just try and live entirely off of that, right? Probably did not set the stage for avoiding malnutrition. So there you go. And since I dare not show certain things on camera, okay, have to talk with camera off. Go ahead. You were saying, Alexander?
yeah. I know. I was like I said. Even though the protein and the lipids or fat or whatever you take in, coconut oil, olive oil, or just saturated animal fats or whatever, they do have an influence on the need of insulin. But like I said, it's a very low amount. You know. So I don't know what your diet exists of right now. You know, do you count your carbs on a daily basis, or do you just wing it, or what?
Step one, I have to do like immediate dosage with the meal with the dosage based on the counted carbs, right? And anyway, if you've got type 1, you'll notice pretty quick if you don't. You need to take something with protein or TKA, right?
So how many units of insulin you take per amount of carbs? For example, if I eat, I take for every 7 grams of carbs, I take 1 unit of insulin.
Yeah, it's 1 for every 8 for me.
Okay,
I
so
cut back from 1 from every 6, but anyway. Yeah, I might need to adjust it down or something. I tried 1 for every 10 before, but ended up changing it down to 8 after it's getting consistent high numbers, whatever. Might need to cut back on Levemir too.
How many units of Levemir do you take per day?
Yeah, 15.
Oh, I take 10, so okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I should probably cut back to 12, right?
Yeah, because you notice in the night.
What's that again?
Yeah, you notice in the night when you take your Levemir for the 24 hours, if your doses is too high, you wake up with the hypo in the morning.
Well, yeah, that's what I just had. Yeah, I had basically candy.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I always have packages of dextro tablets around. I got them everywhere. I got them in my bags. I got them in my jacket. I got them in my drawers. I got them everywhere.
Yeah, I basically had. Are you on millimoles per liter?
Yes, I am. Yes, yeah.
So it's like 1.5.
1.5 what?
Millimoles per liter.
Yeah, it just goes per one, 1 mmol compared to your 1 ml per deciliter. Oh, no, yours 18. One for me is 18 for you.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. My reading this morning was 1.5 on millimoles per liter.
That was 27?
Yeah, well, 28, but close enough.
Yeah, that's low. That's low. I had my sugar like was a couple of months ago. It was so low that the glucose meter jumped back to the test numbers. And I went back to 5.5. I was like, wait, I don't feel like 5.5. Something's not right here.
Yeah, when mine's out the scale, it'll just say low, L-O.
Yeah. Or when it's too high, it greets you. It says hi. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got
There is
that
a device you can get that measures your insulin. It's the implantable thing, and
Yeah.
you get it has injects insulin automatically. It measures everything for you, so it's like an implant or something.
Yeah, I got the implants. Unfortunately, I don't think it does the measurement for you. I think you still have to pretty much just like stick your finger in whatever.
No, I think the new ones do. The new pumps, I think they do the calculation and the regulation because there's a new one, I believe, and like Pam said, an implantable one. It's pretty new.
What so they maybe they have like a supply of reagents or something or what?
Yeah, it's a little it's a new invention. Yeah, it's the easiest sort of organ to replace the pancreas.
They haven't replaced mine. Then again, I'm sure the what is it, stoma or whatever you want to call it for the tubing and such would have gotten infected.
Yeah, that's
I
also
don't know how
an
much
issue.
they cost or anything.
Yeah, that's
What's
also an
that?
issue. No, go ahead, Pam.
Oh, I think they're kind of expensive, but I think they're going to go down pretty quickly because they look pretty simple.
I have my doubts. I think that well, I was a lot more stable back in the day, but I mean nowadays, like, I mean, my surgical candidacy for anything but an amputation period is pretty much highly questionable.
So I had a friend who was mentally ill and he died of diabetes because he couldn't manage his diabetes properly.
He couldn't or he didn't?
He was mentally ill. He couldn't.
Yeah. People that have it so bad. For example, a friend of my mom's, she has it. The amount of units she takes per day. For example, the Levemir, the one you need for as a base for 24 hours, she takes 150 units. You can kill an entire street with that. It's ridiculous so much.
I can't.
Nah, okay,
even know.
not the whole street, but 150 is a lot. You know, it's a lot for one day, and
He actually he developed advanced diabetes and he ended up they had to put a colostomy bag in and stuff. So, and then he was in and they were trying to. His legs had all been. He's in a wheelchair because his legs stopped working and they all become infected, and they were going to cut his legs off, and he actually died in the operation.
All right. Yeah.
Well, I think what is it? I think like it takes more than a vial.
Yeah, he took he used to be on benzoates. Is that benzoates? And he would take a mountain of benzoates every day, enough to kill as a whole street of people if they took that much.
I think for like insulin killing somebody, I think it takes more than a vial. I'm not sure if it really kills people with.
Yeah, it
I
does.
think, I
Hey,
think
they
it's
don't. I've seen it happen.
I think I think it basically just like gives people seizures, and I wouldn't suspect it doesn't necessarily do a great deal of damage to much of.
It's like a heroin
the
overdose
itself.
or a methadone overdose or something like that.
No. I mean, technically, every time I get this low blood glucose, it's an overdose, right? So, I think
That's how Whitney Houston died, right?
What's that?
Whitney Houston was taking benzoates and was drinking alcohol and fell asleep in the bath, and that's how she died.
Yeah. Like, somebody walks away after, I guess, injecting an entire vial of insulin, and they have a seizure in the bath, they'll drown. Yeah.
I have actually. My friend from Sydney, he came up here and was working for 5 years and went back to Sydney, but he ended up doing a Whitney Houston on us. He died as well. And then another friend of ours, it's quite common around here. Like some people just take a dive that they just take too much. They don't understand. They're taking too much or whatever, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess my dose is like pretty much follows what I'm having. It's kind of not that. I don't think it's the same
Sorry,
kind of
that's a bit
question.
morbid of a conversation. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. I have a pretty firm idea you can't really overdose on estrogen at all. I mean, it's like the what is
You
it?
can take too much the oil, not the estrogen. You can take too much oil,
The
like
oral,
40 milligrams, 40 milliliters or something. 50 milliliters is too much.
Oil? What?
Yeah, peanut oil it is. Yeah, peanut oil. You know the estrogen's in peanut oil, and or they call it's a refined sort of peanut oil, and it's not very toxic. But if you take like 40 to 50 mils, you could clog your heart. May have a heart attack.
Yeah, let's see if I can read this.
But then again, it all comes down to how, like, if you're used to taking that amount, if your body gets used to it over time, you can actually get it to exit
Can
it
you
from your
read
system
that?
much quickly. Yeah, okay. 100 milligram, 5 mil, yeah.
Yeah, can you read what it says dissolved in? I can't.
Oh, you're right. It's all peanut oil. Hey, sorry. It's a funny name. It's just peanut oil that's been processed. That's all.
Let's see if I can get closer to light. French muscular use only. That's all it says.
I don't think there's any new synthetic oils on the market as such. I did see a couple of
Castor
patents
oil.
online, but castor oil, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's
Yeah.
peanut.
Isn't that what that is peanut oil?
That's peanut oil? I don't think so. Not sure really what it's from, but
I think peanut oil is better than castor oil.
Could be, yeah. Might. So, I'm probably more worried about like getting thyroid hormones up and.
Yeah, it comes from castor seeds. Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, it's very similar. It's almost exactly the same. The peanuts are cheaper, I think. It's usually processed peanut oil. That's the ones we have here anyway. They're from Germany.
I'm surprised. I think more interested in getting my thyroid.
I think castor oil is even safer than peanut oil.
Grand concern, if you want to call it. Probably more of my thyroid hormones, but even that has to make a limit to it. Like, I think the thyroid. If I raise the thyroid hormone levels too far, it will, I think, have potential for causing hair loss, like on my head, right? So, it doesn't sound very, I guess, desirable. So, might want to keep a limitation on that.
Apparently, castor oil is a laxative, and it's used to induce labour.
Oh, odd. I have never really heard of a medical use for it. Although apparently, as
It says here 60 mil, and you will, and that will make you go into labour. Yeah, 60 mil.
Yeah. I never. I'm probably not going into labor anytime soon.
So there was a genetic man that intersex person had a baby recently with IVF. I think it was in the UK. So they are letting some people, some intersex people, have children.
Well, that's good. I think my grand plan is probably more to well, what do I call it? I wouldn't exactly call it be a spinster, but yeah, children are not the plan for me. At least not this life. Not there any others.
Could you ever see yourself adopting, Nadia?
No, I'm not going to live a full human lifetime, so I am already well from if I want to say like 0 to 20, I would not be there for them at 20, right?
Well, I hope you're wrong. I hope that you do live much longer than you think.
Well, and yeah, heart attack and a bunch of kidney failures already. I'm I don't know if I guess my superficial exterior doesn't really show I guess the internal damage, how badly I'm falling apart. Yeah, I mean, how long homeless, all that. It's a lot. I think There's a blanket I probably could have used, but anyway. In the trash, for that matter. So, where are we going with this? Yeah, probably, I guess, Adderall or whatever. Oh, yeah. The art is pretty cool. I kind of wish I don't know, could do more than just kind of stand idly by.
They must have a lot of art supplies in that house, though, if they're making that many paintings.
I don't know. Mm. I mean, the arts are my specialty. The real question is, how the hell do I reverse what my thyroid dying did to me? And I don't have any real good answers yet, right? I
I
kind of have
guess
this
not,
kind of
not
like a,
unless you can turn back time.
what's that?
I said, I guess not unless you can turn back time.
Yeah, and just like put me out of my misery now. So
No, come on.
I can't live like this.
There's still a few good years, even if it is like you say, and it's just a few, like a few short years. It can still be
How would
good.
they? How would they be good years if I'm bloated into fucking Jabba the Hutt?
But you won't always be like, and it's not. I mean, it's not like you are now. I mean, you see
When
yourself
does
as
it
that
turn
now.
around? When does it? When does that ever turn around? When does the weight ever go away?
But
It won't.
think about it like this. Think about it like this, Nadia. Like I remember watching Hangouts when you were still like back in Oakland and stuff. Like, and you didn't think that you would ever make your way back to New York, and now you're back here. So things have changed. So there can be positive things that can come along. Like you never know, and it can just happen slowly, sure, and it can be very tedious, but it could take place. You never know.
Well, what is knowing?
Well, I guess it's just that you've written it off so thoroughly that it seems like you don't even have any hope anymore. And I wish that you wouldn't, because like there's so much still left for you. And
Like what? There's the careers are coming back. I mean, no the surgery's ever going to happen. I'm never going to lose even a pound of weight.
But you must see that your involvement in Hangouts has been an amazing thing to the community. More and more people are noticing it, and there's so many people involved now that you have to keep 2 rooms sometimes, which are packed. I mean, this is definitely a big thing.
Well, for whatever I'm doing it for, I mean, come on. They, keep living like that just so people can enjoy Hangouts. I don't think that really flies.
But on some level, I mean, it's still contributing somewhat to you, because you have a pretty huge presence. Like I've mentioned to you, like people have brought you up on all kinds of shows. Like I've heard you've been being brought up on. I've said on the Drunken Peasants like at least 2 times. I think 3 by now. And then you've been brought up on like the Pink Monk show. You've been brought up on all kind of things, like all sorts of different. Like you've definitely had an impact.
Yeah, and no subscribers. Well, okay, 1,500, but I mean, what's that? I mean, yeah, you'll get millions of subscribers for cat videos, and yeah, put this into something in 1,000 or less, right?
Yeah, that actually confuses me too. I think those people who subscribe to cat videos, though, they're not going back to those channels, whereas you have a lot of people coming back to view your videos that aren't necessarily subscribers, you know?
That videos don't get that many hits, right? I mean, it's actually declined.
Has it really, like in the
Used to
last
be,
couple
yeah.
months?
Probably more like versus 3 or 4 months ago. Well, I was getting like 1,200 or something, right? A video, and I'm getting like 500 or something. Yeah, so. Well, it's like 500, 700. Yeah.
It's still a pretty decent amount, considering how many videos you're putting out and how much you're actually investing into this.
Well, I mean, it's not the ad revenue that I'm living off of. I mean, it's basically the two angel investors, right? So. Yeah, so.
I guess I'm just saying that it's possible that you might actually survive for quite a few more years than you think.
Um, I don't think my health's that good. I think my kidney heart, everything else is not in good shape, and any hiccups, too much more ketoacidosis, and I'm really going really fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope those things don't happen because I know that any of those incidents can actually make you a lot weaker every time they happen. So it would be good if it doesn't happen too often, you know?
Yeah, I had how's she working? There's really no way out. It is I'm in the garbage disposal society, and there are blades chopping me up, right?
But then go out with like a fucking bang, you know, like make it the best you can make it. And I think that's what you're doing through these hangouts, sort of, you know? You're fighting still.
So it's only really kind of a strike back at sort of Christian cultural hegemony or whatever it is. It's not really for my own benefit, so to speak. It's effects to the detriment of that. I mean, what is it? Captain Ahab at the end of Moby Dick. Yeah. My dying breath I spit at you or something like that. it's so insignificant. Only 1,500 subscribers. It's not even spitting.
Yeah, that's the part that's interesting to me. Like, because considering you've had so many different people on here that have a lot more subscribers, it would, I mean, and other huge channels know about you. It is interesting that your subscriber rate is as low as it is. I don't know what's doing that. I don't know why. Maybe it's because people are, I don't know. I can't even think of what it could possibly be. But I think sometimes it might just be that people are literally just watching and not subscribing, you know?
I don't know. There aren't that many people watching. There's only, 17 right now, and simultaneous 5 years. Drunken Peasants or Amazing Atheist. Last night or something had 4,000, 44.
Exactly. Yeah, they usually have 4,000, over 4,000. But of course, that's because they developed that show where even a year ago it used to only be 2,000. Not even like less than a year ago it used to be 2,000 per show. But they've developed this like cult kind of thing that anybody will just kind of go in there and watch. But for you, like you've had times when you've had over 100, which is still like a fair amount for a hangout.
Only like once or twice. I think it was basically G-Man or whatever it is. That was more in before whatever his hiatuses where people are actually paying more attention to him.
Yeah, when G-Man comes in here, or when DPR comes in, those are really good influences. Even when Brett Keen's in here, like Brett Keen used to come in here. But I haven't seen him in here for a while. I mean, not since I've been here.
Yeah, he's on Blab a lot. I don't know. Atheism is Unstoppable was in my live chat at one time.
Yeah, I remember that. And he was gonna come on, but then he pretended that he had something else to do, basically. Like it was just like he threatened people in the chat on YouTube, but then he didn't, even though like you cleared up room for him, he didn't show up. It was really cowardly. But at least like I mean he knows about you, you know? It's still pretty, that just goes to show you that you are making quite a mark.
Unfortunately, I think the mark I made was in Linux under another name. I guess source code said amended to show my current name, but I don't know. I was something greater, something better. I am so much diminished now, despite yes, my body size increasing.
I think that yes, in those ways you might be, but at the same time, things are moving forward, and you are having more. Even though it doesn't seem to show in the stats or like the analytics or anything like that, but it is becoming more and more people, and there's definitely people who care about you as well, and just like talking about you, even like not people who don't come into the hangouts, so that says a lot too. So yeah, while you might not be able to have that time back, where you were doing something that you really valued, at least now you're bringing a lot to people, to many people.
Oh, and yeah, it's just pain for me. Yeah, the pain is still a man's voice, still a man's face, still a man's body, especially waist to hip ratio and such, right?
There's your face doesn't look manly, your voice doesn't sound manly, and your body, it's not manly. You have awesome legs. You actually have a pretty fit body. Yes, you can use some, like, a little bit of exercise, like even just walking, but that's doable. It's up to you. It's up to you to.
Rapidly approaching double my normal weight, right? Doable how?
Well, like, for example, you do look better than like a few months ago, in my opinion. You look like a little bit thinner than that. I don't know if you weigh yourself or if you keep track, but you do look thinner.
I'm heavier.
Are you? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it could also, like, do you consider that sometimes it could be that you're bloated too, based on different things that you're taking, or like sodium, even sodium. Like, if you have a lot of salt, it can seem like like you're heavier or bloated more.
Um, blood work typically shows I get low on potassium and salt, or potassium and sodium, whatever.
Right. Yeah. But you know what? Like, you don't actually seem, like, at least in a camera, you don't seem bigger. And like cameras usually adds like what? Like, it's supposed to add 10 pounds or something. Like, so you don't seem bigger to us. And like what I was saying as far as what you could do is just, I don't know, I guess just take walks, like just little things. Like, not to overexert yourself, but keeping active in small ways.
Got a membership for Planet Fitness, but yeah, doing something with it is a different question. Given that the weather is kind of clearing up, I should be able to actually get out to it. I don't know. I guess it's a bit far to walk, so that's a little bit of an open question.
Yeah, I guess it's within like whatever you feel that you want to do, whatever you're willing to do, but even just little things can help a lot. Like, I think, for example, it helps that you move around a lot, like it seems like unless you're sleeping, like you always kind of do all kinds of things on cam, like, and that probably helps. Like, it's not like you're like lethargic, like you definitely are agile still and you're moving around, so that's good.
Yeah, both rotator cuffs and a torn meniscus in the right knee. Well, torn meniscus. Haven't gotten an MRI recently, but yeah, I have a theory that the loose cartilage in there is ground down. It's probably lodged somewhere that's just not painful or something. Yeah, detached, of course. Yeah, getting on ellipticals, trying to work up lung capacity again, be something useful. And I don't know, some kind of stress management tricks to get a grip on diet, whatever. Yeah. You can kind of sort of do something, but I mean, general kinds of results people say they have from quote unquote diet and exercise with diet affairs is pretty much, it's totally ineffective. Yeah, of course, you got the usual sort of thing with insulin and such that pretty much means that you can't really run calorie deficits, right?
Yeah, you definitely want to be careful with that, absolutely.
Well, not even possible, right?
That's why I was saying kind of like just doing things slowly, like at a very slow pace, because obviously you're not going to do a lot at once, since that could be, really hard on your system. But like even just like if you were to just walk, that could help a little bit. Just taking walks, like how you used to do, like when you were like in that trailer, you used to walk around the trailer,
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of warming up enough. I kind of sort of can, but I don't think the battery lasts long enough to get around the facilities, premises, whatever. It's basically like too long of a block or something to get around it in time.
Fair enough. But I mean, you could just like walk back and forth, like just like, a couple houses or something. But I mean, it's like, yeah, it's just little things. It's always going to be up to you though, how you do it.
Start with baby steps, like Suresh just said. Start with baby steps. A couple of blocks, of a couple of houses down the block, up and down. Just do it twice, 3 times a day.
I think better off with getting on the elliptical at the gym.
Could be.
Yeah. And that means time off from this, but still.
Yeah, the gym could be good, especially because like once you sign up, a lot of gyms will offer you like a trainer and a nutritionist just like for like a little bit to get you going, and they'll plan things out for you and make your workout kind of more like appropriate to what you can handle, and then you can just work with what's actually not gonna hurt you in any way.
Yeah, nutritionists won't help. I kind of have too much random crap going on with a lot of the latest deficiencies. Show up my blood work and usual kind of carb counting, measurement crap, and so on. I mean, it's more than basically anybody but a hospital just can handle.
Yeah. I guess you'll see, there's always something that people can do. Like I can see for you, you definitely move around a lot normally, so that helps. I think that's good. Like, did you used to dance ever, Nadia?
Yeah. I used to be pretty into it. Okay, sorry. In the sense that I liked doing it, but I didn't know what I was doing.
That must have been good times. Yeah, like going clubbing and stuff.
Yeah, it's before my career was, or my knee was destroyed. So I'd hit the dance floor in 5-inch heels and all that. And I actually looked vaguely feminine then, so, but not anymore. I bloated into a monster now.
Well, according to you. But you certainly don't look manly. Like you're the only one that thinks that you look manly.
Body mass on a testosterone influenced development skeleton. Yeah, it looks manly. Waist hip ratio, as I mentioned, says a lot. I've got the hips of a 10-year-old midget and the gut of who knows what.
Hey, Ermin. What's up? Hey, everybody. I'll catch y'all later. I got a couple of errands to run. Catch y'all later.
Alex, have fun, Alex.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care.
I was listening this morning for a little bit, and Godless was in here. I was like, oh, Lord. That woman.
Yeah, she came in very shortly this morning. She was definitely talking a bit more last night, but she's always a character.
Yeah, it was. I think she was trying to make a stab at some kind of feminism, and I think the distinction between radical and syncretic positions got derailed, and who knows what kind of silliness, and it fizzled out. Oh. So do anyone have any idea about standpoint theory? I don't have any references on the subject.
Well, there's an article at Plato's Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Also the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Yeah, I was hoping for a more detailed reference, but still.
Well, standpoint theory basically says, if I'm not mistaken, that knowledge is not equally sort of obtained. People who are at the bottom of the social pyramid have more access to knowledge. The example given is a worker in a factory. That's the example. But, the example given in the Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, is a worker knows the intentions of his sort of owner, right, of the factory, but the owner of the factory doesn't know the intentions or the goals or the needs of the workers.
It's inconsistent with my understanding of the, I guess, positioning of things, and they would what I've seen suggests that the privileged access to whatever relates to things within the situation as opposed to generality or anything like that. Which is not that remarkable. I mean, the sort of point you occupy or some such is, the person within the position or location or whatever it is occupied is going to have the direct experiential access to Reconnoiter. So. The normative aspect of feminist standpoint theories manifests firstly in commitment to the thesis that the ways in which power relations inflect knowledge need not be understood as with a subjectivity that threatens their objectivity, whereas that socially situated knowledge can be properly objective. That sounds like it's possibly tormenting. No better weight. Commitment to what is it? Some social locations are epistemically superior. Well, and highly suspect that some of the advocates may be sending something that's straw man, but I need to actually track down someone actually really talking about it. Sandra Harding. Scholarly articles. Okay. Intellectual and political controversies. Rethinking standpoint epistemology with strong objectivity. Huh. Standpoint theory and the problems of knowledge from 93. After the neutrality ideal. Yes. I want original sources on this for sure. Okay. An introduction to electrodynamics from the standpoint of electron theory. Doesn't sound like what I'm looking for. Okay. Reality. Objectivity. Sizes from below. Post-colonialities, whatever. Okay. Should be other authors besides Sandra Harding. I think huh. More objective accounts of the world. Okay. Strong objectivity. Such, yeah. That's other within. I think, there's a perhaps misrepresentation involved here. Yeah. Local knowledge, situated knowledge. Okay. Yeah, I think, there's, just by comparing the IEP with Wikipedia, there's strong indication that there's misrepresentation perhaps going on. Nancy Hartsock. Okay. Dorothy Smith. For a Brazilian false hit. Maybe not. Yeah, probably not yeast genetics. Right, social, whatever. The everyday world is problematic. Yeah. I am. Art critique. There's a transcendental guarantees of truth are dead. There's only the endless struggle of local narratives vying with one another for legitimization. Okay. Sound like a sort of like privileging all these things and such. Knowledge produced from the point of view of subordinated groups may offer stronger objectivity due to the increased motivation for them to understand the views or perspectives of those in positions of power. It's not quite as controversial, whatever, as things have been floating around, like on IEP. I don't think it actually makes it clear about sort of the truth of things less privilege would produce per se, but rather that the kinds of things that those who are less privileged would produce is in some respects more likely to incorporate certain kinds of insight. So, and of course, a comparison of this privilege or whatever it is not something that's actually advocated. It's just part of the dead giveaway. This is the IEP's representation is not likely to be accurate. So. Yeah. So let's see. We have I think this is you have so some of the controversies are kind of artificially being drummed up, I think. So. Yeah. I have to get to original sources to really deal with this. Feminist method. Harding. Sciences knowledge. Huh. Yeah. Pretty strongly suspect some kind of misrepresentation or misapprehension of standpoint theory and such. There are criticisms to make, but they're not the ones that are being made. Well, there are ones that sound legitimate to make, but not not the ones I see in IEP. I haven't seen Gary Edwards' video, and well, it's kind of probably what I'm some of what I want to track down, but anyway. I don't think this is as controversial as people are making out to be. The strong objectivity and such. One thing that was disputed big time, right? So, see, where is this? Get discussed. Okay. That's a knowledge projects are objective which aren't. Not objectivity is necessary, or it's possible. So. Okay. Supposed judicial research. I think this is not much more than the kind of claim that no one really can, really avoid being biased in some way. And explicitly accounting for the biases and such are necessary and all that. Okay, I better prepare for a changeover. Hang on. Wait, you hopefully actually have a hangout about the topic this one was supposed to be about, but I'll probably have a phone call or some such interrupting it. Can you relay any of the objections and such, Art? Because I haven't actually seen the freaking videos, right? Art, are you there, or is anyone else there? Let's see, 4:30 p.m. And hello? Is anyone there? Okay, I'll take that as a no.
I'm here, Nadia.
I mean,
yeah. Okay.
I was just reading Adam Smith. I know you have a guy, Josh, who talks about Adam Smith a lot, so I was trying to get clued up on that.
Yeah, what is it? Corno, is it Miller? Equilibria and such, I think are, yes, I should book up on too. I think I can actually just do a little bit of calculus, just something to show this, some of these ideas don't actually hold up.
Yeah, my goal is I have a book that lists the top 100 most influential books. I'm sure it's probably on the internet as well. I want to read all of them before I die. But it's like the Bible. You got the Wealth of Nations. So all the main books. Trying to get through those.
Alexa, the Alex, or what else? Part of four. Yeah, the Alex, right? Euclid's Elements. Yeah, how influential that was.
You said Euclid?
Mm-hmm.
The Elements? I have that.
Yeah, but do you know what its influence was, right?
I haven't read it yet. I mean, I know it's geometry, but go ahead.
It's not feminist geometry, it's just predated feminism by millennia. Well, it was broadly used in educational systems throughout Europe and I think possibly also Muslim world. So, I mean, like all the school children and such were, yeah, their math classes were basically going through the elements, right? Yeah, for
Yeah, I
centuries.
think that was like mainstay until Einstein, right? I'm sure that's Einstein. That was his first math. I mean, that was pretty much just like that just recently.
Yeah. Let me try and think of when it stopped, because it was the 20th century.
I wonder how many women have written most influential books. I bet not a lot. What do you think, Dionysus?
Well, given the positions and such regarding...
Excuses.
Wait, Art say who's the most influential?
No, I said, I wonder how many women have written most influential books.
Patriarchy.
Absolute patriarchy, yeah.
Nah, excuses. We all know women are inferior.
To change over 830. I mean, you're gonna say, yeah, I male assignment at birth or whatever is why I had any competency yet, or
I missed that. Maybe you could tell me and then you hang up. I'm gonna see you guys on the other side.
Yeah, see you.
How'd you miss it? It's right there.
Okay, let's okay, so well, let's try and get started. I am not having good luck tracking down the references to get original sources on standpoint theory. That is a little bit discouraging. I have a I have a pretty nasty sinking feeling that it's being grossly misrepresented. Let's see. Yeah, I'll buzz Jack. I think the idea of standpoint theory is what class again? Hmm. Oh, you said something about Euclid's geometry. What again? Universities don't really do much with it. It's not really pertinent to most of the modern mathematical theory and such, right? So, not exactly Euclid. I mean, it uses kind of the ancient classical Greek compasses and straight construction kinds of techniques and such to go about proving the geometric theorems it goes about conveying. Yet I think the trick is that it's going to end up relying on topics, conclusions, whatever you might call it, not actually covered or touched upon in the elements and all that. So I think we have a bit of trickiness there. Hmm. Hmm. So I think there's a I'm trying to think of like kind of more meaningful ways it might be related to this. I guess the divide between like differential and algebraic geometry. I don't know. Other break geometry might be a bit useful, but the trick is that it's not really like what you find in Euclid's elements. Another aspect of this ends up yeah, the differential affairs. I mean, well, do things like discussing curvatures and tangents and normals and all that, and various kinds of torsion factors, or whatever finite frames and who knows what. But I think when I think when it comes to things on the order of comes to straight constructions and the kinds of I'm not even sure what to call it. Elementary geometry wouldn't be right. I don't know, it's just really hard to say. If I knew more, I might be able to identify a kind of modern successor or whatever it is that you maybe want to try and get a hold of to study something like the elements, or study, do things that are like the elements, more advanced, right? So, and advanced enough to give you potential for getting a grasp of Newton's Principia Naturalis and all that. I know people were doing, like weird, funny compass and tray stuff. I think literally like Napoleon Bonaparte is supposed to have published some kind of compass and tray construction sort of theorem. A lot of stuff with kind of sessions going on, especially in the 19th century. It's just like a endless kind of onslaught of that kind of material garbage that you could dig up out of 19th century journals and such, but I don't think it's exactly well organized in terms of presentation. Would could teach you or let you take up a class. I mean, if you were kind of like already versed in various things, you might be able to research it that way. Well, anyone else have any ideas? Or kind of antique theories that I don't think anyone subscribes to anymore. And I think in terms of epistemology or whatever, they kind of have sort of bootstrapping issues and kind of end up ruling themselves out in various ways. So I think what is it? Standpoint feminism might have some material, and yeah, here we go. Feminist standpoint theory reader. Here we go. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, the Standpoint Feminism article on Wikipedia seems to have just flat out available online or PDF links. So yeah. Oh shoot. Well, I think as a feminist standpoint theory reader. Okay. I'm still trying. The Talmud might be worthwhile to take alongside the Old Testament, right? Do you know why? Yeah, it's yeah. I would suggest that the Jewish perspective on the Old Testament was radically different from the kind of representation of the Old Testament that comes about from typically Christian perspectives, and I think there's also sort of matters of yeah, quality, detail, whatever you might want to call it, about translation too. So I think yeah, I mean, for instance, Deuteronomy chapter 22 verses 28 and 29. It's often taken as some kind of like idea that the woman might be obligated to marry her rapist, and in some respects it ends up being ambiguous and all that, and well, like you say from there, what seems to come about from the Talmud is that there's a distinction between the seducer and the ravisher, right? And I think in this we have a pretty serious challenge to the notion that the where the hell was I? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, serious, pretty serious challenge to the notion that well, I don't know, and I guess interpretations of the Old Testament, even taken by Christianity and such, are entirely correct. I mean, a lot of times the sort of representation of the Old Testament, Levitical law, whatever, it's at the very least implicitly made in terms of sort of abrogation of the New Covenant, New Testament, and all that is a lot of it is like horrifically oppressive and so on and so forth. And while it is, quite antique, it's not. It's really nothing like, sort of like. We were finally saved from having to deal with this Old Testament. So horrible, or whatever. Biblical commentary on it suggests it actually is kind of a Well, archaic, but not unlivable way to live. So even for women or whatever group, right?